The world used to be a familiar and everyday place, but suddenly labyrinths and dungeons began to appear in the city where monsters lived and treasures were hidden. All the locals were convinced that their lives had changed when a big monster started hunting for them. Horrible creatures were just everywhere. Many other strange things appeared along with them. Reporters immediately started their work and tried to inform everyone about the appearance of new demons. They tried to kidnap many people and force them to go through hundreds of floors to defeat the tower boss. They were all from different parts of the world, but among the ordinary people, there were those who managed to survive after the hardships. They became hunters who were able to acquire extraordinary abilities and were the hope of all mankind. It was only 12 years after the first appearance of the tower that the first cool hunter appeared. An ordinary hunter was very popular, and everyone around admired his strength. And then all the hunters tried to unite in guilds to separate themselves from the authorities and protect themselves. They became very popular. Hunters were constantly invited to various programs and interviews. The TV presenter was incredibly happy that she was the one who had the honor of asking the guests various questions. Later, all the hunters were surprised to learn that a much more experienced player than them lived in the tower. Some of the hunters decided that it was just a joke that they could ignore. But one of the men could still assume that the stranger did not leave the tower, but simply went downstairs and stayed there. It was the protagonist who remained in the tower for all 12 years and tried to clear it every time. Many of those who entered the tower could not withstand such tension during their studies. And it was on the 100th floor that the boss of the tower was located, which was extremely difficult to deal with. But this did not stop the protagonist, who considered himself the best hunter with great experience. The young man could meet the monster face to face and not feel a drop of fear. Even the werewolves that he met on his way were scattered in all directions by his strength. Just a few moves and he was again victorious over the giant boss of the tower. His joy simply knew no bounds, and the boy considered himself an unsurpassed man. Every year there were more and more hunters, so with each completed task, their experience began to increase. In many countries, hunters shared their experiences about passing the tower and also tried to improve their survival experience. But it didn't matter how advanced the hunter was, because only a few people could conquer the training tower. Many of the participants who reached the last floor gave their lives in the last test. And the only one to blame was the owner of the tower, a huge demon whose head was covered in flames. The demon was incredibly scary, having stolen more than half of the lives of future hunters and not feeling guilty about it at all. The protagonist, watching this spectacle, was well aware that this would be his next purge. It was in those moments that his next test began. Finding himself on the cold floor all alone, he even wanted to return home, but it was too late. At that moment, the hero remembered all the hunters who had completed their task 12 years ago and were returning home. All the friends were incredibly happy, because if it wasn't for the main character Billy, they would not have survived. He was very surprised that there was no one around, and the tower welcomed him only on the first floor of the upcoming test. Billy was supposed to clear the tower with the people who were to come next time. It was a surprise for him. With all his might, the young man tried to find some solution to reverse the curse, but it turned out that everything was in vain. It seemed that he was just going crazy, because he had to clear the tower from the beginning to the end for the 10th time. After trying all the different methods for 5 years, he never found a way to get out of there. But there were also moments when Billy was having as much fun as he could, and he also wanted to put newcomers on the right track. It was very difficult for him to be among normal people who could easily leave the tower and to listen to stories about the world outside the tower. It was only after 12 years of staying in the tower that he finally waited for the moment when he could complete the test. Without wasting a minute, Billy gathered his thoughts and was ready to head out to face new challenges. Meanwhile, the hunters who were being interviewed still couldn't decide whether they would be able to beat the main character's record. The guild leader was sure that the number of hunters was different in the groups, and it was also important to understand which techniques were more effective. As soon as a high-level boss appeared on the path of the challenge, then from that moment on, luck alone was not enough. Even for the strongest warrior, there were moments when it seemed that he was tired of everything, but he wanted to kill the enemy despite everything. He tried to do everything in his power to return home as soon as possible. It seemed that everything had to end. The tower was burning with a big flame, but it was not the end. Everyone in the hunter's observation office realized that the tower had begun to open. This was its new record. The manager realized that it was necessary to immediately prepare lists with the names of all the hunters who would take part in the new challenge. Billy just couldn't believe his eyes when he saw everything around him. It was a miracle that he was able to get out of the training tower. The stranger was sure that the young man had done a good job and wanted to know his name. As soon as Billy realized that it was not a dream, he could not control his emotions. Still, he managed to return home. When the man looked through all the lists, he couldn't believe that there was really an experienced player in front of him. Billy was the one who managed to officially get out of the training tower 12 years later. A little while later, the next group of hunters started testing at the training center again. The previous group of hunters surprised the committee by setting a world record for clearing the tower in just 2 weeks. The experienced hunters were a bit shocked to learn that Billy had actually managed to escape, which they had not expected. The leader of the guild was sure that Billy would look like he used to, because in the tower he had no hunger and his body stopped aging. All of a sudden, everyone present prepared to keep their equipment with them and calmly tuned into the test. As soon as Billy started arming them, he was surprised, because he didn't have any at all. He decided that he had overslept. Very quickly, all the newcomers had to leave the waiting room and move to the testing area. But first, the examiner at the training center wanted to welcome all the participants and emphasize that the test would begin in a few minutes. Although all the young men realized that the whole world was watching, they were still very nervous, and some were even scared. They all needed to demonstrate their skills and abilities that they had learned in the training tower. The leader tried to calm the guys down because, unlike the tower, this test was quite simple. Raising his hand to the top, he wanted to demonstrate the first task and press the key. The boys were very scared and realized that they would have to overcome many different obstacles that are typical for hunters. The most important one was the maze. There were many traps there that could not be overcome. They were ready to use all their skills and abilities to get through the maze. The beginning was very close. The leader was pleased that the whole new group was quite disciplined, so he hoped for good results. While the man was lost in thought, Billy decided to ask him to find a way out of that strange place. Lowering his glasses, the manager looked at the guy with a rather angry look. The guy was dressed very strangely, and he didn't have any equipment with him. Billy's behavior was also a bit strange. He didn't even hesitate to let the man yell in front of him and not even cover his mouth. The manager was not ready for the guy's rudeness, and so decided to show that he was the main one in their conversation. Billy was even amused by this, so he offered to go through the entire maze in just 20 seconds, but he wanted a good reward for it. The man couldn't show that he was actually a little afraid of it, so he decided to agree to the kid's offer. Billy immediately approached one of the maze walls and wanted to show his best skills. For him, being a hunter is incredibly cool. Everyone who watched the young man did not understand what was happening because he was moving like a spider on the wall. He used all his strength, skills, and achievements to prove to others that there was no one stronger than him. A huge blue glow appeared in just a couple of minutes. And very soon, they stood in front of a hero who still managed to cope with the maze in just a couple of seconds. It was simply incredible. The young man broke through the wall of the maze, and now everyone present could consider him simply crazy. The guild members could not believe what they saw with their own eyes and did not understand what they would do next with such a hero. It was before Billy's appearance that all the correspondents tried to find any information about him, but there were only rumors. Suddenly, everything changed. They realized that Billy was a newcomer to traditional martial arts, but he could also quickly lose his popularity. Once upon a time, the young man wanted to become a star. He had everything, talent, skills, and most importantly, his luck followed him. That's why he was never afraid of death and always went to meet the biggest and most terrible demons. He was considered the best hunter among all the others. That's why he was sure that only success awaited him in life. But everything changed very quickly after he met his rival. It was Billy who took all the glory, attention, and now he was considered a star among hunters. It was very hard for everyone else to accept. As soon as the maze wall was destroyed, all the participants were forced to go to the waiting room and wait for new test announcements. The team of journalists could not believe that it was over, and everyone was trying to find at least some normal footage for their articles. But when they turned their attention to Bill, it became clear to everyone that a star among the hunters had been born. It was him. Someone didn't like it at all. It was even noticeable by his facial expression. All the participants couldn't stop discussing the most experienced player, but one of them still hoped that his plan to gain fame would work. Very soon, everyone received an announcement from the management committee about the next test, which could start in 15 minutes. It was then that the boy decided that this time he would definitely not lose to Billy, and he was determined to show everyone his strength. The young man realized that he had only a few minutes to deal with all the monsters on his way. So he decided not to wait and immediately used magic, in addition to his strength, which surprised everyone. During the battle, he considered himself a hero and thought that no one could compare to him, but his time quickly ran out. He thought he had shown the best result and considered himself a real winner at that time. But in reality, Billy, an experienced player, was still in first place, and no one could match him. All the guild members were eager to see and evaluate Billy's fighting technique during his time in the tower. Billy's turn was next. He had to show the best result and had only 2 minutes to do so. But he was not embarrassed by this at all. The rivals were surprised to see such a hero in front of them, although none of them were going to give up. The testing for the guy was supposed to start in 10 minutes, so he started to get ready for a real fight. All the people were watching them closely, and meanwhile the monsters wasted no time in attacking. The guy was a little disappointed because he realized that now he would have to fight alone against such a gang of villains. As soon as the test began, the monsters started attacking the guy right away, but he didn't lose his cool and hit one of them right in the head. The audience was shocked to see what they saw and couldn't believe that an ordinary player could do this alone. Then other players started to join the fight, and the guy realized that he had good support from all the participants. People who watched this fight closely realized that the main villain had simply disappeared from their eyes. The players who were well versed in this knew that it was not magic, although some of them had completely different assumptions. Through the live stream, everyone could see how the guy skillfully fought the main monster with his fists. The girl decided to ask one of her partners once again if he was really sure that it was possible without magic. The man who was the most important member of the team still managed to win and killed 248 monsters by himself. One of the guys who often envied him realized that now there was someone in this world who was much better than him. Unable to contain his emotions, he simply began to break the wall, because he had also been preparing for this test for a long time, but unfortunately could not show a good level. After all these competitions, he had to choose the documents that were important for further tests for a very long time. As it turned out, quite a few people wanted to meet with the guy, and the woman also wanted to help him with this. At the beginning, she began to tell him the rules of their team so that he would understand what he would have to work with. After a few seconds, she noticed that the hero was not expecting such an offer at all, so she decided to ask if he was okay. The man calmly told her that he was really impressed, and then the girl wanted to reassure him. Holding the contract that could change his life, the guy's face began to sweat. When he heard that he would be given $10 billion immediately if he signed the contract, he was really impressed. The young man, who was not educated in this field, started asking a lot of strange questions and was sure that it could not be true. The girl decided to show the proof on her phone, and then the guy just opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. Now he didn't have to worry about any housing, but he was a little scared because he was still skeptical. The worker began to convince him anyway and was sure that the young man would agree to such conditions. Her sweet face still inspired the hero's trust, so he started thinking about making his first contract. No one wanted to stop there, so the woman started adding that the terms could be even better. From the very beginning, he was not going to join such a team at all, but now the man decided to think about this decision. She was shocked to hear such words, but then the hero repeated that he was not going to join any team. After such difficult negotiations, he decided to go home and recuperate on his bed, which at that moment seemed incredibly soft. At that moment, the guy realized that he did not need any money. He just wanted to rest and live his life in peace. The young man remembered that conversation for a long time when the girl decided to ask him if he wanted to become a real hunter again. Then the player again emphasized that he just wanted to remain an ordinary person and not be superior to others. In reality, she wanted to emphasize that everything was not so simple, and the man could simply not achieve what he wanted from the very beginning. Only after some time did it occur to him what it could have turned out to be, so he might have made that decision. Reading this document, he could not sleep at all because now the team list was completely different than a couple of days ago. 5 days later, when the hunters were let out of the dormitory, they decided to meet and have lunch. The team was surprised by the behavior of their close relative because he was quite scared and did not know what to do in the future. One of them knew that everything was going to be fine in the future, so he decided to reassure the team with good news. But the other member of the team was sure that things would not be so good for them, because he was quite skeptical. At that moment, he did not expect his loved ones to be so supportive in such a difficult situation, so he decided to speak up. When they started talking about the weaknesses of all the fighters, one of them just couldn't stand it and started blaming his team. The guy noticed that the hero had changed, so he decided to ask them to stay with him during this trial. The like-minded people began to recall moments when they really managed to defeat all the opponents easily, but it was rare. The brightest moment they remembered was when they successfully killed one of the strongest monsters, who was a pretty strong opponent. After listening to the stories and some of the legends of his classmates, the guy did not believe in some of them at first. The team was thrilled that their friend was finally shown on the big stage he had always dreamed of. Some people like to turn into monsters to make an image that could show the real situation. The team had a pretty popular story, but the guy didn't really like to come back to it because he didn't show a normal level then. Close people still wanted to know what new things the young man had found for himself in the Tower of Trials when he passed it on his own, because he did not always lose. In fact, it was quite difficult to pass the tower because sometimes there were strong opponents who were very large. But the team didn't want to dwell on the bad things, so they continued to enjoy the food they really liked. Billy began to set himself up for positive emotions because he was sure that sooner or later, everything would work out. But it didn't take long for him to start thinking about his past again, which he thought about so often. People who continued to spend a little time with him at the beginning generally assumed that the warrior was hiding something from them. He, in turn, was surprised by such words because he always tried to tell the whole truth to his face. Therefore, he decided not to lie to anyone and tell them about the monster that might come across their path in the future. Despite the fact that everyone was afraid of him, Billy was convinced that they had every chance to defeat such a giant. His teammates started to blame him a bit for this decision, but the hero still tried to think positive. The girl couldn't contain her emotions and just started laughing at him, although the guys still held back their laughter because they thought it was inappropriate. The demons trained their students quite cruelly and set strange conditions to make them stronger. Some monsters turned out to be real terrible warriors and therefore forced their students to work hard for them. But ordinary heroes like Billy didn't care about such creatures because they were considered bad guys by the members of the different teams. Later, he wanted to know what had happened to the world over the past 12 years, because the hero did not often think about such issues. When he returned home, he wanted to think it over alone without all his friends who often distracted him. When he opened his gadget, he did not notice the strange numbers that were always there before, so the characters did not like it. From that moment on, he could really start to understand such technologies properly, but suddenly someone knocked on his door. When he opened the door, he saw a policeman who wanted to talk to the hero personally. The man began to explain that the problem was not really the guild that Billy had initially thought it was, but something much more serious. Eventually, he was taken out of his room, and then the team leader decided to talk to the hero in person. After that, Billy repeated to him that he was not going to join any team, but the man asked him to think it over. When the man realized that the hero really could not join his team, then the man began to threaten the boy's future development. He also began to emphasize that there would be many difficulties on the guy's way that he simply could not cope with. Such loud words did not affect the guy in any way. He just started smiling in the manager's face because he was not afraid of him at all. Then the security guard who was standing next to him started to get very nervous, but the man wanted to calm him down. Making a sad face, he hoped that this could somehow influence the young man, but unfortunately it did not help. The young man knew very well that this guild occupied a very large part of the labor market, so he wanted to think things over. But when the security guard heard a negative word in the direction of his boss, he simply broke the table that bent from his fist. As it turned out, the worker started bragging about his skills because he wanted to emphasize that he was actually very strong. Lowering his head, he simply said that he wasn't going to join anything because he realized what kind of people they really were. A second later, Billy took off his slipper and wanted to hit the guard who kept asking him questions with all his might. But the man was convinced that he could do it, and when he got closer, he received a slap across the face. The manager was shocked and could not believe his eyes that this was possible. After this situation, he began to look at the whole world in a completely different way because he remembered who Billy really was. Only then did he realize why he had initially refused the girl such a lucrative job. But no one was going to give up, so the boss wanted to approach his bodyguard and ask how he felt. Standing in the way of the hero, he hoped that he could handle him, but this did not scare the young man at all. The fear was still stronger, and then the man began to scream loudly and beg the hero not to touch him with his hands. But now no one was going to listen to his words, so in a second, the bad guy got what he deserved from the very beginning. Once they were alone with their colleague, they began to discuss these people who were quite cruel to their employees. No one wanted to touch them because the man realized that such people could take revenge in the future. He even went so far as to say that they simply blocked all the paths for the heroes who did not want to work for them. After that, Billy was again convinced that the world had become much more cruel, but he did not like his partner's behavior very much. After some time, the friend offered him a real normal cooperation, but the hero emphasized that he had a lot of things to do now. The hero, in turn, did not really want to refuse such cooperation, but he knew that he had completely different priorities now. Hearing this answer, the colleague was not very happy with what he had just heard, but decided to accept his choice. The man still decided to find out what Billy wanted to do, and then the hero began to tell him about the secret tests. The young man didn't want to disappoint him, but he was convinced that the man simply wouldn't be able to enter the area. This made the young man very angry because he realized that at that moment he was not to blame for the situation, but he could not change anything. Then they began to think about how they could have entered the area illegally, but everyone knew that they could have been arrested for it. The guy was glad that his colleague continued to feel confident despite the fact that they could soon get into big trouble. Billy was convinced that he could use his strength to break through the entrance, and then they could do something. After listening to him talk, the man was convinced that after that, they would definitely be real enemies for some people. The two decided to discuss the details of their cooperation, because a new tournament was about to start that everyone wanted to win. The fighters were 100% sure that they had 5 months to prepare well for such an important event. The hero, who was quite educated in this matter, decided to express his opinion on the matter. After analyzing this table, they found some discrepancies, but the man still did not stop. Looking at his colleague, he wanted to know what they understood when they hired such participants in their team. No one could say anything with their heads down, but the character recalled how he fought against his rivals with good skills. In the manager's opinion, this could be a real threat to them, but unfortunately, no one wanted to abandon the plan. After this conversation, the boss wanted to go home, but suddenly one of the workers wanted to discuss something with him. Noticing how agitated the man was, he decided to talk to him. And meanwhile, in another area, the guys were deciding what to do with the situation. The team decided that they had to go to a special maze to get a good number of points. The girl refused to do this, but the guy explained that without money and skills, she would not be able to exist in this world for nothing. He wanted to convince the woman that she was on the good side and thought about her future development. She didn't want to argue anymore because she realized that there was no point in convincing the young man of a different decision. But suddenly, before they could turn their heads, they noticed a very strange person looking at them. The boy immediately started arguing and asked the stranger to just leave because there were no toilets in the area. Then the man said that he needed a dungeon, but the stranger was not going to tell him this information, so he started shouting. But the young man was not going to listen to such rude words in his direction, so he started talking differently. When the man looked at Billy, he thought that he was a real fool for deciding to be with them. The situation began to deteriorate immediately. Billy was sure that the people around him did not understand him at all, so he began to threaten them with his slipper. All those present looked at the young man with great surprise and began to think he was a little crazy. A moment later, a blue glow surrounded everything, and the young man felt like a real hero. Billy almost miscalculated his strength, and his opponent was caught in the fence. Since the main character was left without his shoes, he wanted to take a pair of shoes from his new friend. The guy did not want to leave barefoot, but after Billy's threats, he quickly changed his mind. At first glance, the shoes looked as if they were made of metal, but they were so light that they didn't even feel heavy on his feet. The guy was very sad to say goodbye to his shoes, but he had no other choice. He could not argue with Billy. While Billy was doing his business, the guild members did not know what to do next because the situation was getting tense. The woman could not calm down and kept screaming. Her screaming could even cause his eardrums to burst, but he held on with all his might. With all his might, the young man tried to explain that their participant was so strong and could not be stopped. Now it was clear that they had a new enemy, but no details were known yet. The main thing was that when the hero was calm, he could not create any problems for others. But when he was angry, his character could be revealed to the fullest and especially reflected on the enemy. Billy knew for sure that no one had to worry about him, as he could take care of himself. On top of that, he had new boots that he was very happy with. But when Billy had a conversation with the guild members, the person he spoke to immediately realized his abilities. While the guild was solving their issues, the dungeon boss in the research center was looking for more and more material without which he could not continue his research. The hunters immediately realized that they were not alone there, but they could not dare to attack the demon. But some of them were not confident in their skills, even though the guild usually always caught monsters. But the team still dared to attack the boss, who had quite a strong defense but still needed to improve their skills. At some point, Billy appeared in front of them, who definitely did not look like a hunter. The monster boss immediately felt that this was the new material he wanted to work with, but he couldn't decide which body part to start with. As a child, Billy was ordered not to show that he was actually an orphan, and he was also not allowed to be naughty in the orphanage. The boy's parents died in a car accident, and after that terrible accident, he was disappointed in people. After his momentary memories, the hero immediately returned to reality, where a huge monster stood in front of him. Billy was very calm and not at all afraid of all the threats of that giant who could not decide how to start his bullying. But it was all over very quickly, and the boy, as always, remained the winner. He was well aware that he had passed one test, and now he had to face the next one, which was much more difficult. As soon as the people around him saw what happened to the demon, they realized that Billy was the experienced player everyone was talking about. Billy didn't pay any attention to the conversations of the other hunters and was absorbed in his thoughts. Meanwhile, the guild was trying to solve all the administrative issues as usual. One of the leaders was very surprised when he read about all the achievements of the newcomer who had recently left the tower. Billy was only 24 years old and possessed remarkable physical fitness, tremendous energy, and magic. And that was not all. The guild worker could even admit that the young man was very strong and could look a bit like a monster. The men were so angry that they decided to kill Billy to get rid of the trouble. It was known for sure that Billy had entered their dungeon without any permission and that he had killed some hunters. Therefore, the man was sure that they could not disclose their decision and remove Billy quietly. A completely new guild was also created in the country, which managed to absorb half of the dungeon in China in just 2 years. The head of the guild left the tower just 4 years ago and turned it into a monster, and all her followers had very high skills. The girl who was the head of the guild was ranked 5th among hunters around the world, but her identity remains anonymous. Not even knowing what was ahead for Billy, he went about his business and reread the news. A little later, having figured out his new phone, he started taking pictures of his friend. Suddenly, Billy heard that the game on his phone didn't have a boss, as he had been killed a few days ago. This made him very angry. The phone game was very different from the real one. Small monsters kept appearing in large numbers. Billy even got depressed when he heard that he had to wait a whole month to repair the damaged boss of the game. His friend tried to calm him down because in just 2 days, the restoration in the forest village would take place and the game would continue. In fact, he realized that there were more important things to do. He needed to cooperate with the association and get all the necessary equipment. A little later, his friend even told him how much money he could earn in the guild, but he had to be checked every 2 months. Without much hesitation, the guys went to a place where they could improve their hunting skills. They were met by a not very nice man who immediately demanded to know all their personal information. As soon as he heard the boy's name, he did not believe that he could return after 12 years in the tower. Although the employee was not happy with all this, he still registered Billy and handed him a strange thing. It was a searcher's eye, and a hologram was supposed to appear next to the status window, showing the corresponding rank. The man was in a very strange state when he looked at Billy. He did not understand where the other ranks of this young man were. When Billy opened the message on his phone, he could not believe what he was reading. Now the hero knew that everything and everyone knew about him, because after his achievements, he was considered a real star. Only Billy alone could go to the dungeon and turn everything upside down. The hero's friend was sure that all the other guilds had also gathered all the necessary information about his friend. They had to be very careful because the guild would definitely not leave them alone and would be ready to deal with them. But the guy was not interested in that situation because he was busy playing on his phone. All the hunters who were present in the game were versatile, and this could not but attract the attention of an experienced player. But Billy's friend didn't like it at all, as his angry expression showed. Therefore, the young man decided to take a break from those conversations and switch to something more interesting. But Billy's comrade could not listen to idle chatter and admitted that he was actually terribly busy and had a hard time finding time for this trip. Meanwhile, in the guild administration office, the staff continued to look into Billy's case and recognized him as a monster. Together, they decided to quickly remove the young experienced player without any problems. The man understood that it was necessary to call a hunter from China for such a case. Meanwhile, the young guys all headed to the forest village to meet new adventures. Suddenly, they were joined by an unfamiliar guy who wanted to collect additional items. Billy's friend also said that they could even get some money, but only if they caught the boss. For Billy, this was incredibly good news, but he never knew where such large sums of money could be spent. While they had some free time, the boys decided to watch a video for which they could also get extra money. As soon as the boys solved all their questions, they immediately went to meet their new adventures. Now they had a map with a labyrinth of the village they were heading to, but they didn't really want to wander around it. Very soon, a huge tree appeared in front of them in the middle of a dense, dark forest. Their new friend wasted no time in taking out his phone to take a good picture of everything. Then Billy decided to demonstrate his abilities to everyone and was ready to test the tree in front of him. As soon as the young man touched that giant tree, demons started to come out, and one of them was the boss of the forest village. The whole team was extremely happy and ran to meet their enemy. The protagonist decided to go straight to the fight with the boss and jumped right on his shoulders. One of their team members tried to record the entire battle on his phone. The young man didn't want to miss a second of the fight. A few seconds later, Billy stood in front of the guys, feeling like a complete winner and not even hiding it. Everyone thought it was just an incredible sight, but no one even suspected that a stranger from the guild was watching the whole team. This man was hired by an organization that wanted to destroy Billy, but no one counted on his monster strength. The young man had quite a few abilities without magic, as well as plenty of physical strength. The killer was now ready to meet Billy and was looking forward to this moment with great impatience. Meanwhile, the young man was in another place, but when he looked around, it seemed that there was a rather strange atmosphere around him, which gave him a bad feeling. Looking at his phone, he saw a bunch of warning messages about that place, but he didn't really care. Before going to that dungeon, Billy met with his girlfriend, and of course told her everything. After hearing what he said, she was very concerned. She was overwhelmed with worry for her friend. She knew that Billy was extremely strong, but she couldn't stop worrying about him. So she wanted him to act as quickly as possible and not fall into the trap of people from the other guild. He tried his best to calm the girl down, but it was very nice to have someone who cared about him. Before Billy knew it, a man with a weapon in his hand was standing in front of him, ready to attack him. The hero stood calmly with both hands in his pockets and, as always, a smile on his face. Billy pointed his finger at one of them and tried to warn them that they would face a bad end if they attacked him. But one of the men decided not to listen to Billy's advice and picked up a dagger and started attacking him. The young man dealt with them quickly enough and was ready to continue his little journey. Everything would have been fine, but suddenly a giant green monster appeared in front of the boy, whom everyone knew as Boss Alligator. Billy remembered what his friend had told him about the demon and its skin, which was very tough and had the effect of a spell. Gathering all his strength and using his blue glow, Billy headed for the alligator. He wanted to kill the enemy quickly, to rip off its skin and pull out all its teeth. As soon as the demon realized that he might lose the battle, he ran away, but by then it was too late. Billy was holding the demon tightly in his hands and wanted to arrange giant rides for him. The alligator was already exhausted, but still could not give up and tried to continue their fight. As soon as the hero was ready to enter the last round, metal chains immediately shackled his legs. This was the work of the killer, who was following Billy all the time. When the young man realized that something impossible was happening, he was shocked and did not understand how he could cope with the situation. The demon knew that now he had a good chance to attack the boy and just tear him into small pieces. Looking up, the young man saw a man on the mountain who was happy to have thrown his magic chains around him. The man was sure that the chains were a good fit for Billy, but he was in no hurry to tell him who he really was. A few minutes later, the enemy came down to the young man and told him that he was an incredible person who had been sent to Billy. The hero quickly realized that the man was a hitman hired by the organization to kill him. The opponent now had no doubt for a minute that the guy was very strong, as he had seen him swinging a huge alligator. But he wanted to see Billy's strength when he was bound by magic chains. He was shocked that this particular chain could not be broken, because he did not expect it to be so. The killer tried to explain that they could only be broken if he had magic that was stronger than his. The hero realized that he had just come out of the tower and could not possess magic at all, so it was probably impossible to get out of the chains. It seemed to the opponent that everyone in desperate situations looked pretty much the same, and this could not but make him happy. The man could not contain his joy and began to show everything he could do with his chains. The killer also emphasized that he was constantly killing people like Billy and therefore did not want to delay this case. He tried to direct all his strength and venom at the young man, but he did not expect this turn of events. After all the possible attacks of the young man just sat quietly and looked at him. He did not understand how his attack could not even hit the kid. Wasting no time, the killer tried to attack his opponent again and again using new methods. But it was all in vain. As soon as the young man got to his feet, the man was pushed into the trunk of a large tree. The kid made it clear that in order to hold him, they had to tie up his entire body, not just his legs. All the chains on his limbs suddenly became weak, and he was easily able to throw it all off. Having uprooted the tree and his enemy, Billy was ready to deal with the man once and for all. So the hero immediately threw the killer and the tree into the river, where a hungry alligator was waiting for them. Billy calmly looked at his enemy, whom he had just killed, although he had not used even half of his strength. A second later, he received a notification that he had finally passed the level he had been preparing for months. Once in the administration, he started talking to a girl who was not really happy with the current situation. In fact, the girl was upset because one of her partners had just been killed and they couldn't get his body out of the battlefield. Upset, the man realized that in fact the monsters had eaten his body a long time ago, and it was very disappointing. But a second later, another player had some very good information that he liked. Once at home, he wanted to take a break, but suddenly a brilliant idea came to his mind that could change a lot. Looking at his phone, he realized that he had been invited for a walk until 12 hours ago, so he started to get ready as soon as possible. At that moment, he saw his partner who wanted to know if Billy had eaten anything all day because he was constantly lying on the bed. When the young man asked him to just stand still for a while, the guy didn't really understand why he needed to do that. Then he received a message that he had finally reached the right level to continue to pass various interesting tests. But when he wanted to learn more about this achievement, Billy didn't like it very much because he didn't find anything useful for himself. The young man was upset and thought that the young man had said such bad things about him. But in the moment, the man began to apologize because he was not talking about his partner. When he was alone with his thoughts, he wanted to think things through so that he would know how to fight in the future. Sitting on the couch, he just looked at his phone so that the time would come soon and then start acting. At that moment, a very beautiful stranger appeared in front of him and politely greeted Billy and wanted to discuss something with him. She was very pleased to meet him, and the beauty also emphasized that from today she was the guy's assistant. She decided not to hide anything and immediately emphasized that they would see each other quite often. For 12 years, he had been arguing a lot, and now he had the opportunity to talk to someone who could give him many answers. As soon as the dialogue began, the man immediately asked if she could explain to him what was going on. The girl was very surprised and didn't know what to say because she wasn't going to tell him anything. Then the man lost his patience because he was convinced that she had called him because she wanted to tell him something. After calming the young man down, she wanted them to have a normal dialogue because they had a long way to go. Later, Billy agreed to let her ask him a question about their cooperation. In answering her question, the young man wanted to know who exactly had locked him in the tower, which he had to go through alone. But he never heard the answer to his question because the lady emphasized that she could not give such information to a low-level fighter. Realizing that he needed to raise his level somehow, he began to think about how he could do it. He couldn't find out the answers to the other questions either, which was very disappointing, but now he was motivated to keep going. The girl kept repeating that she could not tell him anything, and eventually it started to annoy Billy. After such a dialogue, he finally decided to ask the easiest question he could think of. But without receiving the necessary information, he began to get very nervous because he did not understand why he came here. Looking at the girl, he began to smile very much and wanted to know why she wanted the man to come to this area. The beauty began to shout loudly and emphasize that she could not answer this question. But after a while, she did emphasize that she could tell some information, but it was personal. Closing his eyes, the guy was once again convinced that he would not be able to hear answers to normal questions. At that moment, the girl emphasized that she could tell some more information about another man who also played an important role. She said that now the young man held a very easy position and could eventually be promoted and learn what he had come here for. Having received a wave of motivation, he began to ask more questions to understand how he had to get there. Realizing that he had to find one very important person, he realized that the task would not be easy. He had to make a decision in the moment and realized that he had to risk his future. When they got together again with their friends, they decided to discuss how they could safely complete this task. Billy heard a lot of new words in that dialogue and wanted to ask better what it meant. The colleague sitting next to him was surprised because he had never asked such a question before. so it seemed strange to many people. Meanwhile, the other competitors were already conceiving their plan, although some of them often did not control their emotions and lost their temper. The head of the institution was furious because they had sent the best man who could kill, but unfortunately, even he failed to do so. No one wanted to blame anyone because everyone realized that some of the fighters were actually very strong, but the manager still didn't like it. The worker had no choice but to shake his head and apologize for his behavior, even though he had done nothing wrong. The man was incredibly angry, so he decided to ask who from their team could have killed this player who was constantly bothering them. At that moment, he was ready to pay a large sum of money, but the most important thing was to find the right person. After that, the manager wanted to hear that the workers understood what needed to be done because it was very important. Only after that, he could sit down calmly on a chair and take a break from all these negative thoughts. But a second later, they all began to realize that there might be a situation that could again break their plans. Unfortunately, none of them could control this situation properly, even though the other fighters were doing well. The partner showed Billy what he could get if he passed the test in the maze, and it turned out to be an interesting ring. Then the whole team was surprised and began to discuss with great initiative how expensive it was. One of the fighters suggested that there must have been many different resources in the dungeon that could have helped them. At that moment, Billy didn't want to argue with anyone because he wasn't very knowledgeable about such interesting jewelry. His colleague decided to help him and then told him that this thing was quite valuable. The partner was pleasantly surprised that now the guy was even more eager to continue to pass various interesting tests. It was only then that the hero began to realize that many of his partners did not know about the ice crack that no one wanted to go into. Billy began to tell that quite often different monsters came out of it, who were quite strong fighters. The girl also began to recall such stories because the boy was not the first to talk about them. Then the team began to realize that their country was no exception and that the ice crack could have affected them as well. One of the colleagues decided that they had to prepare for the worst-case scenario, so starting tomorrow, everyone had to study the crack. Some of the team members completely disagreed with him, but no one dared to argue with the man's opinion. The hero decided to rest for a few days and only then to get down to business because no one was ready for it at the moment. But other team members thought it was too risky and started arguing. Meanwhile, in another world, a worker approached the manager and told him that the 9th level of difficulty was completely ready. The boss was very happy to hear this news, but the black magic continued to affect him negatively. In fact, the bad guy began to doubt his abilities because he knew that the team Billy was on was quite strong. But unexpectedly, the situation began to deteriorate very much because the crack made itself felt. A lot of monsters appeared on the streets where ordinary people lived, and then they were forced to run away. Some of them tried to just defend themselves, but the leaders of these teams realized that this would not lead to anything good. A man with more skills decided to fight the monsters on his own and activated purple magic. In the moment, he managed to save his fighter, but it was too early to relax. Strike after strike, the monsters were getting smaller and smaller, but unexpectedly, reinforcements arrived and again prevented the heroes from winning. Some of them began to lose hope, but the other half of the people continued to actively compete to win. Unfortunately, even after some time, the monsters did not become less at all, and they continued to capture the entire city with people quite quickly. But at some point, a giant skeleton appeared in front of them with many different arms and weapons. The ordinary workers were very much shocked because they did not expect to see a monster of this level in front of them. Some of them started screaming very loudly because they thought that this was the only way they could tell their partners that they had to run away. Using his shield, one of them managed to repel the monster's attack, but unfortunately, it did not help him much. A second later, the man screamed in fear as he flew into the car with all his might. The skeleton did not want to lose the opportunity to finish the man, so it wanted to finish its job as soon as possible. Despite his fear, one of the workers decided to help his colleague who was in serious condition. Suddenly, the hero noticed with his own eyes how one of the strangers simply smashed the skeleton into small pieces. Other people were equally surprised and wanted to know immediately what kind of family had such abilities. For Billy, it wasn't really a hard job because he was used to fighting such strong thieves a long time ago. On the screen, the young man was told that he still had to go to the airport, but the hero did not expect this from the very beginning. The people who were next to the hero decided to immediately approach him and ask how he managed it. At first, the guy wanted to know what ordinary soldiers were doing in such a difficult test. But before they could talk properly, the monsters started attacking them from behind again. But this only made the hero even angrier, so he started fighting for the team of good players. To speed up the process of victory, he took a big stick with which he could kill everyone at once. Some of the heroes did not understand why the boy needed it, but they could not say anything to him because they had no other plan. One of them could not understand how an ordinary guy could lift such a big stick. As soon as the other monsters started attacking them, the boy seized the moment and threw the stick with all his might at the monsters. The people were just delighted with this blow because all the monsters they saw just flew into small pieces. After that, everyone realized that they were actually facing a fairly experienced player whom they did not take seriously at first. Some of the team members were incredibly happy and now realized that they had someone in their group who could help them get through this. Billy, on the other hand, was not going to help anyone else, so he emphasized that the team had to complete the task on their own. None of the team was designed for such an opportunity, so they were incredibly disappointed by this news. The warriors needed to kill the other monsters that remained in the area, and fortunately, one of them took the initiative. With the help of a sharp blade, they managed to defeat some, but not all of them. So one warrior began to lose his energy. His partner decided to help quickly, but did not expect that there were so many monsters near his partner. While they were dealing with some of the monsters, others began to approach from behind, but fortunately, they were not the only ones fighting them. The team leader turned out to be a very strong fighter, so he easily killed all the monsters that wanted to defeat the warriors from behind. As soon as they turned their heads in the other direction, they noticed that they had a very large reinforcement. But unfortunately, some monsters were still fighting and hoped that they would be able to defeat the magic of the heroes. Fortunately, the warriors were well prepared for such a situation, although some of them were still worried. But the team that the heroes came to rescue was incredibly happy that at least someone was on their side. Everyone knew this group very well in the area because they were the best warriors in the world. The girl was the first to take the initiative to come up with a plan for their future actions because it was not over yet. The warriors who needed help were not standing still either, so they decided to actively help the girl. And in a second, they had a very large team that had to defeat the demons. One of the warriors decided to warn everyone that they had to hurry up as time was running out. The situation was getting more and more difficult, so the team wasted no time in attacking the enemy. There were more and more demons attacking, so some hunters tried to do their best. The fire began to cover everything around, so they had to act much faster. A girl from the team decided to help her friends a little and used her lightning. While Billy was dealing with the demons, he hoped that his teammates could cope without him. Standing in front of the abyss, it seemed to him that it would be more correct for him to go down into it, even though it was very dangerous. Suddenly, he even noticed the path along which all the demons were climbing up and decided that he had to come up with a plan. As soon as he saw the car next to him, he knew he could use it. Tearing off both doors, he was satisfied that he could use them like wings. So he flew down. As Billy descended, he began to destroy the demons one by one with his blue light. Looking closely, Billy saw the demons he had been throwing down before, and then he noticed the bottom of the crack. Suddenly, a powerful demon appeared in front of the hero and was heading toward him. It was the Mountaineer Crimson Horse. Billy wasn't scared at all. He immediately realized that it would not be difficult for him to deal with this monster. The enemy very quickly began to feel the guy's blows on his face, but was ready to strike back. The hero did not expect it at all. The demon realized that he now had an advantage over the boy and continued to attack him. The enemy had quite large and sharp teeth, and its entire body was covered with huge spikes that could tear through the entire body. Billy looked at the demon intently and did not understand it at all, but he knew that it was just some kind of nightmare. As soon as the hero extended his fist to attack the monster, it immediately grabbed him and was not going to let go. The situation was becoming very tense, and the guy did not understand how he could get out of it. Everything Billy tried on the monster did not bring a satisfactory result. He was safe and sound. Now it was clear to the young man that the opponent was too strong and significantly different from those in the tower. He needed a few minutes to gather his strength and thoughts. Rising to his feet, the young man pointed his finger at his enemy and said that now would be the end of their fight, and the winner would definitely not be a monster. Billy decided to use a technique he hadn't wanted to use before, but this time he had no choice. While he was once in a locked tower, he knew that he could only get out of it if he created his own martial arts. So this was the way out. Now he knew for sure that he would be able to use it all against his opponent and defeat him. Billy walked purposefully toward his goal and knew that he could soon get out of that place. When he was in the tower, he used everything he could and thus began to accumulate his fighting skills. But he knew only incredible things about martial arts, which he could only see on TV and various movies, but he was not interested in all that. For him, the main thing was to hope that everything could work out if he managed to become a master. The young man began to use fake techniques that first came to his mind. It was on the monster that Billy wanted to use a fatal blow, but it turned out to be a waste of time. A few minutes later, the young man tried to perform a magic ritual on the enemy, but it was also ineffective. The skills the hero used against the demons at that time could have protected the tower. But at that moment, he did not want to remember his past at all. He had to confront his enemy and try to survive in that difficult battle. Everything happened very quickly, and Billy still managed to defeat that king. As soon as it was over, the young man stood over a huge abyss and realized that it was good that no one was there. He did not want to demonstrate all his habits from his past life. He realized that after killing the Crimson King, he could get all the normal answers to his questions, and it made him feel much better. But as soon as he looked up, he immediately noticed an unfamiliar object watching him. It was all the guild members who could observe the hero and could not believe that they had seen it with their own eyes. One of the guild members even brought not an analysis of their department, but the result of an official skills test from the association. But all of this did not satisfy the boss of their team at all, and he started yelling at all his employees as usual. In fact, it was hard to believe that a young man wearing only a tracksuit and no magic could deal with various demons like that. Now they all understood that Billy had remarkable strength, but they still had something else that could interfere with all his abilities. So the manager decided to give an order for all his colleagues to waste no time and take action. The next day, the association was holding an event to honor the hunters for all their services. Billy just couldn't believe that at that very moment, a large crowd of his fans were looking at him. They thought the hero was just crazy and very brave at the same time, even though he was new to their team. But the boss was very unhappy with Billy's appearance and offered to buy him a new suit. The young man was very confident and always said what he thought, but others did not like it. The commander could hardly contain his anger and considered Billy ill-mannered. Having received all his gifts and rewards, he wanted to leave that place as soon as possible. Even though the boss was very angry and wanted to add something, Billy just turned around and walked away. The hero's team just stood there and watched everything that was happening and could not even imagine what he would get for it. In the guild, which was located in China, a girl was watching Billy and did not believe that he could repeat such a pose. In fact, she didn't know who he was, so she ordered to find out everything about him. She needed to get everything about him from the beginning, starting with his childhood and everything he had done throughout his life. A moment later, a young man appeared in the large room and came to tell her about the capture of their guild, and that they had managed to capture all the dungeons. But there were some losses. The enemy had kidnapped one of their best members. The mistress was a bit tough and therefore saw no point in rescuing someone who couldn't take care of himself. So she even ordered her employees to increase the speed of the guild's capture. She also ordered them not to leave any dungeons after the territory was captured. Looking at Billy's photo, she believed that she did everything because of her promise that she had once made. Billy's friends believed that he was now quite popular, and this brought some great pleasure. For him, it was just a big surprise that all the headlines were all about him. But in reality, Billy didn't really like the fact that all the journalists were doing the same thing they had done 12 years earlier. His friend tried to explain that he couldn't just walk away after receiving his award, and that he didn't come to such events in a tracksuit. Billy believed that he would never meet those people again, and therefore did not worry about his appearance at all. He knew that he would live his life exactly as he wanted to, and would not pay attention to the opinions of others. Having warned everyone that he was expected at an important meeting, he simply turned around and calmly left, leaving his friends behind. The girl was very worried about Billy, even though she knew what kind of abilities he had and that he could always stand up for himself. The friend also realized that Billy had done a lot of things, even though he had recently left the tower. The hero received the message and began to follow all the instructions, but he did not know what was waiting for him next. Very soon he met a woman, and they immediately began to discuss all his achievements after killing his rival. But when he heard that his rank had fallen to the lowest, he simply could not control his anger. With all her might, she tried to calm the guy down and said all the things the system had taught her. But in reality, it didn't change anything at all, and Billy became more and more irritated. She emphasized that since he had become a guard, she had information on how to proceed. Now, if he could handle everything, he would be able to find out everything he wanted to know. Soon, she explained that Billy would have to fight those who were climbing the tower. Although he had spent many years there, he had never heard of them, and it was a complete surprise to him. So she had to explain that this was not about the training tower, but about the tower that includes 12 floors and the ground itself. Everything he heard was very strange to him. Everyone who was going up to the ninth floor had to be stopped, so the situation was becoming very difficult. Billy started to panic. He didn't understand why everything was so confusing, and each time the tasks were getting bigger and bigger. But if he didn't stop everyone who was climbing, the floor would definitely be destroyed. It was the girl who tried to tell Billy. The young man was overwhelmed with aggression. He was well aware that if he did not agree to all the conditions, he could disappear from the planet he lived on. At some point, she was a little scared and didn't even know what to say next. But she realized that Billy had misunderstood everything. Having calmed down a bit, he wanted to listen to her to the end. But the girl did not dare to finish the conversation. Finally, she admitted that she was the manager of that very ninth floor, but she shouldn't be so depressed. Now he knew that he had been elected as a guard for his benefit and wanted to help, but he did not understand how. She also emphasized that he could get a reward for the task, and it would get better every time. But now he had to know how high a rank he had to have to find out all the information about who created the training tower and locked him in there. But if he catches everyone who climbs, then the rank will naturally grow, and this cheered him up a bit. The most difficult thing was the number of people who would be climbing the stairs, and he also knew that they were also divided into levels from low to high. In total, there were 5 ascenders of the highest level, and that's how many you had to catch to get the highest level. And the huge demon that Billy managed to defeat was only from the lowest level. As soon as he realized this, he immediately agreed to all the conditions and was ready to start his trials. Left alone, he still couldn't stop wondering if the ground was still part of the tower, and whether he still needed to save it or not. All this did not give him peace. All his thoughts were about the one who had locked him in that tower for so many years, and that's why he was ready to kill everyone who would climb those stairs. Suddenly, a phone call distracted him from all his thoughts. As soon as he turned on the TV, he saw that he was the one who was accused of killing the hunter from the guild. Gina also could not believe what she saw in the program and knew that it was all set up on purpose. She understood that since Billy had come out of the tower after all these years, he was considered an interesting person. Although all of this was troubling him, he tried to reassure himself that nothing terrible had happened. But in fact, in real life, everything was exactly the same as in the tower. All of Gina's talk was starting to bore him a little bit. She was so worried about him that she couldn't even control her emotions. So Billy decided that maybe she liked him if he received so much attention from her. Gina got a little angry with Billy and was even ready to fry him with her lightning bolts. Billy realized that she was definitely not joking and decided to stop joking. A friend showed the hero how many missed calls there were after all the residents watched the episode with them. Now the guys realized that they were also suspected because they helped Billy with the murder. One of them knew that this time they were definitely in trouble and no one knew how to get out of it. Another suggested that they just turn off the phone and ignore it all, since there were only 30 minutes left before the press conference. Other team members were not at all prepared for the fact that Billy had called the journalists and was ready to answer all their questions. But the main character's friends were sure that he wanted to beat up all the reporters and show his strength. In fact, Billy was a little offended. He really didn't want his friends to have a bad opinion of him. Meanwhile, the guild leader was pleased that they had made a bit of noise, as all the channels were talking about the suspect. At one point, he even wondered how Billy and his team felt when they saw what they were accused of. He really hoped that the young man would have a very hard time in the future, and it brought a smile to his face. But the boy was confident in his abilities and knew that he had to attack first in order to win. And the guild members understood that to defeat Billy, they had to be one step ahead of him. But the men did not expect that the hero would appear on the air and be ready to make some statements. Very soon, the guy found himself at a conference and listened to all the questions from journalists. They were all ready to ask a bunch of different questions, and none of them wanted to wait for their turn. In fact, Billy didn't know how press conferences were held, so he decided that he would just be himself. He let the surprised young man ask the first question. When everyone heard the answer, they were extremely surprised because Billy used foul language. The next journalist did not want to waste time and immediately asked about the murder of the guild member. And of course, the protagonist did not disappoint them all with his answer. Billy immediately admitted that he had killed his rival. But first, he emphasized that he wanted to speak out, and only then let everyone draw conclusions about his actions. The young man took out his phone and pressed the recorder button. It was on the audio recording that everyone could clearly hear that the man introduced himself as a hitman hired by the guild to take out Billy. Everyone present and everyone watching the conference on television was shocked by what they heard. Billy was feeling too calm and confident, and he was glad that now everyone understood and knew who the real scumbag was. The journalists did not even know how to continue the conference because now they had even more questions. But there were some reporters who didn't believe in the recordings and demanded proof. Then Billy showed everyone the phone of the person who really wanted to kill him. One of the men standing next to him became very nervous, but he did not want to show his tension to anyone. But as it turned out, the young man came to the people specifically to just show this thing, because he didn't really want to look for anyone. As it turned out, the man just wanted to fight to stay alive, not to find someone. When the guy told him that he hadn't actually killed all the monsters, one of the men started to get very nervous. Billy just reacted calmly to everything and didn't want to say anything. But then, after talking to these people for a while, he actually realized who was standing next to him, so he decided to leave the area. Holding the phone in his hands, he was convinced that he was completely right in his guesses. But the leader of the other team was incredibly angry because he knew that the monsters had already been killed, although later this information turned out to be false. The partner concluded that it must have been a special trick of journalists who wanted to find useful information for themselves. He didn't want to comment on his partner's assumptions because he just started laughing very hard at them. Then he looked up and emphasized that they should not lose their vigilance for others. The members of the other teams began to discuss what could have happened in the past to make people want to frame Billy so badly. No one in their group could give a definitive answer because everyone had different opinions. As soon as the man found out, it was complete nonsense. Then he was very surprised but just continued to eat his food calmly. When the hero started talking about the phone that could have interesting information, all the team members were very surprised. Although the young man knew that this find could help him a lot, he was sure that it was not the killer's phone. As it turned out, the hero simply took an ordinary phone and showed it to the leader of the bad team, and he believed him. The girl was very angry because she was well aware that if the phone was taken for testing, the player would be in big trouble. The man, in turn, reacted normally because he knew that no one would touch him, but the girl was still worried. The hero reacted calmly to all of this because he knew that no one would touch him, even if something happened in his life. But the girl didn't like the fact that everyone started thinking that she was too worried, so the lady decided to put everyone in their place. Billy, in turn, suggested that everyone finally eat some delicious food and calm down, because nerves could play havoc with their performance. In fact, the player was very confident in his beliefs because he knew that the team of thieves would not risk their reputation so much. Turning to his partner, he asked him to go home, but the hero had some things to do. At that moment, the partner was just worried about his friend, but still decided to trust him and go with him. The man, in turn, felt very confident in that area, even though he was actually a guest there. As soon as the strangers saw a person they had never noticed before, they immediately began to ask Billy many questions. From the very beginning, the hero understood perfectly well why he came to this area because he wanted to meet one person who was important to him. The opponents were answering him quite confidently and he did not like it, but he decided to listen to them. When the pace of their voices began to get rougher, the man looked at them carefully and realized that there would be a fight. One of them decided to attack the boy, but fortunately he managed to quickly run away from them in the other direction. No one wanted to stop there, so the angry rivals began to activate magic against Billy. The man, in turn, just stood calmly and watched it all, because he was sure that no one could do anything to him. Even when the blade of the weapon was near the hero's throat, he did not react because he realized that he was much stronger. After a little time passed, the man wanted to know if his opponents had already done what they had wanted to do for so long. But as soon as they realized that they could not do anything to the hero, they immediately began to apologize to him. Billy agreed to leave these guys alone, but wanted them to introduce him to one very important person. Despite the fact that they were not allowed to spread such information, the soldiers realized that they simply had no other choice. The hunters were still prioritizing their work, so the first thing they wanted to do was to do the job their leader had given them. Everyone on their team knew a player like Billy very well, so they were very skeptical of him, and some of them were afraid of him. The players discussed the possibility that their management might have been deceiving them all along and not telling them the whole truth. As soon as Billy came to their area on his own, he immediately showed that he had dragged their warrior with his own hands. One of the rivals liked this very much because he thought that the whole team was going to come to fight them. Looking up, the leader concluded that something strange was happening upstairs because someone was making a lot of noise. As soon as he opened the door, he immediately noticed that it was actually a very interesting place, which is why Billy felt confident. The man was immediately scared and took up his weapon to find out how the stranger got in. Using his dark magic, the young man began to tell him that he wanted to establish justice in this world. Meanwhile, in another area, there was a strange woman who was severely beaten and tied with chains. Having captured this person, the soldiers who wanted to interrogate the stranger began to ask her many questions. At first, the girl did not want to tell anything, but the leader of their team emphasized that if she did not speak, they would simply kill her. When he asked the next question and did not hear an answer, he immediately ordered the workers to start beating the girl. The soldiers understood that if they started beating the stranger, she would simply die. But the leader did not care who told him what. But at that moment, there was a very strong explosion that threw several soldiers at once. And then the man was incredibly shocked. Still, they had a few more soldiers who started to attack the man immediately. But the young man was not afraid of it at all. Having rejected several soldiers, he wanted to know why everyone was so negative towards him, even though the hero had done nothing wrong. At the beginning, the warrior was sure that his opponents would be much stronger, but they were of low rank. He clearly recalled all these events when the pagans were discussing their plans for the future, so he was not going to spare anyone. Looking calmly at his offenders, the man began to ask them some questions. When he found himself alone with the leader, he emphasized that he should quickly give him all the answers to the questions or he would kill him too. But no one was going to give up, so the group leader started shouting at all the fighters very loudly. He was convinced that they were supposed to do their job properly, but at that moment they did not fulfill their duties. Sitting at the table, they decided to discuss everything with Billy because no one wanted to fight with anyone, because it could affect their future. First, the young man started the dialogue and emphasized that the group leader should have paid him compensation for doing such a bad thing. The young man was not expecting to hear such words, so he decided to ask again, but Billy just repeated everything again. At this point, the man stopped talking, and the young man emphasized that he was not going to forgive him just like that. Holding such great power in his hands, the young man emphasized that he wanted $10 million in compensation. Hearing such figures, the manager just started shouting very loudly because he thought that the competitor was exaggerating his losses. The hero, in turn, believed that this was not a very large amount because in the future he could lose even more because of a group of thieves. He also recalled his situations with his girlfriend when she emphasized that they had lost quite a lot of money at the time. Realizing that Billy did not want to fight for him, the rival still tried to lure him to his team. But despite such a lucrative offer, the hero was not going to take the bad side and fight for the criminals. In addition, he wanted his competitor to give him the girl who had been in his custody for a long time. At this point, the man just stopped talking because he realized that the game was not played by his rules. Billy was well aware that the man sitting next to him often wanted to show his best side, but he failed. Standing up from the chair, he asked one last time if the man accepted his deal, because otherwise the young man would have killed him. When he arrived at his partner's house, his friend was immediately shocked to see the girl with Billy. At first, he wanted to know why the young man had brought a stranger to his home, but he did not expect such a question. Then they decided to put the girl in the room to rest for a while, and they wanted to talk about some of the events. While discussing their affairs, they wanted to know what they had to do next, because the test was not over. At first, the friend wanted to know how Billy managed to take such a girl with him, because the hero had never done this before. As it turned out, the guy actually wanted her to recover a little and interrogate her a little to find out more information. He also realized that it was a personal matter, but it was very important to him. Today was the day when all the monsters were recovering, so his colleague decided to go to his room and take a break as well. While looking at the girl, he noticed an interesting tattoo that he had seen somewhere before, but could not remember where. After a while, he managed to find out more about the girl because his magic helped him. He didn't notice anything strange there, so the young man continued to look at the statistics calmly and wanted to understand what was going on. But a moment later, he received an invitation that he had to accept in 5 seconds, and Billy didn't know what to do. As soon as he arrived in the new area, there was a girl waiting for him who wanted to talk to him personally. When they started a dialogue, Billy didn't realize at first who they were talking about. Leaning closer to him, the beauty said that the next day the man was going to have some interesting events. But when the hero found out that she could not tell him anything, the girl was very upset. Several times she emphasized that she had told the guy personally so that he would keep an eye on everything. The man did not realize what was going on because everything in his life had just started to get better. The girl gave the boy one more hint, namely that he should spend more time on his magic because he would need it soon. Without magic, the woman was sure that the man would not be able to resist the monsters that would soon appear in their area. Lowering her head, she emphasized that she could not say anything anymore. But that was enough for Billy. Although she knew that she had some information, this time she didn't want to tell him so much in one meeting. Tilting his head, the guy's mind fell into place and he was sure that he was ready for this test 100%. She didn't know how to react to this, so she decided that she needed to calm down. At that moment, the hero was a little disappointed in the girl, so he decided to hit her lightly on the head, but she didn't like it at all. Then he began to ask her a lot of questions to which the heroine did not know the answer. And at that moment, the guy realized many things. The woman in turn just stood calmly and looked at the guy who had just treated her very badly. At that time, everyone remembered well how Billy actually knew how to use magic, so some of them were still afraid of him. At that moment, he even wanted to know if he was really the person who had such strong magic. The girl standing next to him didn't even know what to say because she had never been an experienced person in this matter. Also, she had heard a lot of stories about people who could block their magic, but that was a completely different story. The guy who was also in the area did not understand why his best colleagues were so disappointed. And in the moment, he decided to cheer up the young man and took out the letter that came to his name. After reading this letter, they realized what the girl's condition was, and unfortunately, they did not like the news very much because she still did not come to. When the magic started to work a little more strongly, the boy still wanted to know if he would be able to unlock all his skills. Then she really thought, why not ask someone who could help her partner? The young man, who was also quite experienced in such matters, decided to help somehow, although he did not quite understand how it could be realized. Taking advantage of the moment, the man picked up the phone where he could find some useful information, but unfortunately, his plans did not materialize. After reading what needed to be done, he realized that he was too lazy to do such important things. The girl just continued to watch quietly because she did not want to add anything. In another area, the soldiers were not prepared for such a phenomenon, so they continued to fight. The heroine, who was the best prepared, decided to take the initiative of the team leader. When they started to fight, they noticed quite strong opponents who began to attack them with their magic. The surprised protagonist could not move any part of her body, so she just looked frightened. Now the girl just didn't know what to do, but the opponent decided not to kill her at first. At the beginning, the hero decided to tell his personal story and the instructions he had to follow from his superiors. Billy began to think about who he knew from Japan, because most likely the rivals came from this country. His friend realized that his acquaintance was a very unpredictable person, so he decided to take the initiative. Once they finally arrived in this country and could discuss something, one of them still did not understand why they were here. When it came to passports, Billy was a little surprised at that moment because he hadn't expected to need them either. Meanwhile, in the meeting room in Japan, people were discussing why some of the soldiers were still alive. A girl said that she had used an artifact that saved her life at that moment, but not everyone believed it. The leaders of this association realized that no one wanted to help them for nothing, so they had to come up with a personal plan. In the other world, there were other warriors who were quite skilled in fighting, and one of them was Billy. At first, he could not believe that he was facing such a strong opponent because he was not just a competitor, but the coach of many warriors. Without thinking twice, the criminal began to use magic, but the young man was not going to stand still. When he failed to make a powerful enough attack the second time he tried, the man was convinced that this time it was going to work. But even such powerful blows did not break the man, although after that he really realized that the opponent was stronger than ordinary fighters. When he started to pay more attention to his opponent, the young man immediately noticed that he moved incredibly fast. Despite this, the guy was not going to give up, so he fought his opponent to the last no matter what. The most important thing for the guy at that moment was to shorten the distance. But the warrior had calculated this scenario. The comrade who was calmly watching could not believe his eyes because the warriors had been competing for quite some time. The girl emphasized that when she fought against such a monster, she always waited for support, but unfortunately it did not come so quickly. Taking advantage of the moment, Billy wanted to move away from all the other competitors because his strength was running out. The skills that the guy had at that moment really helped him a lot because without them, he would have lost his life quickly. The opponent's aura still turned out to be stronger, and then he began to collect all his magic in one blow, which could be the last. The hero quickly decided to increase his distance a little, but in this way, he could lose his chance to win. But as soon as he had a chance to change the situation, the hero quickly approached the competitor and grabbed him as hard as he could. In those moments, he decided to try to use the power of the Lord, as there was no other way out. The opponent struggled with all his might but wanted to offer to take back all his words. Looking at Billy, he realized that he was not only an interesting personality, but also outstanding. He was the only one who forced the use of all techniques in their battle. But since the opponent did not want to give up, he decided to demonstrate another method that no one had ever dodged before. The young man even wanted to boast that everyone called him a real god of the sky and lightning, so he decided to use a divine sword. Everyone was watching a very unusual phenomenon and noticed that all the objects that the sword struck began to disappear without a trace. While the opponent turned around, Billy tried to grab his cloak and turn his body around, but he could not completely dodge. For Billy, it was just terrifying. He began to feel electricity coursing through his body. In an instant, the guy flew several meters away from his opponent. While Billy was regaining consciousness, his opponent was still hoping that the battle would end in his favor. When Billy looked at the young man he was fighting, he immediately remembered a hero from the books he had read as a child. This was the strongest fighter who had risen to the very top of martial arts. Billy wanted to show that he was ready to go to the very end and was not at all afraid of what it could end up like for him. He knew that he could not defeat his opponent with the strength he had at his disposal. But on the other hand, a competitor's lightning bolt pierced Billy's mana paths, and everything could change quickly. While the boy was locked in the tower, he learned all the martial arts, but one was very difficult to master. The technique has always helped those who studied it as a special art, and therefore it was considered one and only. At the time, the young man was still quite inexperienced and did not know how mana could flow to create a special technique. All he did was follow the path of the books he had once read and blindly copy all the movements. So for only 10 seconds, Billy thought his opponent was a master, and then he was ready to continue. The time came, and the hero was ready to reveal all his cards. He wanted to gather all his mana into one point and disrupt it in just one blow. This was the divine kick of the Lord, which put the final point in their duel. Meanwhile, the mistress was watching from the imperial palace and decided for sure that Billy could be her teacher. The girl began to recall all her lessons and the fact that she could not really hold her temper. In those moments, she thought she might just die, but it was all a long time ago. This man was the first one who taught her how to fight, and it was him she had to serve. All of her subordinates tried to tell her that after the battle, they only had the dungeons that belonged to the guild, and they had lost all the others. Realizing what the situation was, she decided to go with everyone the next time. Once upon a time, she had promised her teacher that when he entered the world, she needed to prepare a place that would be just right for him. As soon as he left the press conference, a large crowd of people met him outside. They all tried to ask him something, but Billy pointed to his friend and wanted him to answer all the questions. Meanwhile, the young man left everyone and started running fast. It was very strange for him that there were so many curious people. The girl he had saved was waiting for him and considered Billy her savior. She never tired of thanking him all the time. Sarah was kidnapped by the guild after the enemy tried to take over the dungeon she was defending. She was even bullied because of it. Billy was very interested in her tattoo on her shoulder, which symbolized that they were all under the sky. Billy's expression showed that he did not understand, but the tattoo was very important to her. Because nothing in the world can be higher than a person, only the sky, and everything else could be lower. Looking at the young man, it seemed to her that she had made a mistake, but in fact it was not her fault. He understood well that the mistake was his, since all the unkind things he had said in the middle of the tower before were now coming from the mouth of that girl. Once upon a time, when he thought he could leave the tower once he reached the heights of martial arts, but even then he suffered from the 8th grader syndrome. He couldn't accept the fact that someone started spreading his dark history from the past, and it was all very depressing. Then he remembered a person he had once saved, but who later became a member of the guild. That's why he didn't want anyone to start looking for him from his past life. A few days later, he was invited to the program to tell his story again. All his friends were very surprised when they turned on the TV and saw Billy there again. But they were well aware that everything Billy did was not really about them. When he came to the program, he had a goal to advertise something for his country. A few minutes later, he announced that he had created a new guild and was looking for new members. Very soon, there were a lot of applicants, but Billy's friend immediately refused to help him review those applications. But other comrades were willing to help, but they wanted to use dungeons that belonged to Billy in return. One of their teammates was very surprised by what Billy had created and wanted to know the reason, of course. And it turned out that the guy arranged everything because of the money that could be earned by having a guild. Many applicants were turned away, and they all became incredibly angry because they considered themselves good applicants. Everyone was sitting outside the door waiting for their interview, but they could hear through the door that many of them had been rejected. When they met the next time, the girl immediately told him that she wanted to raise all his skills and offered him an option regarding access to information. He immediately realized that it would be a personality test. There were two candidates sitting in front of Billy again, but looking at them, he had no idea what to do. But after weighing the pros and cons, he was ready to announce that all three were accepted to his team. Billy was sure that he had hired the right people who would definitely not steal money behind his back, and that was more than enough for him. It seemed to him that the newcomers didn't have to be strong because he could handle all the issues regarding fights himself. After discussing all the details of their future work, Billy's friend emphasized that if they made it to the top 200, they would be invited to other guilds. The friend also reminded them that many of those they were considering had already disappeared, but they didn't understand where. But as the conversation continued, it became clear that those guys had died trying to keep the artifact. The very artifact that needed to be captured was in the depths of the labyrinth. Therefore, Billy realized that the maze was a cemetery for all hunters. But there were those who possessed artifacts outside the maze. But such hunters automatically became murderers and could be expelled from the guild, and their names disappeared from the official lists of candidates. So the young man decided to visit one of the original dungeons that belonged to him. He was determined to implement his plans and make money as soon as possible. When he went inside, he saw two young men who did not even realize that the owner of the dungeon had appeared before them. Billy emphasized that he had to enter the territory that now belonged to him. Once in the dungeon, Billy was met by a man who was a complete stranger. They were a group of hunter-killers that the young man had never heard of before. Everyone who knew the name of their group and their history could only shake with fear. They were the hired guns of the previous hunters who had taken the first place. These men fulfilled their orders to the letter if they were paid good money. The killers were good with weapons, so if you became a target for them, you could definitely consider yourself a corpse. One of the killers looked at Billy and everything he said made her laugh. She emphasized that all of the first 50 hunters had died at their hands and considered herself a goddess in her field. A few minutes later, Billy found himself tied up by the girl's mana and could not do anything about it. She found it very funny that he asked any more questions because he did not understand the situation he was in. But all he asked them was to understand whether to kill them or not. The group of assassins did not understand who they were dealing with and decided to start their attack on Billy right away. Meanwhile, in the underground city, completely different events were taking place. The man decided to quickly deal with the girl. Surprisingly, she was very calm and was waiting for her help, which was already nearby. The man decided not to waste time and began to direct his attacks at her, which she skillfully dodged. The young lady was also ready to take advantage of the Lord's majestic power, which she also easily wielded. Just from one of her blows, the opponent flew far back. It was an incredibly good day for her. She remembered all the words of her teacher, and it seemed to her that he was also waiting to meet her. So she was ready to do anything to make it happen as soon as possible. When Billy finished his work, he brought the girl who wanted to kill him with him. It was she who could easily help repair the magic circle. As soon as Gina saw this, her surprise was overwhelming. She begged him to let her go and was ready to do anything he wanted. It was this girl who was considered by everyone to be a hunter's magician, and of course, she had stooped to killing hunters. Gina was shocked when she heard that a group had come after Billy, killing everyone they came across. But he was trying his best to divert attention to the little wizard, and they also wanted to scare her a little for better work. Leaving the girls alone, he decided to go to his more important matters. Billy decided to pay back his enemies for receiving a small gift from them in the form of a magician's girlfriend. He immediately went to the guild. As soon as everyone saw him there was a commotion because everyone was very afraid of him. Having taken out his hammer, the boy was ready to give out gifts, and it brought him great pleasure. Very soon, the hammer began to jump on the heads of everyone in the room. The people watching this spectacle were shocked that Billy was hitting them with an ordinary child's hammer. The young man stopped only for a minute and was ready to continue, as it gave him great pleasure. When the head of the guild was told all this, he simply could not believe his ears. It seemed to him that Billy's frenzy was going beyond all limits. He was in complete despair, but he just couldn't call the head office to report what was happening. But there was no time to waste. Billy was already in the boss's office with his hammer. Without wasting a moment, the young man began to pound his enemy's empty head with the hammer. Billy tried to hear why the guy had dared to send a group of killers after all. When he came to, the guild leader did not believe that Billy was demanding compensation for the outrage he had caused. But when he felt a big hammer on his head again, he immediately agreed to all the guy's conditions. The hero was not at all interested in how many people would be sent after him, but each time he wanted to receive a monetary reward for all this. The young man was very angry and did not know what to do next. He even decided to kill Billy, but he did not have the strength to do so. So he decided to go to China to bring back a man who could definitely handle Billy. This was the Dragon Emperor. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor, there were battles going on, and everyone wanted to win. And the blonde was even ready to take over the city, as she had promised earlier. But her opponent was not ready to give up and decided to move further and further. But she was so strong that she managed to finish everything in just 5 steps. She even began to call her success destruction in 5 steps, not 10. And now she was ready to take her skeleton assistants and go out to have fun after such a victory. Billy's comrade was shocked to hear that 47 ambulances were sent to the guild after the visit. But the hero was not even afraid of the fact that he could be charged for his actions. Billy was most interested in the fact that it was already time for his lectures, and it would be offensive if his salary was cut for being late. But he could get quite a bit of money for his lectures for beginners, and it all made him feel good. During the lecture, all the students listened attentively to their teacher and even tried to take pictures of everything he was doing. During the lecture, Billy was even ready to show how to catch the boss monsters with his bare hands and asked everyone to follow him. But he was a little angry when he found out that his skills were not slightly enhanced after he had dealt with the enemy. The woman tried to explain that everything was still ahead and there was no reason to worry. She also emphasized that this time the enemy was not alone, but with a bunch of different comrades. It was well known that the system created monsters to support the rising low levels and help them destroy the world. Now Billy began to realize that all of his subsequent enemies would become stronger and stronger during the trial. But he was even excited that he would be able to improve his mastery of his information. Returning to his guild, the young man noticed that the magic circle was not yet complete, and Gina was still working on it. Although her friend was not happy that Billy had interfered, he needed to see how everything worked. The girl was even pleased that she was almost finished repairing the magic circle, which was supposed to be better than the previous one. Then Billy asked her to draw another magic circle with teleportation. This was her special skill. Gina couldn't believe that she could have disappeared from that place, but she didn't. And the young man was waiting for the magician's further actions to use her abilities to go to Germany. It was there that the battles took place, and no one could win. The blonde was not in a hurry to show all her skills and even mocked all the male warriors around her. She believed that their confidence was based only on their numbers, and it was very funny to her. But she liked that men fought side by side with their comrades. That's why she decided to invite her friends to the fight as well. They were the forgotten fantasies, fears, and masters of everything the opponents were afraid of in the dark. This was the leader of the fear of 100 demons, the mystical god. Billy and Gina were actually getting tired of waiting for the magic circle to complete, but it would take another 5 hours. Suddenly, Gina noticed that the news was reporting on the emergency in Germany. And looking at Billy, she was sure that he would be able to fix everything this time too. But this time, the monster girl introduced new rules and planned to stay there for only a day. And if during that time someone managed to defeat her, she would leave her campaign and calmly retreat. She clearly emphasized that she would be in this area for 24 hours, and during this time she wanted someone to finally defeat her. With his head down, the man did not understand what was happening. He had always been a member of a German association, but they had never helped him in any way. The young man quickly began to help all the people who worked for them, because everyone understood perfectly well that there were already a large number of victims. But unfortunately, despite all this, he was unable to contact anyone, and his boss did not like the news very much. With his head down, the young man began to apologize for his behavior, but he realized that he was not to blame, but he had to obey his superior. At that moment, someone called him on the phone and reported that the aid was still going to their soldiers, and the supervisor was very pleased with this. Hearing this news, the leader's face changed a lot, and now he also had hope for victory. Meanwhile, Billy continued to do his job and was confident that he would now help all the soldiers. A second later, he noticed the big warriors with many arms, and because of this, the guy began to doubt his abilities a little. As soon as the opponent started to make some moves towards the hero, the young man immediately kicked him and threw him back a few meters. He easily managed to defeat all the opponents who were in that area, and sometimes they were too weak for him. When the monsters were no longer strong enough to compete with him, Billy wanted to talk to some of them. First, he needed to know where the girl who always threatened him and his family was. But in a few seconds, the answer found itself, because the beautiful girl had been calmly watching all this time. From the very beginning, they did not have a successful dialogue because the girl did not like that the man constantly humiliated her and said not very nice things. The hero didn't like the fact that some stranger just turned his city into a ruin that could not be restored. After a few seconds, the woman was no longer going to tolerate these words of the young man, so she got to her feet and was going to fight him. Despite his opponent, the man began to get a little nervous, although he was not going to show it to anyone. As soon as she made the first punch, the young man flew to the side quite strongly, but still tried to stay on his feet. With each step, the girl became stronger, and she saw how hard it was for the warrior to fight her. Realizing that he could not control his magic at all, the man began to lose hope of winning. But despite all this, he continued to fight, even though his strength was gradually leaving his body. The girl was also ready for such a turn of events, so she reacted calmly to the fact that Billy did not give up. At that moment, it even seemed to her that the man still failed to stop her last powerful step. Turning to the other side, the opponent wanted to accumulate her magic to make the final blow at the moment. After that, it became incredibly difficult for the young man to keep all this tension inside, but his confidence still remained. The girl used all the strength she had at that moment, and the man still stood on his feet and did not even fall. Now the girl was convinced that thanks to magic, the man was still standing and the city was not completely destroyed. But then, having gained strength and confidence, the man emphasized that the girl had to remember that he could have killed her too. Such words only irritated the girl even more, and she emphasized that the man probably did not remember the last time he lost to her. A second later, the hero began to regret bragging about such words because now it was almost impossible to resist the blow. Using all the magic he had at that moment, the young man realized that he had to fight to the very end. While he had been in the Tower of Trials for a long time, the man had mastered many skills and was confident of victory. In a second, the guy not only managed to stay on his feet, but also activated much stronger skills that the girl did not know about. She was sure that she had to end it all as soon as possible, but unfortunately, it didn't happen as she thought. At that moment, Billy even had the opportunity to strike back, and fortunately, he successfully used it. Despite the fact that the opponent lost another opportunity to hit the young man, it did not stop her. Subsequently, they switched roles, and now Billy began to attack the beauty with his magic attacks, and she, in turn, tried to keep away from them. This irritated the opponent very much because she now began to lose and then wanted to seize the moment and strike again. After the opponent really started losing to Bella, she became much more aggressive and then started doing strange things. By activating her strongest skill, she was sure that it could quickly stop the opponent. As soon as the girl wanted to take the next step to activate even more energy, the guy stepped on her foot and noticed that she was not ready. Billy, on the other hand, had been gathering his power in one hand and now used magic to seize the initiative. The man did not want to stop at one punch, so he continued to launch various attacks against his main rival. The girl did not initially count on such a course of events, so she did not know how to act. After everything fortunately ended well for the man, the girl in turn began to congratulate him on his victory. She was very grateful that the young man had gathered his strength and made a significant contribution to the creation of the future, although the hero himself did not count on it. As a result of this battle, the girl noticed that the boy's skills had grown again, and now he could move on to more difficult monsters. In fact, the hero had been working towards this for a very long time, and now his life was getting better. Now, with a big smile on his face, he was waiting for new challenges that could improve his skills even more. In fact, everything was changing a lot in this world, so the heroine wanted to show Billy what changes were waiting for him next time. The man pressed one button, and everything had to change very quickly. And then the hero began to deal with new technologies. The beauty was incredibly happy to see the first floor of the new tower, which she wanted to visit with great enthusiasm. The beauty herself was also not very versed in these technologies, but she knew which buttons to press. From the very beginning, the guy wanted to ask for more information about the future, but the girl at that moment did not know what to answer him. A second later, their dialogue turned to the girl's life. When the young man found out that his girlfriend had spent all this time in this room, he was surprised. The heroine herself didn't see anything wrong with it, because she was just living her life in peace and achieving all her goals. He thought about these words a lot, although he realized that he did not have much time to waste. After his performance really improved a lot, he started to have a feeling inside that he needed to achieve something new. Now Billy wanted to know all the answers to his questions because he had reached the right level, but it wasn't as easy as he thought. When the girl told him a lot of information, the guy thought a little bit but asked her to continue telling him everything. After listening to all those stories, he wanted to know what was the difference between his skills and the skills of the fighter who was stronger according to the girl. Unfortunately, she could not tell him this information, but the guy did not like it and started shouting at the girl. The girl reacted calmly to this because the young man was not the first to talk to her like that, but she decided to calm him down. At first, the woman thought that she would somehow get the young man interested in fighting in this team, but the man turned out to be not such a person, and then the worker still wanted to persuade her to fight for him, but then she had other priorities. Kneeling down, the ordinary worker began to tell strange stories and show photos that were taken during the fight. When the boss was no longer in the area, the girl decided to talk calmly with the worker and discuss their future. After their business was finished, the beauty went in the other direction, but the employee had some tasks to complete. The girl became very cruel because she always remembered her childhood situations when she was simply abandoned with big problems. Because of this, she became much stronger to be able to stand up for herself in this hard world, and then magic became her best friend. Looking up at the sky, she realized that now was the time to act, so she began to prepare a plan to succeed as soon as possible. First of all, she wanted to see her teacher, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, so she had a lot to show him. Meanwhile, Billy was sorting out various pieces of paper with awards he had received for participating in a competition in Germany. The partners decided to help him with this and noticed that in addition to money and some items, there was something more valuable. This time, they were convinced that the young man had received much better awards than he had received in Japan for his fights. The boy did not know how to react to this, so he calmly continued to eat and realized that he should not have stopped there. After the team had a good conversation, the girl wanted to know why the hero always left big cracks in the cities around him. As it turned out, everyone was curious to know, and then the guy said that he thought it was the right thing to do because only criminals lived in these cities. From the very beginning, Billy was generally forcibly tied to one tower, which he passed for about 12 years. His mastery of various magics had risen to a much higher level, and the boys didn't like it, but still no one was going to stop. When the young man noticed his friends around him, they again suggested that he go home because he was already spending a lot of time working. After a while, he was invited to a program where Billy was to be interviewed about his work and how he managed to win. The guy felt very confident, so he continued to do his own thing, and at first did not pay attention to anyone. And after a while, he had to do some work, so he started to put his phone away. First, they decided to discuss a very interesting episode that happened in the man's life, and he was happy to discuss it. After a few questions, Billy got really tired, and the audience could see it, so interest in the man began to wane. But it didn't take long for two men to decide to come up and listen to what Billy had to say. The masters of this clan were very experienced fighters who could even give the man some advice on what to do. But as soon as the guy heard a lot of negative comments in his direction, he was very disappointed. From the very beginning, he began to explain that they had misunderstood the whole situation. The young man constantly emphasized that all his victories came with great difficulty. When no one wanted to believe his words again, the boy decided to demonstrate his technique, and one of the masters was very surprised. First, he asked them to look at his sword carefully, because now he was going to kill everyone with it. After he told all his secrets, the guy realized that he had to leave the area because he did not want to waste time. But before he could get far, a girl wanted to talk to him. Looking at the woman, he realized that she had once offered him a not-so-good job, and now she was very sorry about it. The beautiful woman just continued to agree with all his words because she understood who was standing next to her. Billy thought that she still did not like some moments, but the girl denied such assumptions and only spoke positively about her work. Still, before leaving the place, the young man warned her not to think about leaving such a place of work. From that moment on, he always offered his help to the girl if something happened to her. When the hero met his partner, he immediately wanted to ask the man if he wanted to move to another team. Everyone understood that the guy was very lucky at that moment because he had taken a lot of securities from his main competitor. He had no intention of communicating with such a person, so he simply turned around and didn't want to talk to him anymore. Meanwhile, in the New York office, an employee came to the manager to inform him that they wanted to cooperate with him. The worker tried to do his job well and gave his best, but he still had doubts about such cooperation. When the worker was offered to try to cooperate with them, he was given the first task to come to the main castle. All the workers spoke to him quite politely and asked him to go as far as possible. When he was already at the gate, doubts began to appear inside his body, but this did not stop the young man. As soon as he saw the head of the staff sitting on the throne, he immediately bowed and said that he was the manager of a company. In fact, the girl understood from the very beginning why the man had come, and then it surprised her. Despite all this, he continued to tell her about his manager and why he came here. As soon as she heard who the man's director really was, she was very interested. After hearing this, the lady wanted to find out as much information as possible about this man who was quite a significant person. At first, the young man just wanted to talk to her normally, but the girl just started attacking the stranger in response. The woman actually did this because she realized that the boy wanted to ask her to personally kill Billy. Despite all this, the guy began to apologize to her and emphasize that she had no reason to kill him. The beautiful woman continued to look at the man with a strange look because she realized that they could not just meet here in the same tower. Kneeling down, the young man began to tell her that there were so many towers in this world that he was convinced that it was impossible to pass them all. But she was in no way going to listen to his words, so she began to use magic on the man. Grabbing him by his clothes, the lady emphasized that she was going through one of the most difficult tasks, so she was not going to listen to some ordinary worker. The beauty sincerely understood that she was grateful to her teacher, so she did not want anyone to kill him. At one point, the worker managed to crawl away from the heroine, but this did not stop her. Meanwhile, Billy was in his room with his girlfriend, with whom they were watching a program on their TV. The girl realized that unfortunately she existed in this world only as Billy's assistant who could help him at any time. The guy realized all this, but wanted to cheer up the girl somehow, so he gave her the opportunity to play on the console. At that moment, the woman wanted to tell the man something but did not know whether it was necessary to do so, and he, in turn, did not understand what was going on. After some time passed, the guy met with his company again and wanted to discuss the future. The friend wanted to know when Billy was leaving for Germany, and as it turned out, the guy was supposed to leave for another country in 3 days. The friend also decided to join their dialogue and then began to talk about magicians who could really use black magic. After listening to his partner's stories, the young man was a little afraid, but he knew that there had to be some way to get to Germany. If the guy won, then most likely 3 days after his victory, there would be an auction with a lot of people. After listening to all these stories, the man was even more motivated to win this tournament to show what he really was. The woman, in turn, did not think that the hero would prepare so thoroughly for this competition, but only then she realized that it was very important to him. That day, the man was summoned to the main guild mansion, but a lot of time passed and he hadn't returned yet. Something could definitely have happened to him. The young man who was in the room immediately wanted to kill his opponent, but this did not happen. He cut off his hand for now. The young man was a member of a team of hunters who belonged to the head office and had once been the best hunters. But the man could not even suspect why he came to him and what he wanted to do. With all his might, he wanted to escape, but so far he was not succeeding and the hunter was still catching up with him. The hunter believed that all those who betrayed their company and guild had to be destroyed. After finishing their business, they decided to head to their guild and put everything else on hold. Billy was well aware that the boss of those young men was also strong because he owned various artifacts. Meanwhile, everyone had gathered at the auction and was looking forward to it. Everyone around him made comments about his tracksuit, but as usual, he ignored them. His friends thought that he could have worn something more dignified for such events. But Billy was laughing at those remarks because it was his tracksuit that made everyone pay attention to him. At one of the awards ceremonies, the young man dressed completely differently and no one even looked at him. This upset him. Very soon he noticed that despite his level, there were no other modifications or skills. There wasn't even anything to put up for sale. Even for a more complete description, he didn't have enough level and therefore wanted to find out even more. The auction went on and on. Participants tried to buy many different items of different prices. The next item was a spear that was used to build an entire empire. It was hard for Billy to take it all in because there was only limited information around and no one could explain anything properly. So he decided to go outside, and as soon as it was over, he would find his friends on his own. Suddenly, he felt that someone was chasing him. Turning his head, it was clear that the strangers were ready to attack. Billy was shocked by this situation, as he did not understand who these people were. Very soon, one of the team informed him that they had all come to kill him, and also that each of them was among the top 30, so they were sure that no one could beat them. This even made the young man laugh. He was ready to show them all that they were definitely wrong. Once it was over, the guild boss found out that his plan had failed, and Billy was still alive. Billy couldn't leave his enemies any chance of winning, so he did everything in his power. The boss was still calm, but somewhere deep down he realized that it would be difficult to deal with a young man who had coped with two disasters. But for now it was an experiment, and he wanted to see how Billy would understand the essence of his artifact. A few minutes and that was it. All of Billy's enemies were lying on the floor, and he was as satisfied with his work as ever. The boss wanted to know how it went, but the answer did not satisfy him at all. The Demon King and the Goddess were trying to climb to the 9th floor, but they failed. From the very beginning, the manager hoped that everything would be easy enough, but it turned out not to be so. Suddenly, it became known that a new unpredictable challenge had appeared, and the taste of anticipation was really sweet. Having dealt with all his enemies, Billy immediately tucked away all their trophies. His friend was very worried when he saw Billy among all the corpses that were around him, but fortunately, the CCTV cameras recorded everything. All the cameras used a special magic that helped them adapt to different situations. Billy admitted that he couldn't control his power during the fight, so he had to rip their heads off. He was a bit upset about the fight, but the situation itself allowed him to experiment a bit and quickly deal with the enemy. As soon as Billy stayed on the horde, he immediately turned his attention to his bag of loot and wanted to take a better look at it. After sorting through everything, it was clear that all those items had similar names, and the inscriptions made no sense. Everything led to a dead end. No matter how you slice it, the hero could not find any information about the origin of his enemies. It seemed to him that something was hidden behind it all, and he wanted to figure it all out. The skills of those who attacked Billy were very different from the other hunters, and they knew in advance where he was supposed to be. So it was clear that they either worked for a guild or were just hunters for hire. But then he decided to calm down a bit and sell everything he had gotten, and then find out who sent them to him. But at some point, he just lost his temper and started screaming because he didn't know what to do next. As soon as Billy got to the guild, he wanted to meet with their leader, but he was away on a business trip. The hero was very angry and could no longer control his emotions and, of course, his strength. The assistant manager tried to tell him that he didn't know where he was, but only that he had gone away for a few days. Having solved some issues, the young men tried to come up with their further plan and find out something about the enemy guild. Later, Billy's comrade admitted that it was the guild that had taken over all the dungeons in China. The guild leader was quite strong, so they had to try to negotiate with him from the beginning. Sam recalled that once upon a time, all dungeons belonged to the state, and the procedure for transferring dungeons was much more complicated. There were even rumors that the person behind it all was the head of the Sela Guild, who was considered very influential. Once upon a time, a girl became a student and had to make a low bow in honor of her teacher, as well as 3 bows. When she was on the edge of a cliff, she hoped that her teacher would be able to help her. The girl was very worried that death was very close, but no one was going to kill her. The teacher was sure that it was time to part ways, as she had actually learned everything. Her husband was sure that she was ready for anything and could take care of herself. But the teacher really wanted her not to forget about the outside world and the fact that no one could be higher than her, except for God alone. Recalling all those events, Billy could only laugh at it all, but she was already ready to go on a new adventure. 4 whole years passed after she was released, but she remembered everything very well. The trip to the tower was a turning point, and it was clear that not everything could be solved with money. That's when the girl met the master. She was a little girl who, from a spoiled child accustomed to delicate toys, saw nothing else. It was when she met the master that he did not take care of her like a gentle father, but tried to teach her the rules by which he lived in that world. In fact, the master saved the poor girl. She was eager to help her teacher, but she realized that it would take some time. Now the young men who had been hired were trying to figure out what to do next. And for their squad, the most important thing was to fulfill their duties. Meanwhile, their leader was still waiting for good news about Billy's death, but so far he had only received the corpses of his subordinates. The young men were always thinking of ways to avoid a direct confrontation with Billy, but suddenly something started to happen. It was like an earthquake. And then, of course, the main character appeared who wanted to deal with them. The young man immediately informed them that they would all have to be brought to the mistress, who would then decide their fate. Meanwhile, Gina was constantly persuading her friend not to go on a dangerous mission. Then he remembered that his parents had once died, and he had to survive and work somehow. Everyone had some terrible past. So he decided that he would go in search of his friend and then return home. But the problem was that he had to cross the border, and this could cause a lot of unpredictable problems. Gina was well aware that Billy could handle everything up to that point, but the feeling was not very good. As soon as he got to the main guild, he was a bit stunned by what he saw. A whole bunch of unknown creatures with weapons ran out to meet Billy, wanting to hear the stranger's name. Billy decided to postpone the main case for now and deal with the guards first. As soon as the fight started, the young man realized that all the enemies had quite good martial arts skills. So he decided to show them some really good techniques that they couldn't possibly know. As soon as he got their attention, he wanted to use the divine punch of a supreme lord. But he knew very well that no one was supposed to die from that kind of power. Suddenly, when Billy turned his head, he saw her, his student, who immediately recognized him by his strength of technique and posture. The student tried to do everything she could to give her master a worthy place. She formed a guild, changed all the laws of the people. She knelt down before him and was afraid to admit that she had been waiting for their meeting all along. All 1,532 days, 21 minutes, and 30 seconds. And it was then that the moment came when she was able to bow to her teacher. She had even prepared a throne for him, but she did not expect such a reaction. In those moments, it seemed to him that the child was completely out of it and was talking nonsense. Still, she brought him to the throne, and Billy kept thinking about how much money had been spent on it, and it really confused him. He didn't really understand why he was sitting there, but he caught himself thinking that he couldn't say no to that child at all. Billy remembered well that he had once saved her in his tower, and then taught her all his martial arts. All those trainings were only one-sided, and that is why he did not try to find his student after he left the tower. With all his might, he tried to understand what to do with her now, but there was no answer to his question. Billy decided to stop her by spreading his dark story around the world. When she looked at her teacher, her eyes shone with happiness. It was immediately obvious that the girl was very devoted to her master. Meanwhile, the young man Billy was looking for was lying on the floor begging for help, but no one heard him. The student immediately told him that she had dealt with the bastard who had only mentioned the murder of her teacher. When Billy kicked him, he immediately woke up, but was shocked to see who was standing in front of him. The man began to apologize, but also emphasized that it was the little girl who was crazy. Billy decided to let the man live, but for that he had to get answers to all his questions. He wanted to know everything, starting with what happened in Germany. It was then that instructions were given in the underground bunker to capture and destroy Billy. The leader promised to give out a high-level artifact for a job well done. They all understood that destroying the characteristics was quite a difficult task, and for the sake of the artifact, the hunters even went down to the labyrinths. It was at the head office that everyone was preparing for a second raid on the mazes. But Billy's friends still couldn't decide whether the artifact they found last time was really useful. He even thought that he needed to urgently improve all his characteristics. The whole team was well aware that compared to Billy, they looked insignificant and could even be considered weak. Meanwhile, Billy and his student could not leave all the boys alone and tried to get at least some information out of them. One of them even held his leg and begged him to stay alive. But the girl was so happy because she realized that there was no way to get out of there. The man could only twist from the endless pain. The young man actually agreed with the girl and agreed to send them all to the dungeon for 30 days. Since they had resolved some issues, Billy decided that it was time to leave her and move on. It was a big surprise to her that the master was willing to leave her and wasn't going to lead with her. The master wanted to deal with the guild, which he considered his enemy from the very beginning, and then continue their conversation. As soon as Billy brought the ring, the woman knew for sure that it could not be an artifact. Artifacts were created from various objects created on the floors of the labyrinths and were also enhanced using various methods. Then he became very curious about what was happening to the floors. She could not help but admit that they were being excluded from existence. Those who were climbing had to completely destroy the floor in order to climb the tower. Therefore, she believed that this was a well-made copy, perhaps even by those who climbed to the top. In those moments, it seemed to him that he could definitely embarrass himself in front of the entire guild. Around her, the room was a complete mess. He really didn't like it, so Billy even wanted to take the console away for a while. She tried her best to persuade him not to, but it was too late. One young man from the guild was convinced that he could handle all of his boss's tasks and get a reward. Of course, the apprentice immediately noticed that a rat had started among them and could not keep quiet about it. Her anger was about to burst out, and she really wanted her opponent to withstand it. Meanwhile, Billy did not expect that all the data he had saved could be deleted so quickly. But when he turned his head, he immediately noticed that he was not alone in the room. Billy was immediately worried about his friend. The enemy tried to reassure the young man that when they arrived, the room was empty, and they were waiting only for him. Without wasting time, Billy immediately started fighting. He was ready to take them all back to the guild in pieces. But something went wrong, and he went flying down. The guild member couldn't believe that Billy was still smiling and alive after they both ended up down there. The hero understood that these new opponents were much stronger and more agile than the previous ones, but he tried not to show it. The fight went on, but the young man was losing his strength. Then he decided to try something new for them. His skill was called transformation and allowed him to move instantly. But the opponent was also a professional in such matters and was well prepared for it. The unexpected happened. One of them began to knock down all Billy's movements with mana daggers. The other one held them in such a way that Billy could not dodge them. It was really a team effort. The hero stood there very calmly and pretended that he was not afraid of anything, and the opponents decided that this was a chance to finish him off. But none of them even hoped that it was a trap for Billy. He grabbed his enemy and was ready to finish him off. As soon as the guys returned, they saw that Sam's house had been destroyed. Billy tried to explain that it was not his fault at all. He had to put everything aside and start cleaning up. When Gina saw all this, she was shocked by the situation. But fortunately, the Hunters Association was ready to pay compensation, and there was no accident at all. The girl tried her best to calm her friend down and told him that thanks to Billy, she now had a lot of work. Sam was definitely not in the mood for fun at the time, so all of his friends' jokes didn't work. Then Billy offered Sam his fake artifact to cheer him up a bit and went to the guild. Meanwhile, the young man remembered everything the scoundrel had told him. Now Billy knew who had ordered his murder, but he was hiding in an underground bunker. Billy was ready to start his investigation. When he found himself in a rather strange place, he decided that his student had betrayed him. He was not alone there. He was met by a man who was happy to see him. This was the man who wanted to kill the young man. The hero admitted that he had even met all the killers who had visited him, but they were all destroyed. The man admitted that all those guys were just bait for him. What was more important was to get to know Billy's reputation. Now it became known that he was the guard on the 9th floor. The hero was very surprised that his killer was the one who had climbed to the top of the tower. But he did not expect it to be the head of the guild. But he decided that this was probably a chance to get everything done at once. Billy was not at all afraid of what was happening there and decided to be the first to start the fight. But the man immediately noticed that his opponent was not familiar with this kind of magic, so this was his trump card. Looking up at the mountain, Billy saw a bunch of different weapons pointed at him. He admitted that for those without power, he was like a holy object, but for others, he was a loser. In other words, just a killer. Now the guy realized that it was because of all the characteristics of his opponent that he could not get close to him. Since the enemy had such a barrier, a secondary attack was definitely inappropriate and could only lead to absorption. This did not scare the protagonist at all, and he decided to reach the highest point anyway. First, he had to use a special attack to gain time. It was the best solution at the time. Billy was very curious whether his opponent would be able to withstand everything he had prepared for him. But after a few minutes, it was clear that he was failing. The man emphasized that the room was in a state of frozen mana, so the young man's actions were ineffective. The head of the guild had been watching the hero for a long time and knew all his talents, so he was well prepared for their meeting. While the young man was fighting with his enemy, the guy was always watching to know the warrior's weaknesses. The young man was sure that his opponent would not be able to activate his magic because he was in the wrong position. He, in turn, quickly got ready and wanted to use the artifacts he had in his arsenal. The hero, in turn, did not expect that so many weapons would start flying at him, but Billy did not want to give up. As soon as he wanted to strike back, he realized that the opponent had a rather strong barrier that was difficult to break through. But no one was going to stop there, and then the man began to activate his other skills that could give him more power. The opponent did not expect that Billy would be able to activate such an ability, so he began to defend himself with his weapons, which gave him more opportunities. When the man felt that he was losing a little, he decided to step aside to recover. The competitor was not going to just let the guy go, so he began to collect magic in his sword, which was a powerful artifact in this area. Everyone knew perfectly well what the consequences of this blow could be, but this did not stop the competitor. The activation took place at an incredible speed, and in a few seconds the guy became much stronger. Billy continued to look him in the eye and knew perfectly well that he would win this battle, but he had to work hard. The young man always saw what movements his competitor was making in his direction, but unfortunately he could not dodge them. Because of this, his body suffered greatly from the many blows that the man inflicted with his magic. It didn't take long for the man to realize that he had to end the fight, and then he took out his biggest sword, which could have simply killed the guy. In fact, the physical condition of the guy was incredibly bad. But despite all this, he managed to stay on his feet after such attacks. The man was convinced that the guy had little time left, so he offered him to surrender himself. After a while, Billy wanted to know why the soldier wanted to kill him, and then the man began to tell a long story. As it turned out, the warrior just wanted to take the throne of the most important person in this empire, and a second later, he wanted to finish the young man off as soon as possible. Looking at his opponent, he still continued to smile because he knew that victory would be his anyway. Unexpectedly for his opponent, Billy got back to his feet and began to emphasize that he was actually doing it on purpose. Seeing this with his own eyes, the man was very shocked because he realized that the ice that helped him so much had stopped working. But the hero did not care, so he just continued to do his job. When his strength began to run out, the man came home, and fortunately, there was a girl who quickly began to help him. Now the opponent could not track the coordinates of Billy, who was just next to him. But unfortunately, the criminal did not stop there. And after a while, the magic worked, and now he knew where the hero was. Meanwhile, the girl was already on the first floor of the tower, which many of the soldiers liked to pass. Despite the fact that his entire body was cut, the young man continued to train and use his magic at the right time. After a while, when the training was coming to an end, he looked with a smile at the girl who also wanted to take a break. After the beauty wanted to show him the area, she asked if the man didn't need to think about practicing. The hero continued to feel confident, despite the fact that he was well aware that another fight was about to happen. Noticing his old rival in front of him, Billy began to laugh because he was much stronger now. Despite the fact that he had only a couple of training sessions, the man was able to find a great skill that could help him a lot. The opponent was only enraged by these words and began to attack the hero directly in his body, but this did not stop Billy. Realizing that he could not do anything to the guy, it made the opponent even more angry, and his strength gradually began to run out. None of the heroes were going to give up. The opponent continued to attack the boy with his movements. Gathering his energy into one single blow, the young man realized that he had to take advantage of this chance. The competitor, in turn, also did not waste time and then wanted to hit Billy with his sword, but the guy miscalculated this blow. Swinging with all his might, he wanted to finish the job once and for all and never come back to it. After such strong blows, the warrior was still standing, but now he did not feel as strong as before. The man was sure that everything was over, but suddenly he noticed a man who began to regain all his strength again. Billy wanted to make his opponent emotional so that it would be easier to defeat him, and then the opponent fell for his provocation. The man's smile still did not fall off because he saw how it could have ended, so he continued to fight. The opponent did not yet realize what would happen to him in the future, so he continued to apply new skills with great initiative. As soon as he raised his eyes to look at his opponent, he noticed that he was already holding a huge weapon that could kill him. Jumping up, Billy activated his magical knowledge, and now his two fists were charged with magic. This began to confuse the opponent very much, and in seconds he no longer controlled his emotions and did not know what to do. When all the trials were over, the man wanted to take away what he had done all this for as soon as possible. But other people who were watching could not believe how an ordinary fighter could take such a valuable artifact. When Billy spotted another thief in the area, the hero quickly approached him and asked him to give him all his clothes. 3 days passed, and then the man had to say a few words to the journalists who had been waiting for him for a long time. The young man immediately emphasized that he was not going to speak for a long time and wanted to add only a few words and go about his business. At that moment, the guy turned on an audio recording where it was heard that they wanted to kill him, and then the audience began to go crazy. Billy also immediately said that it was not a montage, but a reality that he had to face. He wanted to write a statement to the police, and then he intended to see what people thought, namely how they would react to it. After a while, the guy who had promised went home to rest, and the journalist stood outside his house for a long time. Gina was very much surprised to hear such stories, but realized that her partner needed to be supported. The guy was convinced that there was no reason to worry at all, because on the contrary, he had evidence against these people. He said that this was what he expected the men to do, although he did not actually show it. After hearing the stories of his team, he realized that they did not fully trust him either, because they thought that this was impossible. Gina listened to these stories and concluded that the boy wanted to stop all the monsters on his own. In fact, it was a little different, so he decided to tell everyone in more detail about the situation. After a friend heard that Billy wanted to go outside, he offered to help him because he thought the man was not in the best condition. The guy reacted quite aggressively to these words because he thought he was in a completely normal state. But before he could go far, he noticed a girl who arrived in a beautiful car and began to thank her teacher. And all the people who worked for the beauty also began to kneel down and thank Billy. The boys' team wanted to know why the girl had so many bodyguards, but she decided to answer this question in a very detailed way. The guys who continued to watch were just surprised and did not understand what was going on. The girl knew that the man was actually one of the best teachers at the moment, so she knew that he needed to be treated well. And his student, who was ranked 5th in the ranking, also decided to come to him. But when the young man saw the girl start to bow to him, he didn't like it because he thought it was unnecessary. The girl blamed herself a lot for not being the best fighter there was, but the teacher emphasized that it was nothing to worry about. With each passing second, the girl began to scream even more and emphasized that she was not capable of great things. After he clearly told her several times that she shouldn't have done that, she stopped in surprise. Turning her head, she noticed that they were not alone in the room, so she really realized that she needed to calm down. Touching her face, Billy asked her not to think that he was treating her badly for not taking first place. In the moment, the young man did not like the fact that the girl's bodyguards were very noisy, but she could solve this issue. A second later, the woman approached her employees and asked them to behave more politely. After briefly analyzing the situation, the man realized that he needed to change the environment. Approaching one of the team's assistants, the young man said that he wanted to discuss his business with him personally. The guy always remembered the moment when he himself showed a paper at a press conference that played an important role in this case. After they talked for a while, the partner did not really understand what Billy wanted from him, although the guy thought he would understand everything himself. When the man suggested that the young man should open the dungeon for all the warriors, he was very annoyed. The boy himself, in turn, kept smiling and emphasizing that he would realize his plan anyway. Before the guy could leave the restaurant, all the soldiers were already on their knees and asked if he was okay. At first, the man asked that the woman never take so many soldiers with her, again because he was uncomfortable, and then she immediately listened to him. After a short conversation, the man realized that he already wanted to drive around the area, so he quickly went to the car. Meanwhile, the black magic was already starting to work on the man, even though he begged to be released. The warriors who came to the man again emphasized that they were going to find out all the information about Billy that he knew, although they emphasized that they did not care about the man, because they all understood that everyone had their own plans. The girl began to tell the man how uncomfortable she was to be in such a place where it was incredibly cold and creepy. After listening to all this, the young man knew perfectly well that once the girl got to such a place, she could not leave it for about 5 days. The heroine in turn emphasized that she had survived these exams and was ready to try something new again. But the guy lost motivation at times because he worked very hard but still could not reach the last level. The lady was convinced that the main characters in this world had to help him somehow. After hearing these words, he really started to feel positive and had some hope for the future. But unfortunately, he had no idea how to follow such a plan because he was not familiar with these matters. The girl continued to motivate him and emphasized that soon everything was going to happen as the man wanted. In another area, the girl decided to thank her husband and build him a huge house with many rooms. When he heard this information, he wanted to know what the price of such a house was, but the beauty emphasized that it did not matter to her. Looking at his student, he did not understand why she had been treating him so well lately. But before they could finish talking, the girl suggested that they go inside and see the interior of the house. The man's partner didn't pay any attention at all and continued to do his own thing on the phone. In the end, he said a lot of unpleasant words to the beauty, and because of this, Billy felt a little ashamed of his behavior. But when he returned to the young man's home, he asked when the girl was going to go to China, and then she realized that the man was uncomfortable with her. The young man denied such thoughts and asked the lady not to waste her time and to do something, but in the meantime, his friend came to see him. The man had been disliking this lately, as he had hardly had the opportunity to talk to his partner in person. At some point, the topic of their conversation turned to the fact that the man was about to leave for an association, but he did not count on it. The hero, in turn, began to persuade him to go on this trip because Billy was one of the best soldiers. A few days later, they ended up in America, and then the young man began to study everything in detail. Billy's comrade was very happy to see a man he hadn't seen for several years. As it turned out, it was the most important member of the Supreme Committee, and the man was actually very nice, so he decided to introduce himself to strangers. The senator also wanted to meet a girl who was also a very famous warrior in this world. But the friend wanted to know why the senator came to say hello to them, and then he told them that he was actually a very strong fan of Billy. Hearing such words in his direction, the guy was incredibly happy and grateful that everyone was proud of him. When he came to the new room, the man said that this was the place where the highest level warriors were tested, and the young man liked it. A second later, he had the opportunity to use his magic on the magic ball, which was one of the most valuable artifacts. Meanwhile, Gina was very happy for her girls who had done a great job and were ready to move on. This time it seemed to her that the warriors were not very strong, so she decided to talk to her family. The woman began to tell all the events that took place in her life, because quite often something changed in her life. Billy's close friends began to check the documents of other soldiers who also wanted to participate in some of the tests. The girl reacted calmly to this and saw that some of the soldiers were really well prepared to fight. After they finished their work, the friend decided to ask Gina something personally. At that moment, the man was very interested in what kind of gifts the woman might like and what she recommended he buy. In the office, the manager was incredibly angry with the results because all his shares just started falling because of one player. Later, when someone wanted to see him, the employee emphasized that he had told him several times that he did not want to see anyone. But it turned out to be a consultant for international associations who was a very important person. From the very beginning, the hero wanted to ask why the stranger came to this area and what he wanted to get. Having touched the man's shoulder, the international consultant emphasized that he would help him to deal with all the problems. In the meantime, the young men tried to perform a new task, but working with magic was not so easy. When the girl talked to her husband, she always continued to treat Billy well because she saw that he was going to succeed. After that, when the man said that the young man would not succeed, he was quite offended. The hero was very disappointed because he thought that all the way to this place was just in vain. When everyone had a good meal, everyone's mood lifted, but suddenly the man noticed a stranger. Then they noticed with their own eyes a giant warrior who was ranked third in the world list, and because of that, everyone was emotional. At first, this warrior decided to personally approach Billy and discuss a few issues with him, and then the guy got a little scared. As soon as he tried to touch him, Billy immediately emphasized that he was not comfortable with it and he was not going to be friends with anyone. A second later, the young man was hit quite hard, but he was able to stand on his feet, and this surprised many people. The man asked all the people in the area to start running away from this place, and he in turn wanted to stop the conflict. Despite the fact that the man flew into the wall with all his might, he still stood on his feet and was ready to fight on. In response, the guy was not going to give up either, so he started attacking his opponent, but he was counting on it. His friends who stayed behind to watch the whole thing realized what was about to happen. The man believed that he was facing the greatest demon. The divine technique was performed perfectly, but in reality, the warrior believed that he had not done anything special, so he had to develop a plan for further action. And in a moment, the young man realized that he wanted to climb to the very top of the tower to meet his teacher. Gina was incredibly happy when she read that Billy had paid a visit to the International Association of Hunters in America. Her interlocutor couldn't really understand why she was so worried about Billy, because he was strong enough to stand up for himself. The girl was well aware that this greatness could be destructive, as Billy had already managed to destroy the rotten hunting world. As soon as they finished talking about Billy, they immediately remembered their other friend Sam. It seemed to Gina that he had been behaving rather strangely lately. Perhaps he already had a girlfriend. Sam had moments when he looked quite happy, and everyone noticed it right away. As soon as the owner of the room showed up, they immediately started discussing some details. After the events of the previous day, the banquet was immediately canceled and everyone turned their attention to Billy. Soon after, his student met him at the hotel and wanted to talk to him alone. But he had more important things to discuss and went to talk to the man. When Sam was left alone with Billy's student, he really wanted to make friends with her, but she probably didn't need it at all. Sam kept looking at the girl, and at first it seemed to him that she was very friendly, but she was only happy with Billy. Then the guy immediately decided to start a conversation about their mutual friend. He was curious how the girl had met Billy. For some reason, at that moment, she was upset and lost in her own thoughts. The friends recalled how once Billy came out of the tower, he couldn't get enough to eat and thought only about food. But then everything changed and money came first. Suddenly, she decided to stop talking, turned around and walked away, which surprised Sam. Meanwhile, Billy was drinking tea in the manager's office. But he wanted to get right down to business so as not to waste time. Very quickly, they remembered another member of their organization. It was the blonde who was receiving support from both the organization and the top hunters. They also learned that their common enemy was rapidly gaining credibility. The man really wanted to join forces with Billy. The conversation quickly ended, and Billy came home to find Sam alone. There was a gift behind the couch, but it was unclear who it was for. But Sam immediately decided to switch to something else, and quickly asked how Billy's conversation went. In fact, Billy was a bit stunned by the conversation and didn't even know where to start. The young man was well aware that he could have been of great help without even joining forces. He didn't want to talk about anything else. He needed to think it over and make a decision on his own. But he was satisfied that he was allowed to teleport whenever he wanted to and to attend the banquet in 2 weeks. Meanwhile, the guild tried to resolve all the important issues and the most violent members became quiet. The head of the guild was very strange as always, and one could tell by his expression that he was up to something. They also decided together that the first thing they had to do was to protect what they had in their hands. The young man was surprised that the boss wanted his help, and in return he wanted to tell him how to control all the guild members in the future. Meanwhile, the guild head's best hunter regained consciousness in a Washington hospital. The leader immediately emphasized that he had warned about Billy, with whom he had to be very careful. Now the bald man realized that the young man had used a technique against him that pierced his entire body. Suddenly, they turned their heads and realized that they were not alone in the room. The head of the guild was now determined to get them out, to prove who was the boss and the strongest. 2 weeks had passed, and the man still hoped that Billy would come to an important event, but the young man was still missing. But his assistant was sure that if the man was not ready to come, he should have warned him in advance. There was very little time, and the congressman had to give his speech anyway. Everyone at the conference had their own interlocutor and talked calmly about everything around them. They also discussed the banquet hall, which had been smashed 2 weeks ago. Very soon, all the attendees noticed that the head of the guild appeared with his assistants. It was very strange for them to see all those men, because none of them had appeared since they broke into the top 5. Very soon, everyone started to mix in the crowd, and the situation became more and more complicated. And Billy and all his friends couldn't wait for the kid to finish drawing all those magic circles. Gina was very worried that no one would come in, so she told everyone not to disturb them. The girl was sure that if they got off track, they would have to start all over again, so they had to be careful. So Billy emphasized that she should not overexert herself and work at her usual pace. The young lady knew very well that the magic circle itself had to be drawn after the end of the day shift, and if she did it all at night, it would take 2 weeks. Meanwhile, Billy was wondering what to do with the proposal of the black man who was waiting for him in the banquet hall. Gina tried to support her friend in any decision he made, but he was very worried that no one would get hurt because of him. A moment later, everyone heard a strange voice outside the door begging for help. It was the young man who had recently been captured and had long since been forgotten. Gina decided to admit that she had closed the door because she was a little scared, and then put it all out of her mind. The boy begged for mercy and wanted to confess everything he knew, but first he wanted to go out into the sunlight. Billy immediately realized that he had only been locked up for less than a month, but it turned out to be very difficult for him. The situation in the banquet hall was difficult, with corpses flying in all directions and some people still trying to escape. Now the bald man was ready to deal with the black man, as there was nothing to talk about with the others. The assistant also found herself in a difficult situation and even began to beg for mercy. But the enemy was sure that he was doing the right thing. This was exactly what was needed to destroy the whole world. But as soon as they turned their heads, they noticed Billy and his student. Although he was a little late, he came anyway. Billy was very curious to know what was going on and wanted to know what was going on. A moment later, Billy was confronted by his enemy, who had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. Billy didn't really know who was in front of him, but his student immediately told him everything about the stranger. The winner among the hunters immediately emphasized that he was ready to kill Billy and begin his journey to the top of the tower. As soon as the hero heard that there was another person climbing the stairs in front of him, a smile immediately appeared on his face. But he was not yet a climber, but he could become one very soon. To do this, he had to leave his position and finish off his opponent. So Billy didn't even realize that the enemy's fist was already in his face. Everything happened very quickly. The two of them were so intertwined that it was not clear who was where. The young man found himself in a position where he could not do anything about it, even though he was trained in martial arts. Billy's student could not believe her eyes what was happening. Without waiting a minute, she rushed to help. But when she looked up, she saw a huge bald man standing in front of her, who certainly wasn't ready to let her pass. The fight continued. The young man tried to use all his abilities, but so far to no avail. The enemy was trying to use enhancing sensations that did not differ from those that could be felt in a meeting. But in fact, the young man was not really scared and wanted to end it all as soon as possible. Suddenly, the mana around them began to increase, and this was the result of a 2-week experiment. The fist itself wasn't very useful, but it took quite a while to use it. But you could try to stop your opponent in motion. He was very happy when he realized that his enemy's mana had increased. Everything pointed to the fact that thanks to the fist of annulment, no one could hurt him now. For him, Billy's punch was actually a big disappointment, and everything continued on. The young man ran away from the next punch much faster than the previous ones, as this move was not at all different from martial arts. It was clear that what this mana was doing around him was just flowing through the bloodstream. And Billy's opponent's level was actually much lower, so he couldn't win. It was clear to him that his opponent's stats weren't that bad, but Billy considered him a mortal man. In fact, his skill gave him an endless amount of time to train, allowing him to learn all kinds of martial arts. Hoping for his victory, he took a pose and wanted to demonstrate everything he knew, namely the true meaning of martial arts. While the opponent was chasing Billy, he decided to take a break, but he did not expect him to be so fast. He used a blue dragon kick, a circle kick, and even a blood wind kick, but Billy was still alive. His resilience was simply unrivaled. If anyone else had been in his place, he would have thrown away his sandals by now. She believed that her master had to win, because if not, she would be the next target. The opponent's body was already very exhausted, but he still hoped to use one more technique. Suddenly, his resilience began to grow rapidly. He even admitted to Billy that he had a very strong character, which no one had expected from the beginning. But at that very moment, he prepared to put Billy out of his misery and use the steaming dragon attack. The fight could not end, as Billy began to recognize movements that were under his control. Jumping up to the top, the young man wanted to pay back his opponent with his coin and use the blue dragon attack. And he definitely stopped doubting that anyone could beat him. Billy had implanted the ability to recognize his opponent's movements in his eye and was constantly watching him. Thinking carefully, he wanted to make one more move, and if not, he would definitely not win. The hero had been training well since childhood, so he was able to make everything that was considered impossible possible. At that moment, with a smile on his face, he decided to try everything he had learned. Having come to his senses, the man realized that they were in big trouble, but he knew that the girl would definitely not be able to cope with the bald man. He was ready to just tear her into small pieces, as he considered himself much stronger. But the student could not allow this monster to survive and become a threat to Billy. So by crushing its head, she tried to show that she was not a simple little girl. It seemed to her that the bald man had made many mistakes in his life, and therefore had to be punished and die in the most horrible way. And the battle of the boys was still going on. One of them tried to grab Billy, but it was just to no avail. Not every mortal could pull off everything Billy did. Only those who were really good at martial arts could do it. Suddenly, a demon with horns appeared in front of Billy. It was a descendant of a demon god. Now everything was very complicated, and the protagonist did not expect this at all. The demon was sure that now Billy would be unable to do anything. But the enemy did not realize who he was dealing with. The guy was ready to try something similar. He believed that the enemy was definitely not the only one who had such fighting skills. For him, everything was completely different now, and he understood all martial arts well. While the master went on to the second round, his student skillfully dealt with the bald giant. He simply could not believe that a little girl could do this to him. He could only scream from the desperate situation. She knew very well that it was not about skills at all, but about martial arts. The master also tried to keep up, but he felt as if his body was being torn apart. But at some point he realized that he was not able to win. Something was going completely wrong with his God technique. His body was constantly suffering. But the opponent did not understand all Billy's problems, and it seemed to him that he was getting stronger and stronger. The demon decided to try the spirit of the dead man and see how Billy would cope with it. It was immediately clear that it was no longer martial arts, but just a ball of mana that could not be used in this way. But the demon still hoped that the boy would definitely not be able to withstand it. Much to the monster's surprise, Billy was smiling, unharmed. He still managed to block all of the monster's attacks, and now he wanted to show it something new. Billy received a notification from the system that he had defeated his enemy, and his level began to rise rapidly. Now he had the list and the maze stone in his hands, but he didn't know how to use it. The battle was really hard for him, but he managed to cope. The victory was his. It was a complete surprise to the boss that Billy managed to defeat everyone he sent. He was even sure that all those who would go on to defeat Billy could be a real crisis. Meanwhile, the young man was lying on the ground, happy, and could barely open his eyes. And the boss of those who were climbing the tower still dreamed that the young man was going to reach his end very soon. All the people in the office were shocked because they did not know how the world could change so quickly before their eyes. The girl agreed because she had heard all those stories and understood what could happen in the future. The workers were only happy for their leader because they were convinced that he was going to win this time. The woman didn't want to rely on the guys too much, so she decided to take on the case herself and started thinking about what to do next. Another beauty analyzed that most of the hunters who were fighting now were simply killed and could not do anything. Meanwhile, the American lady asked Billy if his wounds were okay. The man didn't even want to answer this question because at that moment his whole body was simply wrapped in different tourniquets. The heroine promised that as soon as he was done with the procedures, she would be able to come back to him. And meanwhile, Billy was recalling all these events. A woman who was often with him wanted to talk to him about his future plans. But he, in turn, did not really want to talk about it because he realized that the new monsters would be much stronger. After a while, the young man wanted to ask the girl if she had noticed any new skills he had acquired during this time. When Billy opened the status window, he was very disappointed because he saw almost nothing new there, and he didn't like it. The beauty still wanted to motivate him to move on and ignore all these events. But after a while, she tilted her head and emphasized that she wanted to say something. But it was very difficult for the beautiful girl to say it all, so Billy had to draw out one word at a time to find out the truth. The student decided to come to visit her master, but she noticed that he was not feeling well at the time. Several times she wanted to know if he was okay, but the guy kept saying that he had just choked on his food. He knew that soon he would have to give interviews to various journalists, so he wanted to prepare for such an event. When he realized that there would be a lot of people, it started to annoy him, but he couldn't get away from it, so he continued to control himself. Later, he asked that all these people who had already started to surround him move away a little and give him some peace. So far, the guy was still not feeling very well and was not going to fulfill all the requests of his friends. But before he could finish speaking, the journalist started interrupting him, and he did not like it because he did not tolerate such treatment. The worker who tried to get at least a few words out of the boy realized that he would be uncomfortable answering such questions. But the hero didn't get confused in response, so he decided to ask his friend even more awkward questions. When he began to realize that he would not be able to do his job, it began to irritate the man. Looking at the way his friend communicated, the young man concluded that he had begun to change for the better. Before he could finish watching the video, he noticed that Billy came to him again, which surprised the man. The girl also tried to be with the hero because he was still her trainer and treated her very well at times. Meanwhile, in another area, the beauty wanted to become a student of one of the best masters in the world. At times, the hero himself was disappointed because he wanted to talk to Billy, but he was not always ready for such dialogues. The man continued to feel normal and touch his student's head, who was always by his side. Sam, in turn, was working on his phone as usual and realized that he needed to be more polite to Billy now. Meanwhile, the other men in the area were thinking about their next steps for the future. Meanwhile, the man who held a normal position in the company continued to help workers who wanted to know personal information. But before they could do their job, Billy decided to visit his friends and talk to them personally. But at that moment, the man was in no mood to talk to anyone, so he lowered his head and asked the young man to wait. The hero began to laugh at these words because he realized that he was the most important person here and wanted to be treated in a special way. From that moment on, he asked the worker to simply answer yes or no, and then he did not understand what he was saying at all. Also, the hero did not fulfill one task, and the worker began to get very angry because he realized that it was almost unrealistic. The man always carried dirt on every criminal, so he decided to let the worker listen to his secret recording again. Over time, the young man realized that if someone did not follow his instructions, the situation would only get worse and no one would like it. The man never showed anything negative on his face, but inside he was just burning because he knew he had more power. Meanwhile, in another area, a laborer knelt down in front of the girl and told her what the situation was. She thanked the worker for a very good job because she really appreciated that he always listened to her. The girl also noticed that Billy was slowly becoming a different person, and she liked it a lot. Turning her head to the other side, she noticed on the tablet how the man was showing evidence that something was still not normal. After watching the video, she realized that the other team also wanted to make a statement, but used dirty methods to do so. After listening to his supervisor's advice, he asked if the worker could ask a few questions. What the girl said surprised him, but he realized that he would do everything in his power because it was very important to him. Once in the same room with his friend, Sam asked how Billy's negotiations went and how his partner appeared to be doing well. Billy sat quietly and at first thought that his friend would not want to support him at all, but later it turned out differently. Meanwhile, one worker who was supposed to follow the orders of his team was horrified by what he saw. A second later, he met a young man holding a stone in his hands and not smiling sincerely at the guy. Then a worker from another team was also incredibly surprised by what he saw with his own eyes. Noticing his worker who did not do the job, the guy did not feel anything because another team was already standing next to him and wanted to take revenge. At first, he still wanted to somehow resolve the situation and offered to talk calmly. But everything turned out to be completely different because Billy emphasized that there were already guards behind him who would not let him escape. With his hands clasped over his face, he could not contain his emotions because he fully understood what was coming. The guy, in turn, was incredibly happy because he had once again shown who he really was and did not want to listen to anyone else. He sat down even closer to his opponent and wanted to find out where the bad guy had been looking for information on him from the very beginning. The girl thought that if the man really understood that he had made a big mistake, there was no need to apologize. Only when the hero picked up the stone did the opponent start telling him everything about his team. After listening to all these stories, the guy convinced himself that the other person must have known something, so he continued to put pressure on him. Meanwhile, in another area, the men were discussing further plans, and one of them emphasized that he had a detonator. As it turned out, all these memories were in the head of the leader Billy had just caught with his partner. Holding a powerful weapon in his hands at the time, he realized that he could destroy his main rivals. At the end of the conversation, the man emphasized that as soon as the situation stabilized, he would immediately inform him. Only after all these stories did the hero realize what was really happening all this time and wanted to punish the villain as soon as possible. The girl also had some thoughts in her head and did not hesitate to express them in front of the criminal. But as soon as he heard what was waiting for him, he immediately began to justify his actions because he understood what it could lead to. No one wanted to end the dialogue, so the guy continued to listen to the man he had just interrogated. The man's partner was still at large and felt fine because he thought he would not be caught. At that moment, they shook hands and were sure that their plan was about to be realized. In their minds, there was no other way out but to implement the plan, because everyone who stood in their way was simply losing. The man was laughing at everyone who stood in their way because he knew how it could end. A second later, the boy found himself in the area and politely greeted the man who did not expect to see him. The young man noticed a rather strong competitor and immediately got up from his chair and began to worry for his life. Before that, the girl had told Billy a lot about this man, so he knew how to fight him. After listening to all these stories, the hero wanted to draw his own conclusion because he knew that many of them were just assumptions. At first, the man wanted to know how the young man got to this area because no one had ever been here before. But this time, the boy did not allow the man to escape, so he immediately began to catch him. Having activated his magic, he asked the man to finish it as soon as possible so that everyone would not waste their time. But it was not so easy to fight against the opponent because the opponent activated his magic at the moment and Billy could not do anything. A second later, the opponent managed to hit the guy with all his might And then he didn't realize what was happening. It didn't take long for the young man to turn into another man and call himself the Eye of God. As it turned out, the place where they were now was completely under his control, and only then did the boy realize that he could do nothing. Despite this, the young man tried to somehow counteract his opponent, but unfortunately he failed. Finally, the guy wanted to ask how many different fighters were there who were on the opponent's side. He was not going to answer this question because it did not change the course of the game. But the guy decided to find out if the man knew about such people who were Revo staircases. The bad guy thought that the dialogue was completely over, so he began to activate his magic to destroy the boy. And after a few seconds, the black magic began to work on Billy, who was fighting for his life to the last. But at the moment he noticed that the guy started to move, the opponent decided to use some more powers. But this did not affect the young man at all, because from the very beginning he controlled the situation and knew how to act. Then with the help of his abilities, he managed to repel all the blows and also hit his opponent in return. So when he made his most powerful blow, he noticed that there was no notification that he had won. As it turned out, the enemy managed to escape from this area because he had the ability to teleport throughout space. His guards did a very good job and made sure that no one went to the man. But at one point, one girl really wanted to talk to the man because she had some questions for him. Meanwhile, in another area, Billy decided to talk to a manager who specialized in special documents. Now, Billy had a lot of different factors playing in his favor, and because of this, his mood was very high. Closing his eyes, the man realized that he had to respond to the hero somehow, but he didn't know how to do it. After he had listened to the man's story, the director wanted to know why he had come to him and what he wanted to hear. He didn't need much, he just wanted to establish the justice that was supposed to be in this world. The young man also wanted to tell many people about this situation because he thought that ordinary people should know about it. When they discussed everything, Billy decided to leave, but the man stopped him. At the time, he did not understand what was happening, but as it turned out, the director needed to know exactly where this situation had happened. Now the guy didn't want to get involved anymore, but he realized that he wanted to see this moment through. Meanwhile, the girl who came to see the not-so-good man noticed that he was quite tired. After listening to all these stories, the girl now understood what had happened, but the man insisted that he had everything under control. But a second later, before he could finish speaking, a sword passed through his body, which he had seen for the first time in his life. Touching his shoulder, the girl emphasized that she was very sorry for the man, but could not do anything else. At that moment, the woman wanted him to understand what the word betrayal really meant, because the man had never been punished for his actions. After the young man wanted to say something else to the girl, she did not listen to him anymore and just laughed because she was able to establish justice. Clutching his body, he still had thoughts in his head that he would still be able to cope with his inner state. Despite all of this, she continued to engage in a dialogue with the man, even though she knew he was about to die. As soon as she took the sword out of his body, she noticed that the man was still alive, and then she realized what was happening. When she was completely done with her work, she asked the workers to get rid of his body and clean the room. Recalling the other two masters who could also pose a threat, she realized that they had to be killed as well. Meanwhile, in another area, Billy continued to talk to the girl who was showing him the statistics of his last fights. After they decided to talk, Billy realized that his skills had increased and improved. Hearing this information, he was able to exhale because now he could at least somehow calm himself down because his biggest enemy was destroyed. The girl also noticed this positive reaction of her husband to such events, and she was very pleased with it. Now, with a big smile, he was telling her that he would soon be fighting against other rivals. She was surprised and thought that Billy would at least take some time off for himself. Late in the evening, he decided to meet with his student and ask if the warriors were ready. In fact, she was a little scared, as she was well aware that not everyone on their team might be ready. But the master believed that she alone was more than enough. She actually had a lot of power. Once he was among the green demons, he couldn't believe that there would be so many of them. When Mia saw what was happening around them, she immediately offered to deal with it herself. This was not a problem for him at all. He immediately took out his weapon and rushed to meet the green monsters. The whole team of Billy's friends was already at the scene. They realized that these monsters would not be easy to defeat. The youngest one was not at all afraid of what he saw, and was even grateful to be brought along for the ride. The master didn't want to waste any time at all and told everyone that he was going to go up to the top. He had to level up the level with the monsters' deaths. But first he had to decide where to go, since none of them had a map. The young man really wanted to be helpful, so he decided to climb up with them to show them where to go. Meanwhile, in the castle, the man was tied to a chair where he was going to be tortured. People who were not familiar with him immediately told him that it was all because he had angered their boss, and his face was a cause for concern. It was all as unclear as possible, and he decided that it was Billy they were after. Before the wig could say a word, the new torture began. The electric current just flew out of his body. The pain was simply unbearable. Tears were pouring from his eyes, and he begged for mercy. She wasn't going to stop at all, and she also wanted him to understand that all publications about her teacher had to be under strict control. But no matter how hard they tried to hide information about Billy, everyone was still talking about him around. Before he was captured, the man tried his best to collect everything he could about Billy and even write an article. He was ordered to publish stories of various kinds about Billy, as the young man was very popular for some scandals. But everything turned out to be completely different, and now he was in the hands of those who mocked him. The girl kept reminding him that they had a very high level of control over the information about Billy. The young man picked up a huge sword and decided to leave for a while, and while the yogis were gone, Mia would take care of everyone. He was in a good mood, as he had a long-awaited meeting ahead of him. But when he was transported to another world, everything around him looked much larger than he had imagined. Turning a little in the other direction, Billy immediately noticed the man he had come for. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor, a huge dragon was starting its fight. The dragon did not realize who the young man was who stood in front of him. The young man had a lot of energy and was ready to deal with that monster. He was sure that the lizard had never seen what he was about to demonstrate to himself. Before the demon was a great divine sage who had conquered the heavens. Billy went about his business, and his enemy was very surprised. No one expected such a meeting. All the abilities of this young man could be traveling back in time and learning martial arts. The man did not believe that Billy would find him. They both thought each other dead after their battle, but it turned out to be quite different. Billy decided to be calm and analyze the whole situation better. They couldn't really know each other. Then he immediately recalled that the source effect had been degraded in the past, but he couldn't understand what this situation was. In fact, he had come there to learn new arts, so he didn't want to aggravate the situation, but to get down to business. But his friend took it as a joke and wasn't even going to react to it. Billy knew in his heart that no one would want to teach any arts to their killer. The rival could not stand their conversation. He considered Billy to be one of the participants in the shameful conversations about being a teacher, and that's why he had such an attitude. He was not easily scared away. He constantly stood his ground. From the outside, it was even noticeable that he had matured a bit and became a man. The young man also behaved too calmly for someone who had lost to Billy the last time. So now he emphasized that this time everything had to be different, and he would definitely be the winner. A little time had passed since the last battle, and he was much faster now than he was then. Billy realized that the battle might have been different, but that he would not have flown off to the big rock so quickly. Billy's opponent just stood there very calmly and just held his hand up to the mountain. It was with it that he now tried to control his power. After a few minutes, Billy felt that everything was completely different and not like the last fight. The enemy tried to explain that last time there were restrictions, as they were the ones who climbed the tower, and this time everything was different. He could not use all his strength before, as it was blocked, and now everything has changed. Later it became known that it is when the climber reaches the middle level that his power begins to be limited. The opponent thought Billy was actually a bit dumb, but he realized that he was very wrong. He was picking up everything on the fly. Now the man wanted to admit that all of his combat capabilities were better than anyone else who had climbed the towers, but had some limitations. He was really tired of this empty talk and wanted to get down to business. But the opponent was ready to show Billy everything he was interested in, but only after he could kill him this time. Killing was a great pleasure for him, but he decided to just beat his opponent to death. But so far, things were turning out badly for Billy. This was his first death, which he did not expect. Mia was very worried about her master because a lot of time had passed since his disappearance. Sam wanted to reassure her, but he didn't know how to really do it. Every time he tried to talk to her, he failed. She always reacted badly to him, so he finally decided that it would be better if they avoided each other. Every time there were some surprises in Sam's house, and he couldn't even relax having his own space. Suddenly, Mia noticed a strange bag from which something began to radiate, and a voice was heard. It even seemed that she was the only one who heard it. It was all very suspicious and didn't seem to be made for magical purposes. Still, she could not resist and opened the bag. The strange creature that was there asked her not to be afraid of it, because it was not going to do anything Mia didn't want. When she got out of the sack, she immediately introduced herself. She was the master of all demons, a magical goddess. While Mia was getting acquainted with the goddess, Billy was trying to resist a strong opponent, but it was all ending very badly. The young man was sure that Billy's attack was devoid of strategy, and that's why it worked out that way. He did not expect this at all, because he wanted to learn only a couple of martial arts techniques, and that was it. For the 100th time, the opponent decided to stop for a while, as he had thrown out all his anger. He was very offended that in this particular fight he was unable to defeat his enemy. He had 100 rounds, 100 victories. His strength was just incredible. But Billy was not the type to give up easily, and could not exactly admit defeat, even if something went wrong. In those moments, it seemed that everything was lost and he was definitely not going to be the winner. Not yet. The young man immediately warned that even if the enemy had won, it did not mean that it could always be so. Billy decided to focus right away. All thoughts in his head had to be about winning. Gathering all his strength and skills, he ran towards his enemy. And it was during this round that the opponent realized that everything started to be different from the previous one. It was a big push after death. Still, Billy's losses were increasing at a rapid pace, and his opponent believed that he was incapable of mastering his fighting skills. Then Billy remembered his childhood and decided that no amount of bullying or death could stop him. He was definitely not ready to give up or admit defeat. As soon as the opponent saw all this, he was not prepared for Billy to be so furious. There was a fictional space between them where everyone who failed stayed and waited for the next chance. No one died there. But it was a place where the concept of life and death was destroyed by the system itself. The main rule was that no one else could get there except the hosts, but Billy still managed to get there. The opponent still accepted Billy's offer, but managed to make some adjustments. From the very beginning, he did not plan to teach the young man all the martial arts, as it was a bit sad. But everything changed. Billy's eyes were always filled with sarcasm and perseverance, and then they began to fill with fear. And it was after that incident that he began to give his best. Although it was much more pleasant for his opponent to see him die, even when they reached the 700th round, the opponent did not give Billy a chance to make the decisive blow. For the 1000th time, all his martial arts were destroyed. He was just lying on the ground and couldn't move. The enemy, looking at this spectacle, was sure that Billy would definitely not be able to get up, as everything he had created was destroyed. But this is not about the main character. He stood on his feet again and was ready to continue. All this was very annoying for the man. His unpleasant feelings just grew inside him. All the conscience just led to all kinds of questions. And after Billy had killed more than 2,000 people, it was clear what that feeling was. He had been feeling this feeling for a long time, but it was quite faint, but it was actually a feeling of danger. Everything became clear. Billy would never stop fighting and would never admit he was a loser. Continuing the fight, the enemy decided to do everything possible to ensure that the young man would never be able to get back on his feet. But he did not expect to get the first defeat in their fight. Now it was clear that nothing was impossible, and for the 3,000th time he managed not to die. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor of the tower, the blue lion was having its own fight. The dragon had a broken head, but there were many more like him. This whole team had destroyed the West long ago and did the same to the East, and it took them 5 months to do it all. The blue lion announced that one of them now had a fairly high level for achievement, and all the others were recognized as only 3 demon kings. It was the blue lion who once ate 100,000 soldiers in one bite. The white elephant tasted the legendary beast with wings, and one king had to be eaten by a white phoenix. All these achievements allowed one of the 3 to become an intermediate level climber. But now they all had to make a plan before climbing the huge tower. But the blue lion was ready to go north and take care of more important things. The white elephant was to the south, and the phoenix was to the west. The little demon thought that he had to hurry up a bit, since this time he wanted to finish everything in 2 months. As soon as Sam picked up the phone, he immediately realized that the news was about Billy, and it was a warning of disaster. In 3 hours, the disaster would be in Korea. Billy was actually calm. The battle continued. In that case, neither days nor dates were important. Only the number of battles determined the time. The next punch was thrown just to distract his opponent a bit. The enemy was even laughing, because Billy already had 5,000 deaths on his record. When the enemy looked at the young man, He could not understand what kind of creature he was and where he got the strength to spend so much time in battle. Billy really should have been disappointed in all this, but the smile on his face did not disappear, even though the technique of the Thunder God was used against him. Even in this position, the guy's eyes were filled with strength, a desire to continue the fight, which was definitely not characteristic of the others. All his feelings of danger had long since disappeared, and now he was left with only a slight worry. The enemy remembered that he had once gone to heaven as a simple poor man and had seen many strange people on his way, but he had never met anyone like Billy. The enemy kept thinking that Billy was a man with an unbreakable will, but he was sure that after meeting him, everything would change. But it didn't. Everything Billy had achieved was destroyed, and he still reached new heights. But the man was not going to give up either. There were only 3 steps to fulfill his wish. All fighting skills were not flashy skills, so you could not use footwork, but rather concentrate on the 3 basics. The opponent knew very well that the techniques of the lightning god were very different from other martial arts. It was not about recovering lightning strikes, but about the natural content of one's own mana. This was Billy's 8,000th death, and his opponent hoped with all his heart that he would not get up. Looking at his hands, he realized that this was the power of his martial arts. After Billy's 10,000th death, it was clear that his technique would not disappear no matter what he did. Very soon it became clear that it was the mana that filled the opponent's body and could create lightning, as well as tens of thousands of different techniques. The last step could be used because after studying the form of the lightning god's technique, it was broken. Billy was well aware that all of his previous teachers were not like this one, and he definitely could not continue all of the martial arts training. But now the time had come, and he understood everything, the meaning of all his teacher's words. In another real world, the Hunters Association was preparing for an emergency. 31 hours ago, they were concerned that a disaster had been spotted, but the same thing had been spotted in another country. So there were already 4 disasters. The situation was really complicated, but they hoped that Billy would be able to handle it, but he could not be reached. Sam didn't know what to do either. He even thought that it would be right to warn everyone that Billy had left the earth for a while. They were surprised that it was all kept a big secret, but a month had passed since then, and it could have ended badly. Since Billy was not with them, they had to rely on their own strength to prevent a disaster. A second later, the man began to receive messages that it was almost the 15,000th death, but the opponent was still alive. As he continued to fight, Billy noticed that the number of deaths of the competitor did not change, and it began to scare him. The opponent looked at the guy and realized that he was much stronger than he had thought at first. Despite the fact that the young man continued to strike him numerous times, the man was still on his feet and was confident that he would win. But even after many attacks, Billy did not get tired at all, so he continued to fulfill his task. But the hero wanted to concentrate his thoughts to somehow survive the attack. But when he opened his eyes, he noticed that the guy did not finish his work and just let him go. And then it surprised him. After that, his old teacher wanted to know why his student did not kill him, but then Billy emphasized that he would never do such a thing. But from the very beginning, the young man did not understand why this guy called him his teacher if in fact everything was different. When they had settled their affairs, the boy wanted to leave the area as soon as possible and never see the man again. Then the man himself emphasized that he really wanted to leave the area as soon as possible, because he had already wasted so much time with the man. A couple of seconds later, the man saw his former rival simply disappear from the area, and after that situation, he thought that the young man was really crazy. Meanwhile, in the United States of America, the girl continued to control the situation that was developing in her favor. A few minutes later, she noticed a strange character appearing in front of them through a portal. The man who held a magic wand behind his back emphasized that he would not give anyone a chance to stay alive now. The girl started to worry, so she quickly started to radio that the situation was getting very bad. They decided to move on to Plan B, but then the opponent simply took the radio out of the girl's hands and she began to dislike it. Without hesitation, he decided to start delivering his first blows, which turned out to be super powerful for the entire team of people. The guy continued to do his job, but when he turned his head to the other side, he noticed a stranger. He didn't like the fact that the stranger didn't even say hello, so he got angry and decided to end it. But Billy was not going to panic because of some young man, so he calmly gathered his energy and started thinking about how to defeat his opponent. After analyzing all his abilities at that moment, the young man did not realize why he was in such an environment. Meanwhile, the other fighters from their team continued to fight the opponent, but he was much stronger. The girl tried to distract his attention and deliver a good blow, but in response, the enemy threw her back a few meters. After hearing all these events, the young man decided to discuss them with his partner, who was well aware of what was happening in the world. Then he began to wonder if it was possible for four quite strong heroes to appear in this world and start making a mess. The girl thought that these thieves must have had some kind of leader who guided them and gave them instructions. This surprised Billy quite a bit, so he decided to think about it, but he didn't know what to do next. At first, he wanted to find out how such enemies could get into Thailand, but he realized that this would not help him at all. Analyzing all the events that were happening in the world, he realized that it was not so difficult to find the main leader, so now the guy had a goal to kill the main villain. As soon as the young man began to familiarize himself with the statistics, he was very surprised and did not know what he had to do at the moment. His partner, who noticed what the opponent had just done to the girl, was quite shocked and realized that they were losing at the moment. After a while, Mia got back on her feet and realized that she had to keep fighting no matter what. At that moment, she began to realize that she was completely powerless because she did not know what to do next. Looking at her favorite teacher, she knew that he had always believed in her, so the beauty began to collect her thoughts. When he noticed that his rivals were standing up again, the demon began to shout very loudly to throw them off balance. Looking in the other direction, the girl began to hear a strange voice that seemed to emphasize that some help would come to her. But the woman decided to refuse help because she was convinced that the teacher believed in her, so she was sure that everything would work out. A second later, the beauty seemed to start transforming into another person, and her hair color became bright snow white. After she had completely transformed into another person, Mia began to feel very strong energy. The opponent was still sure that he would have enough power to kill everyone, but at that moment he began to feel that he could no longer open his jaw. Now the initiative had passed to the other team, and the girl was convinced that now was the moment to end the fight. With each step, it became more and more difficult for the opponent to stay on his feet, and in a second he just fell down. A few minutes later, the girl had an incredible strength in her hands that she had never felt so strongly in her life. Feeling like a real monster god, she was convinced that now her power was on a completely different level. Once in Mexico, the girl began to feel that she could not move her body at all. But when she opened her eyes, she noticed an unfamiliar girl with beautiful pink hair. She was not going to push the stranger away, although in fact the woman had no great desire to communicate with her. In fact, the girl was very grateful to Mia for completely killing all those people she wanted to end. Hearing such words, the woman was very surprised and did not understand at all what kind of person was standing in front of her. After a few seconds, the girl decided to return to the very beginning of their dialogue. Meanwhile, Gina began to open her eyes in the hospital a little bit, and at one point even jumped out of bed and did not know what to do. Her husband was sitting next to her at the time and knew almost nothing himself, so he asked her to calm down as soon as possible. She wasn't going to give up on this case, so she kept talking on the phone to find out what was happening in the world. Meanwhile, the man continued to stand in one place and regret that he had just abandoned everyone and could not do anything. But when he turned his head, Sam noticed another person he hadn't expected to see. Meanwhile, in America, terrible events continued to happen because the rival who had arrived in the area was still alive. But before the rival could turn his head, he noticed Billy flying at him with a fist that was going to kill the guy. But as soon as the opponent made the first attack towards the boy, Billy immediately felt how strong he was. At first, the opponent wanted to know who he was going to fight, so he asked the guy to introduce himself. From the very beginning, the guy began to openly humiliate his competitor, and this made him very angry. Activating all his magic that he had at the time, the man began to openly attack his opponent. After making several blows in his direction, the man realized that he now had much more power in his hands. Grabbing his opponent's arm, Billy seized the moment and began to attack him even more. In a few minutes, the opponent was already lying almost on his back and could not do anything to the guy who had just shown his power. He still wasn't going to give up, so he got back to his feet and started fighting Billy, but still didn't realize who he was. As he watched his competitor, he realized that he was very much afraid of him, and then the guy began to take the initiative. And with the help of his magic, he decided that he still had a chance to defeat his competitor. In response, the guy wasn't going to stand still either, so he activated his magic to negatively affect his opponent. Meanwhile, ordinary workers watching the battle could not believe their eyes because they had never seen such a force. After the battle began to gain momentum, Billy emphasized that his opponent would not be able to do anything to him. But when the opponent did not listen to him, the guy started to attack with even more initiative. Later, the attacks had much greater consequences for the boy, and he began to think that he had really seized the initiative of this fight. With the help of his magic, he decided to finish off his opponent as quickly as possible to end it once and for all. The competitor, in turn, was not going to give up, so he just stood calmly on his feet and continued to fight off the attacks. But the young man still had a big smile on his face that would not leave him for quite some time, and he liked it very much. When he realized that he was really starting to lose, he decided to finally activate all his skills that he had at that moment. Turning his head in the other direction, Billy noticed a lot of warriors who looked like each other, but it didn't scare him. When heavy smoke began to rise in the atmosphere, the opponent was already hoping that the young man was finally defeated. But then, unexpectedly, some magic began to happen again, and the opponent did not like it. Before fighting again, Billy recalled how he had fought against a strong opponent and what skills he used. That hard fight, which lasted several hours, taught the warrior a lot, so he was prepared for difficult conditions. He gathered his thoughts and expected to strike again, and then show him his true energy. When everything was completely over, the guy could exhale calmly because now he realized that he had finally won. His legs and arms were fully functional, and because of this, the young man realized that everything was finally starting to work out. He wanted to realize everything a little later because after such a fight, he wanted to restore his energy. When he joined the International Association of Hunters, he spoke with a big smile about his achievements. The head of the company wanted to ask him more about the situation in the world. When the couple decided to take a break, Sam came to them and told them that Gina was in the hospital. Hearing this news, the beauty just went into a stupor and did not know how to react to it. After they talked, Billy decided to tell her what kind of monster he had defeated, and then the man was very angry. Meanwhile, the girl was still in the hospital recovering from a serious injury. At that moment, the man continued to stand in the corridor and wait for the girl he really wanted to talk to come out. The girl recalled the events when she was very aggressive towards the man and was very ashamed of it. After thinking about all the events, he was very disappointed in his abilities because he was actually a very weak and clumsy warrior. He also didn't like the way the girl behaved in some situations because he expected her to be a different person. He had never talked about it before because he knew that Billy was much stronger than him and could do things that others could not do. Now he wanted to learn how to control his emotions and show the whole team what he was capable of. As soon as he met the girl again, she noticed that he was very excited, but that was all in the past. Billy liked this thought because he could see that his partner wanted to develop and achieve something more. But as soon as he had a chance to talk to the girl, he realized that he had to get away from this company. Noticing his skills, Billy realized that in fact almost nothing had changed, but in a second, he had a different opinion. By pressing just one button, he managed to completely change the room, and then the girl was very happy to see it. Then he wanted to know if the beauty was happy with the results, and at that moment she was very happy. The young man liked all these positive events, but he wanted to focus on his work and not be distracted by such trifles. The girl began to say her assumptions, what she thought about the case, but she did not say anything interesting. The beauty kept emphasizing that time passed differently in the other atmosphere and that one should always remember this before passing the test. The guy began to dislike this very much because if he got to this world, he would be 100 years older. But before she could finish speaking, she wanted to know if the man had managed to find out anything about the tower he had to pass. But as it turned out, Billy found out information about the leader of this tower, and it was much more valuable. The current dialogue turned out to be much more interesting because both parties wanted to hear useful information. But when the girl did not like all this information very much, she emphasized that now the man had 5 days to find out something else. Billy was very surprised, but still decided to obey the girl and do the task, and she, in turn, decided to do something too. The partner could not be 100% sure of her words, but she hoped that everything would turn out exactly as she wanted it to. In the meantime, Billy wanted to talk to his student, who could also help. When the girl started telling strange stories, the guy was immediately surprised and realized that she knew a lot too. At the moment, the interlocutor was very upset because Mia had used the ability of a master that everyone was forbidden to activate. But this information did not negatively affect Billy. On the contrary, he was glad that the girl reacted correctly in a stressful situation. She was surprised and thanked her master for supporting her in such a difficult moment. Meanwhile, in the International Association, the man asked to be repeated the information that had just been told. The Montana senator began to tell what really belonged to him in this life, and then the people standing next to him were surprised. The director tried to somehow understand his interlocutor and emphasized that he could organize a meeting with Billy. But as soon as he turned his head in the other direction, he noticed the hero standing next to him and was very frightened. In front of Billy, the man began to sweat profusely and did not understand what he was supposed to do, so he began to deny his words. At first, he decided to introduce himself properly to the young man, and the boy, in turn, decided to listen to him calmly. He also wanted to tell him something else about himself, although Billy began to deny it all and asked him to be quiet for a while and told his own story. The director could not sit there and listen to all this because he understood what it could teach him, so he decided to call the police. The hero wasn't going to listen to all those fantastic stories anymore, and in a second he hit the offender right in the face. At that moment, he didn't feel sorry for him at all because Billy realized that the thief was talking behind his back. The principal did not want this to happen in his room, but the young man assured him that everything would be fine. The next day, when the men met in the car, one of them wanted to know what the manager had said to his partner, but the answer was not very comforting because what he heard was very disappointing. Later, the young men realized that something had to be done with the manager because he was treating them differently now. Sam, in turn, was just doing his job and analyzing everything that was happening in their lives. At that moment, Billy came up to him and told him that everything was going to get better now, and he was very happy about this. With their heads down, some of the partners simply did not know what to do, because not everyone was as well off as Billy. The girl was pleased that her teacher always paid attention to her, but she also knew that she would soon have to go to another city. Everyone knew that everyone had a purpose in this life, so the young man continued to support his partners. In the end, he emphasized that he had always believed in Mia and that she liked these words very much, and that she now had a magic stone in her hands. The partner realized that he also did not want to lag behind anyone and wanted to move forward and achieve something. Once in the new area, the man quickly began to analyze the events and the people around him. Coming closer, the man leaned over to Billy and emphasized that he had been waiting for him for a very long time. Sam thought that somehow it was not fair. He had just set up everything in his apartment and had to leave. As soon as he went outside, he immediately saw the man who was Billy's enemy. Then Sam immediately admitted that he really wanted to learn all the martial arts. It was not at all clear to him where guys like Billy were on his path. Now it became known that it was not a dream at all, but he thought that a guy like Sam could not really learn everything. Sam never stopped begging. He really wanted to protect everything that was dear to him, and to do so, he needed to become stronger. Eventually, he even began to threaten that if he was refused, he would stick to him like a bath sheet until he agreed. The hunter instantly decided that he could do the same to the kid as he had done to Billy, so he offered to defeat him first. And after the victory, he promised that he would immediately give him all the future arts. Before coming to the boss, Billy had to coordinate all the issues with his bodyguard. The guy immediately realized that it all looked rather strange, and no one would pass on any information. But as soon as the young man agreed to all their terms, he was immediately invited to the elevator, which was decorated with precious stones everywhere. As soon as he got out, there were a lot of guards in front of him. Everything seemed very strange. But very soon the boss demon appeared in front of them, who was very happy to meet Billy. As soon as Billy saw her, he realized that he had had 2 female students in his entire life. When the training began, it became clear that they could not get out of the tower with such strength. But the student Billy pulled herself together and was ready to show her best. In fact, she and the master had a rather strange relationship. She was not so much a student as a good companion. And also, when they were in the tower, she kept Billy company. At least she spent 6 months with him, and then she went outside. The girl admitted that she had to get rid of Billy's enemy before he could harm him, but she didn't have the strength to do so at the time. But she definitely managed to build a huge mansion underground quite well. She also did everything else that Billy wanted. For example, a headquarters in each country, a casino where you could get money to live on. While they were talking quietly, she decided to ask him what he wanted to do when he got out of that tower. The most basic thing he would like to do is just sleep and not work for a while. He even thought that he would like to travel and have fun every day. He thought the girl had all the traits of his first student, Mia, and she couldn't get enough of her instructor. Still, he really wanted to know what she would actually do when she had such great power. The main problem was that she did not know how to use this power, because she could be the one who ascended in the Guardian. but she wanted to dedicate all the power she had and could get in the future to her teacher. Now he had no doubt that she could have killed one of the ascenders. She even decided to admit that it was a little hard at first, as the city was left in ruins after her. She didn't want to hide it for long, so she admitted that the entire city she owned was for him, Billy. As soon as he listened to what she told him, it became clear to him that she was a little off her rocker. She always wanted to meet him at the time when she could achieve everything her teacher wanted. For many years, she controlled everything and did as he had taught her. Billy held his head and did not understand why all his students were really so abnormal. As soon as she heard that he was going to leave, her expression changed a lot. She decided to accompany him for a while, but in reality, she really wanted to be right there with him. She was definitely not afraid to leave her subordinates because they were well trained thanks to her. Holding his hand tightly, she really didn't want to be without him. Meanwhile, Mia was still waiting for her teacher, thinking about all the important questions. And the bag assistant liked it very much that all the views and feelings were shared with her, because she really wanted to have control over her body for a while. Mia could not understand how the demon could take possession of her entire body in an instant. Suddenly, she stopped what she was doing when she realized that her teacher Billy was approaching. But her good mood quickly deteriorated when she saw that Billy was not alone. There was another girl next to him, and she was glued to him. Mia was just out of it. She couldn't calm down because she hadn't counted on this. The teacher realized that the girls needed to be introduced to each other. Otherwise, a huge storm could have erupted between them. As soon as he told her that he had a similar student next to him, Mia calmed down a bit and began to look at her more calmly. Even though he had never heard of any other students besides her, for him it was all crossing some kind of line, but he couldn't get away from her. She was so happy to meet him. Mia was now ready to accept all the conditions of her friend from the sack, because she had prepared herself for the fact that she would need her strength very soon. When he came to the boss's room, there was nothing but clutter around them. But as soon as she saw Billy, she immediately fell to her knees in front of him and was ready to tell him all the information. In fact, she was unable to locate the location, but she did manage to find another key. She admitted that she had found exactly what would help to establish everything, or rather the exact location of the artifact. Standing in front of the door, Gina knew that she had to bring the documents in, but she really didn't want to go in. Just a few days ago, the two of them had a small fight. The girls began to figure out who was their mentor's first student. They kept trying to resolve their issues with each other, not paying attention to anyone else. Each thought she was special. And Billy calmly watched what was happening and did not even try to influence them in any way, because they simply did not want to listen to him. The competitors were very busy. They were constantly fighting and shouting at each other, but of course it could all end badly. The blonde was always trying to convey that she was the most special and better suited for the master. But of course, Billy couldn't stand it anymore and ordered her to stop it right away. They both hoped that their master had decided to spare and had chosen the best student for himself. Olivia was very angry with the teacher when he sent her away to think about her behavior. As soon as Gina saw it, she couldn't believe that Billy was a teacher for some girls. It was all very unexpected. Having solved some issues with the girls, he could now deal with the artifact and find out the whereabouts of the creator. The girl was sure that everything happened somewhere between the 8th and 35th floor. Because from the 1st to the 9th, there was a simple basic essence. The existence of civilization was the same, but only the structure was different. For example, the entire 8th floor was divided into different dimensions. And from the 1st to the 3rd, everything was too small to talk only about civilization, but Billy did not understand anything. After thinking it over, the young man decided that he could now get to the 8th floor, but he needed artifacts. Billy was a little upset that he needed 5 of them, but his assistant assured him that they were easy to get. She also said that 2 of them even had the exact location, and the other 3 were in the possession of one person. As soon as everything became clear, his eyes lit up, and he was ready to go in search of new developments. He was well aware that some of the artifacts were very rare, and it seemed that they could take a long time. Meanwhile, Olivia kept holding on to the mask she had once received from her teacher. When Mia heard all this, she immediately became crazy again. She knew very well that Billy treasured them very much. Olivia felt very confident. She even liked to make fun of her other competitor a little. And Mia got ready to continue their fight again and finish off her rival. These two still could not calm down. They were trying to prove their truth to each other every minute. As he watched the scene, he realized that he shouldn't have brought one of them. They were both behaving very badly. Then for a couple of minutes, he thought about giving them a task to distract them a bit. Looking at each other, the girls really wanted to prove to the teacher that they were the best. Therefore, one was ordered to bring the compass of a blind man, and the other was to visit Mexico and get a silver arrow. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, he was solving some problems, but it was clear from his expression that nothing was working. A few minutes later, the assistant told his boss that he had visitors, even though he hadn't made any appointments that day. The young man immediately emphasized that it was not a scheduled meeting and that the unexpected happened a few minutes later. The noise could have even cracked his eardrums, and when he saw Billy in front of him, he was stunned. The man simply could not believe his eyes that a young man could do such a thing to his house. An investigation was conducted, and it became known that money had been paid to hold an auction, and all of a sudden, it was all revealed. Billy didn't want to hear it all from the man's mouth and immediately decided to read what was written there himself. As the assistant watched the two men talk, he decided that one of them had to be pretty good. Now the old man was well aware that this was a failure on his part. At one point, he even thought that Billy could have finished him off at that moment. In fact, the young man had originally planned to tell the whole world about the old man and bury him in the ground. But then he came up with a deal with him. Billy wanted to take the entire series of collected artifacts in 10 years, and then he could forget everything. He decided that this was actually a very good way to solve the problem. While Billy was solving his issues, one of his students arrived at the location to solve her problem. She got right to the point and said that she needed to pick up the blind man's compass. The man realized that what she asked for could be delivered only in a few days, but the girl was not satisfied with that. She gave him only 3 hours. Since the compass of the blind man was on another continent, Mia turned to her assistant and ordered him to quickly deal with the matter. Mia was well aware that she needed to get it done much earlier than her competitor. As soon as she took all those artifacts in her hands, she could not believe that she had it all in just a few days. She was counting on weeks. Still, Olivia managed to take the compass away in just an hour, so Mia was very angry. When everything was ready, all she had to do was connect them together. Once they started working, a rather strange phenomenon began to happen between them. After it was over, Billy was happy that all the information had changed a little bit. And it made her laugh, because she knew that this was the true ability of the blind man's compass. Now Billy was ready to get from the 8th to the 35th floor. The compass could show him the right way. Once in the depths of the maze, everything looked strange, and he had to go down a little more. But in the absence of light, it was unclear how much time had passed at that point. Before he left, Billy told both girls to watch the place carefully and not to go anywhere. But Olivia didn't really want to stay and asked him to take her with him. She thought that Mia could do well there on her own. Mia was still trying to prove that she was the best in the first student and had the right to be responsible for the teacher's protection. Paying attention to them, the young man realized that together they could even turn the city upside down, but he could not take them with him. Once he was where he planned to go, it was very unsafe, so he had to be careful. But for him, it was all really easy, and the further he went, the weaker the monsters came across his path. When he picked up the compass, everything fell into place, which meant that the way out of the maze was coming soon. Gina really wanted to see Billy before he went into the maze, but she was a little late. In fact, she was a little offended, because every time she asked him to contact her, but the young man does things his own way. The assistant was also a little scared, as she did not know when their hero Billy could return. The hungry spirit was already on the 8th floor of the tower, thinking that it was all too easy for him. And the first swordsman of the emperors, a master swordsman, could not overcome the hungry spirit, who was one of the strongest he had ever met. He emphasized to all his comrades not to give up. If they were defeated, their entire empire would simply collapse. The demon was just full of energy. He could not rest until he had put down all those who stood in his way. While everyone was fighting, Billy turned his attention to the sky, where there was probably a way out. The entire army of the empire had no idea what could happen next. Fear simply overwhelmed them all. Paying attention to his compass, he decided that it was time to move to a completely different place. Suddenly, Billy found himself right next to the defenders of the empire, who didn't even know who was in front of them. Meanwhile, Sam was trying to fight Billy's fiercest enemy, but he was failing. The opponent believed that the young man was even better than a zombie. The boy believed that having died so many times, he still managed to keep his will. It was courage that made the place where there was no death happy. He waved his sword constantly, but there was no victory in sight. At that time, he did not understand why he took the sword and why he wanted to become much stronger. The master kept insisting that he stop because he had no chance. Sam could not give in. He tried to pull himself together and focus all his attention on the fight. He made a decision. Until he learned all the martial arts, he would definitely not leave that place. The opponent didn't really care. He was very strong, so he could easily continue the fight. While the boys were exploring the dungeon, the girls were quietly drinking coffee and enjoying the company. When Gina turned her head, she saw a house across the street that was undergoing some repairs. Then her friend told her that there was a guild on the right and a Korean representative office of another guild on the left. Using his compass, Billy was already in a completely different place, namely the Imperial Palace. He was very surprised that after talking to the guard of the Empire, he managed to find the right place very quickly. The door opened for Billy and he saw His Majesty the Emperor himself. The Emperor wanted to thank him for saving the Empire from destruction and to organize a celebration. But that was not what the young man wanted. And when he heard that he could not get it, his mood changed greatly. He was offered to pay back in a completely different way, but for this it was necessary to resolve the issue in the West. It was the holy animals that had divine energy and abilities. They were chosen by heaven and lived a very long life. The animals accumulated holy energy inside themselves and gradually developed an intelligence that was similar to that of a human being. And it was here on the 9th floor that Mia got to. She tried her best to get to her goal. But there was a very strange magic power in front of her, and not just one, but several. Since each of them wanted to get praise from Teacher Billy, they decided to continue their competition. Each of them wanted to destroy the one who was climbing and to get closer to their teacher. But suddenly the girls felt that it was very dangerous, and they had to take their feet and run away. As soon as they noticed another girl among them, they immediately began to catch up with her. And Billy still could not come to an agreement with the Emperor, and could even afford to mock him a little. The young man emphasized that he had defeated the Rising One who wanted to destroy the Empire, and possibly the entire continent, and in return he received an attempt to brazenly use him. He also emphasized that he was a good mind reader, so he knew everything that was in the Emperor's mind. In the Middle Ages, everyone was really worried about the title, so His Majesty thought that this would be enough for Billy. But he was not from their circle, and he did not care about their titles. He easily broke the metal sword and approached the Emperor. Then they all began to shout, because no one had expected such strength from the young man. Continuing the dialogue, Billy tried to explain something else to them, namely that he should not have set any conditions. By picking up the artifact of the Layer of Truth, he wanted to demonstrate what it could actually show. He also emphasized to the guard that he definitely did not need his company and could easily figure it out on his own. But everything turned out to be quite different. The guy immediately began to apologize for his behavior and for the spoiled infusion. At first glance, Billy didn't seem too upset, so he even gave a gift for his new friend. While everyone was going about their business, Sam still could not defeat his opponent. The man was constantly looking at him and could not understand what to do with him. In a moment, Sam got up with a smile on his face and was ready to die 1,000 more times. But the opponent considered the guy a complete noob and therefore did not even consider it necessary to give out his thunder technique for him. Sam was sure that there were still techniques in the world that could actually work for him. The master didn't want to teach him any martial arts, but he did want to show him a strange thing. He had once met a young man who was stupid, but that was where his strength lay. So he decided to teach Sam a single strike of the celestial sword. Everyone else who was in the tower on the stairs had to be very careful, because even with their levels they could end up with the dead. Suddenly, a large flock of skeletons, which were capable of very terrible things, was approaching everyone there. Behind the skeletons, the man noticed something else that was much stronger. So he decided that he didn't care about winning, he had to run away. That was Billy, who was happy to be on the 9th floor. Later, he decided to return, as he had been gone for 2 weeks. Mia immediately decided to approach him and demonstrate the energy layer. But then he noticed that there was a stranger among them all who was about to climb the stairs but was caught. Students were very excited to tell him that they were the ones who had caught the criminal. At that moment, the master wanted some silence and to hear at least some explanation from the girls. Later, it became known that the International Association of Hunters had asked for help, so the girls caught another one. No one did any special abuse to her. They just bandaged her mouth so she would scream less. As soon as Billy untied her mouth, he jumped back from her screams. The girl was begging to be allowed to live. He also heard that she was without a layer at that moment and was not capable of anything at all. The students tried to explain that they had left her alive only because they could not decide who was supposed to kill her. It was very strange for him to hear that they could not decide on a killer. Looking at them, Billy realized that they had both always been very strong students, but at that moment, they were behaving like children. So the teacher immediately suggested that their captive tell him everything she knew about the tower, and only then could he possibly help her. And yet she decided to confess and tell them what she knew. She knew that anyone who climbed the tower could gain the recognition of their master, and then if they sat on the throne, they could achieve quite a lot. The girl also added that all those who won would be able to have the power they wanted. For example, goblins were the weakest creatures, but if they get the achievement, they can become extremely strong. Not only could he become the owner of a sword, but he could actually become one himself. Hearing all this, he also wanted to get such achievements and then do whatever he wanted. The stranger told him everything she knew and hoped that he would keep his word and let her live. The Tower King was glad to hear that the assistant had brought some long-awaited news. They hoped that if things continued like this, one of their subordinates would be able to enter the tower after all. Holding the layer of truth in her hands, she was sure that this was the one she had once spoken of. As soon as a little time passes, it will be possible to find out everything about the one who created it. But first of all, the young man wanted to know who put him in the tower for so many years. Now their rights to information have expanded a bit, which even allowed them to scan the magical powers on the 9th floor. Looking at the girl with the orb, Billy even thought about killing her, because there shouldn't have been any problems with her disappearance. But then she started talking about different artifacts that no one knew about, and they were on the next floor. And a few minutes later, it turned out that all the artifacts were again with the same old man whom Billy had visited. The man calmly continued to watch his other partner and gave him instructions on how to do the job properly. When the young man began to praise him, Sam was very pleased because he had never been praised like that before. After he had taught him everything he could, the man asked him to leave the area. The student, in turn, wanted to thank his teacher again because he was incredibly happy with his results. Such words were very pleasant to the hero, and therefore he could say with confidence that his student would pass the next test. Once in a new area, the guy started to get a little lost because he did not expect to see such monsters in front of him. Noticing a new victim in front of him, the demon quickly changed his target, and now he needed to kill the young man as soon as possible. Without thinking twice, he wanted to make his first strike, and then Sam, looking at him, wanted to retreat as quickly as possible. But in the moment, he managed to activate his weapon, and then the boy was ready to fight to the end. The teacher continued to watch his student and knew that he was very stubborn, so he was convinced that he would succeed. Recalling his first trials, the master realized that perhaps the young man might not succeed the first time. Meanwhile, Billy continued to look at his skills and saw that things were not going the way he wanted. After analyzing all the warriors in the area, he decided that they were not his students. As soon as he noticed Sam, he immediately decided to activate his skills and quickly fly to him. And the young man, in turn, was surprised by this ability. At first, the man wanted to know when the young man had come back to the area because he knew nothing about it. When the boys returned home, they decided to discuss their future plans, and Billy wanted to know how the young man was doing. After hearing the boys' stories about his training, the hero decided that the master was now more calm. After the young man told him some information, he wanted to know if Billy had anything else he wanted to hear about him. The young man did recall one situation, and as it turned out, it was quite interesting for Billy. The guy was not very happy with the master's answer, but he could not change anything. After a while, the man got tired of talking about it, so he asked that he and Sam start talking about something else. But a second later, the man noticed a girl who was gagged and looked very strange. Approaching the hero, the young man asked why he hadn't killed this stranger who was in his house. As soon as the beauty heard these words, she immediately asked not to be touched in any way, and then the guy began to think about her words. Billy, in turn, was not nervous at all because he knew what kind of person she was, so he wanted her to stay at his house for a while. But then the guy emphasized that he was joking, but the young man wanted to know the truth, and as it turned out, she was telling him interesting information. It didn't take long for two girls to break into Billy's house and show him something. The guys who were watching were very surprised because the girls started to immediately start a fight. Sam did not recognize the girl with pink hair at first, and only then did the master tell him that it was actually his second student. Meanwhile, in another area, other thieves were plotting to kill the team. The competitors were well aware that they had only a week to execute their plan, which was very important. One of the main members of this organization decided to offer his opinion on the situation. Meanwhile, the young man was still looking at his new friend, who was still in his apartment. As it turned out, the little animal still wanted to be given a lot of time, but at that moment Billy unfortunately did not have it. Having organized everything he needed, the man began to think about his future rivals. No sooner had the man finished his business than Gina came to him and asked if Billy had to go somewhere today. As it turned out, the guy already had all his days planned, but the beauty emphasized that she came for her magic. When the girl saw her old friend, she immediately began to greet her and chat happily. The lady was never shy about asking for help, so she wanted to ask if the girl could help her with magic. The guy in turn just watched this calmly and did not know how to react. Billy tried to understand at least a little bit what the girls were talking about, but unfortunately he understood almost nothing from the whole dialogue. Noticing the girl, he noticed that she was trying to work harder and harder on her knowledge every year, and the man liked it. Billy continued to analyze his skills, and at some point he noticed that something had finally started to change. Meanwhile, the girl had been waiting for her longtime partners who were about to arrive. The girl emphasized that today was a very important day for the guy and his team, but he really enjoyed it. As soon as she activated her new abilities, the young man was surprised because he had never seen anything like it before in his life. The friend continued to rest calmly and emphasized that now the boy knew the whole truth that she had been hiding from him lately. Now he was 100% sure that he could safely pass the most difficult tower in the area. When he managed to activate what he had wanted for so long, it began to annoy the guy, and then the girl wanted to calm him down. But a second later, he found himself in a completely different area, and then it began to scare him. Noticing a transparent person in front of him, the guy decided to ask why he was here. But unfortunately, at that moment, the stranger could not tell the boy much, and the young man did not like this answer. A second later, the stranger decided to just disappear, but the boy still wanted to talk to him. But unfortunately, there was no such opportunity. The girl was afraid for her master because she saw the state of his condition. But a few minutes later, the young man found himself back in reality and did not realize what had just happened to him. The lady emphasized that she was very afraid for the man because he suddenly fell and did not recover for a long time. Noticing that the guy came back to reality as a slightly different person, she wanted to know if he was okay. Turning her attention to the guy, she was convinced that he was definitely not telling the whole truth that he knew. Billy just calmly confirmed her words and emphasized that he needed to show what he was capable of. Having gathered all his strength into a fist, the boy now knew how to pass the test in this world. After a while, the guy decided to leave the girl and go about his business, but she asked him to wait a little longer. The guy did not understand what this request was about, but he decided to listen to the girl anyway. She began to tell him about the monsters that were really in the area, as well as about the good people who were waiting for him. The man, who was a completely different warrior in this world, decided to wait for new rivals. In the meantime, a very heavy downpour began in the world, and then everyone wanted to get to the place as soon as possible to dry out a little after the rain. A man who knew how to control magic well began to activate his abilities on ordinary people who did not really ask him to do so. Meanwhile, people who liked to watch live broadcasts about hunters noticed a new character. Then the stranger clearly emphasized that they had only 1 hour to fulfill his request, or he would simply kill everyone. Hearing this news, people were very shocked and did not know how to react. The man calmly continued to be alone with his thoughts, but suddenly a worker approached him and wanted to know the answer. Everyone knew Billy, the fighter who could really stop an unfamiliar monster that started to destroy their city. Without thinking twice, she began to activate her powers to show the stranger who he really was. But it didn't take long for him to launch his first attacks, which were supposed to give a quick result. But the opponent was not going to be afraid of anyone because he knew that he also had great power in his hands, so he continued to watch calmly. This news only made the man even more angry, and then he began to conceive his plan to kill Billy. Taking advantage of the moment, the young man struck a very strong blow and thought that this was the end of their fight. But when he noticed his opponent again, the hero could not believe his eyes because he thought it was over. A few seconds later, he gathered his strength again and was confident of his victory no matter what. Looking at his opponent, Billy first realized that he had to get him mad and then start attacking. Billy said a lot of unpleasant things to his opponent, but one phrase really hurt him, and then the opponent started using magic. Over time, he began to control his emotions a little bit, although inside the rival was very angry with the hero. A few minutes later, their conversations turned to childhood, and for the opponent, this topic was very painful. In fact, his parents had died a long time ago, and because of this, The competitor could not contain his emotions and began to get very nervous. Seizing the moment, the man decided to throw another punch to finish off his opponent once and for all. After a few blows, his body began to split as if into two parts because the attacks were really heavy, but Billy did not stop. The man continued to deliver new attacks to his opponent, and with each blow he saw a new result. But despite the fact that he used his magic, the young man noticed that the opponent began to clone his body, and then it became more difficult to fight. At that moment, the opponent seized the initiative of the battle with the help of his dragons. Billy could do nothing because the magic simply stopped his body, and then the boy screamed in pain. But this did not stop the hero, so he continued to fight, and then the competitor began to lose his opportunities. After the opponent struck again very hard, Billy was very angry. The guy realized that he had to activate all his magic and just kill his opponent with one punch. Noticing that his opponent was not standing still either, the young man was not scared at all, so he continued to attack. Having withstood one of the most powerful attacks, the opponent began to attack him again. The boy did not want to give up in any case and just calmly continued to use magic and fight against his opponent. He was convinced that he would win. The enemy also did not stand still with the help of his abilities, so another ability began to awaken. But as soon as the first attack of the opponent hit the guy, he felt how much stronger he had become. He still tried to withstand the next attacks, but as it turned out, the opponent's magic was very strong. With each blow, Billy's opponent assured him that he would never be able to defeat him. The guy just laughed at such words because he knew that no matter what, he would take this victory. As soon as the man felt that he could defeat his opponent, everything began to unfold in a different way. Emotions got the better of the man, and he began to launch a lot of attacks, and one of them was successful. Despite this, the competitor continued to stand confidently on his feet and smile at the guy. After analyzing these events, the young man realized that he could have died 32 times already, if not for his magic that saved him. Then the opponent began to emphasize that he had told him many times that no one could kill him just like that. The electric current that began to penetrate Billy's body was very strong, but the young man continued to fight. Despite this, the opponent was already 100% sure of his victory because he saw how the boy was getting weaker. Billy was gritting his teeth and trying to hold on and not scream from the pain that was breaking his body. It didn't take long for the young man to lie on the floor and do nothing against such a strong opponent. But his last hope still allowed him to get up and continue fighting despite the severe pain in his body. But a second later, Billy found himself in a completely different area, and then he again did not understand what was happening to him. He was immediately met by an old rival who often liked to fight with the young man and test his magic. At first, he wanted to know why the hero had come to his area again, since they had settled everything last time. Billy immediately began to joke with him in a very nasty way, and his rival did not like it, so he decided to emphasize this. Finding himself back on the floor, he didn't know what to do in this situation because he didn't have time to recover his strength as he had to fight again. But then the old rival emphasized that he was not going to fight Billy and just wanted to help him somehow. And these words alarmed the young man. In response, he also decided to joke with the man and then recalled the events when he lost badly to one of the fighters. The young man didn't like it either, but he decided to restrain his emotions and not say anything to his friend. A few minutes later, the old rival offered him a cooperation, and then the hero thought about it. When Billy called him a weak opponent, it angered his friend. But now the young man knew that he could not use the magic that gave him a lot of energy. Such words later began to affect the competitor even more, and he began to get very angry. After a while, the man himself wanted the opponent to show him that he could really beat him with ease. Meanwhile, the opponent continued to use various blue dragon magic that greatly influenced the course of the battle. But at that moment, something began to happen that the hero did not expect at all, because his magic began to set him up. But the man looked at this with a big smile because he realized that now he had completely seized the initiative of this battle and could win. His old friend continued to watch and realized that he still had to do something to help his friend. But before taking such an important step, he wanted to think a little more about what could change in his future if he did so. Calmly analyzing all these events, he decided to take a break and help Billy with his opponent in the moment. In a few seconds, the man was already competing at a different level, because now he had the outfit of his old friend who helped him a lot. The opponent was very much impressed with the outfit and did not know what to do in such a stressful situation. After one successful attack, the guy realized that he now had much more power that he could successfully use. Before giving the boy this power, the warrior wanted to tell him how to fight against such a competitor. Because of this, Billy was very well prepared for any development of events. But the opponent was not going to give up either, because he thought that he had every chance to defeat the competitor standing next to him. Such thoughts only motivated Billy to fight on and defeat the opponent who did not want to give up. Noticing that his opponent started to take a new arsenal in his hands, it only made him laugh even more and gave him more confidence. Only after a few strokes did the opponent realize that the boy was really very skillful with the sword and made many successful attacks. Even after many attacks, Billy did not stand still and continued to fight because the fight was not over yet. Catching a good moment, the young man stabbed his opponent in the back with all his strength, and then the competitor realized that he was losing. On his knees, the competitor could do nothing else, so he simply asked the man not to finish him off. Having gathered all his strength that he had left at that moment, the opponent was still sure that he would kill Billy and win this battle. With the help of his former abilities, he still managed to summon the dragon again, which played a big role in his skills. The man was 100% convinced that now his victory would be just a few minutes away. But in response, Billy was not going to just stand there either, so he continued to activate the energy that could play a positive role in this battle. And a second later, he also had a dragon on his side that was much stronger than the opponent's demon. At that moment, the competitor began to feel that he simply could not move his legs, and it began to confuse him, but he could not do anything. When it was all over, the guy fell to the floor because he had lost all his energy and wanted to understand what had happened to him. Seeing this world, the man realized that he was completely destroyed, but his physical performance was much higher than before. At that moment, he was not going to deal with anything, so he just wanted to take a break so that his head and body could return to normal. After 3 days had passed, he was able to analyze and live a normal life, so he decided to meet with the girl. When they discussed all the events, the young people decided to get in the car and go on their way. The student was incredibly happy to be alone with Billy again, even though she had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. The girl really wanted to catch this moment without Mia around, who was constantly interrupting her conversation with Billy. As soon as they started to drive to another place, the guy did not pay attention to the girl at all, so he decided to move away for a minute. But when the beauty realized that the young man wanted to go to another area, she immediately asked where he was going. When the man disappeared, she asked the driver to just drive around the area to wait for the guy. She was 100% convinced that she would definitely catch the moment when she would be alone with the master and achieve her plan. After a while, when he was alone with his partner, Billy still didn't hear the answer to his question. The magic layer was very rare in this world, so almost no one knew any information about it. Realizing that the lady could not help him with this question, the guy asked about the tower that had also recently appeared. After analyzing all these words, she realized that the master was most likely talking about the tower that was on the last tier. Then the girl had to work with a large database, and at that moment she noticed that the system had created a new tower. Hearing all these words, Billy realized that he would most likely have to go through this test alone. But she announced that it was not necessary to do so, yet because not much time had passed. Her partner was absolutely convinced that they had to wait a little longer and they could find more information. Thanks to the boy's new skill, they could safely use the energy of this ability. But as soon as the master returned to his student, the girl was incredibly happy to see him. When the girl leaned on his shoulder, it surprised Billy, but he decided not to react to it. But as soon as they got out of the car, the girl started doing the same thing, and the guy really didn't like it. At that moment, they went into the room to their partners and noticed that they were very agitated. After everyone calmed down, the guy decided to calmly ask when they started dating. When Billy received the answer to his question, he was surprised but also happy that everything worked out for the couple. But at times he didn't like the fact that they were almost a team, but didn't say anything about it. The girl began to emphasize that she knew that the master could react negatively to this and was afraid to say so. Billy reacted normally to all this, but he didn't like the fact that they were doing the wrong thing at work. Meanwhile, the girl stood aside and quietly listened to this because the foreman began to talk about something interesting. Realizing what the conversation was about, the lady decided to quickly join in and emphasize how they could make more money. As soon as the man and woman noticed that the beautiful woman took Billy's hand, they were also quite surprised. When a few days passed, Sam successfully spoke in front of people, and then his team was satisfied with the results. But he, in turn, decided to emphasize that his partner also played an important role, and such words were very important to her. For most heroes in the world, when the young man defeated the main rival, everything began to improve for the workers. After this incident, they immediately changed their field of activity and started earning much more. Meanwhile, while studying the documents, Sam began to realize that positive changes had begun to take place in his life. His girlfriend, who always tried to be there for him, also analyzed a lot of information and completely agreed with him. When most of the cases were resolved, the guy decided to find out how the girl ended up with an animal that almost no one else had. The beautiful girl emphasized that in fact she always carried such an animal in a special carrier that did not catch anyone's eye. Meanwhile, the young man was in another area and wanted to improve the new task for his team. But his partners who were with him in that area seemed very friendly and helped him to shoot a special video. After doing all his work, he continued to stay at the photo studio he rented for the team. After a while, other participants came up to him with an interesting offer to help. After everything was finished, one person decided to approach Billy and thank him for such a great job. The hero emphasized that it was his duty to do his job well, but he still asked for one favor. As the guy started spending more time with the girls, he noticed that they started to fight over him a lot. At first, he didn't pay attention to it at all, but when the girls decided to drag him into this conflict, only then did he become more active. As he went about his normal day, the worker noticed that something in the analytics began to change rapidly. The maze for Billy immediately began with difficult challenges as the monsters wasted no time in attacking. He managed to repel a few attacks, but unfortunately, the enemies continued to attack. After his main demons began to be silent, it seemed very strange to him, so he asked why they did not say anything. The man who actually transferred almost all the energy to the young man began to emphasize how much further they were going to go if the boy did not get ready. A second later, he just started flying to the ground because the enemies were not weak either and began to put moral pressure on the man. A few minutes later, he got to his feet and wanted to rest after a hard battle that took a lot of his strength. Turning left and right, he noticed a lot of unfamiliar things, so he continued to walk on. But it didn't take long for Billy to notice a large beast in front of him, about which his partner had told him a lot. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Mia continued to sit on her throne and contemplate the future of her life. Holding her hands over her face, she began to read a beautiful letter that came from a man. Later, the demon who always tried to communicate with the girl decided to disturb her again to tell her something. The woman really did not like it very much, but she always remembered her words that she once said to her friend, so she could not refuse. Recalling her past events, the girl always looked at Billy as her future fiancé. But unfortunately, now a competitor stood in her way who also wanted to live with a man in the future. At that moment, something seemed to start happening to the girl, but she could not do anything about it. The friend with pink hair immediately started saying a lot of bad words to Mia, but the girl did not react to it. She showed a letter with a lot of photos of Billy, and the beauty could not react to this situation calmly. Holding the photo of the young man near her face, the girl wanted to know if the beautiful woman understood what the purpose of her visit was. Coming closer to the woman, the lady decided to ask her if she wanted to receive such personal photos of her husband. A second later, the girl started to cry because she could no longer hold back her emotions. While everyone was going about their business, Billy tried to win the fight. At first, he was not very good at it, but after learning about the pole's action and the exact technique of its use, he managed to adjust and keep his distance from the monster. It was thanks to the universal weapon that he could master both long and short distances. And if you make a wide grip, you can achieve the range of a spear, and with a short knife, you can fight at short distances. Billy was very clever. He could direct his movements and use any weapon freely. But he believed that he was still far from being a genius, and that despite his master's efforts, he could still be treading water. It could have been because they were constantly sparring, and he had to master the techniques in battle quite well. Billy learned not only the style of movement, but also the technique of defense against attacks from all sides. This could really take almost 100 years. In fact, everything was decided by instruction, so now he knew everything he could do by heart. He tried very hard and got exactly what he wanted from this battle. It was clear that if he continued like this, he would have 100% in the system. He had a special weapon in his hands, and he wanted to use it with the power of the blue dragon. But it was impossible to use the power of the blue dragon in the source of evil. Now it was clear that no matter what he did, it was simply not possible to use the power he wanted. He dreamed of filling in the progress of the maze, but for some reason he felt like he was starting to feel a little cheated. When his student noticed this, she decided that she needed to come to him a little later. But he couldn't resist looking through the documents. The offers of the new companies were very suitable for him. Everything was very good, but he decided to give it all up as he knew he would have the money anyway. A moment later, Olivia immediately offered him to take part in one of the photo shoots, as the offer was very lucrative. Showing all the documents, she tried to explain that all these investments could be good for Billy. Although Mia didn't like it at all, she couldn't refuse her teacher, so she agreed. When Billy looked at the two of them, it seemed as if they had even made up, whereas before they had been like cat and dog. As soon as he came home, everything was as usual. There was a stench and a mess all around. His mentor tried to explain that she was just looking for all the relevant information, so it all came out that way. She even explained that she took all the food from the fridge. She was able to create different dishes as much as she wanted. Later, she said that the tower the creator built was on the 12th floor. According to her results, this was the initial one. Now Billy decided that the only way he could get to the 12th floor was with his compass. Although she didn't like it, she was sure that everything was going to be fine. But for those guarding the passage from the 8th floor, it could take about 2 weeks, and there was no telling how long it might take to get to the next level. Billy realized that he could take the role of a guard clearing the 9th floor, but if he stayed away for too long, he would be defenseless. Just in case, he could leave his students behind, who could stand up to all those who were climbing the stairs. If, like last time, an invader appeared, even Billy would not be able to resist him. So he decided to look for another way, but so far he hadn't succeeded. The young man even lost his temper when he realized that it was very difficult to find a way. And then he quickly remembered a young man who knew the tower quite well and decided to ask him. A moment later, he found himself in front of this young man, but he was not really in a hurry to provide any information. Later, he said that everything he could tell about the tower was very limited, because there were certain prohibitions there. The young man started to tease Billy a little bit. Everything he said sounded very quiet, and then he just turned around and walked away. The friends started to write something down, but it was not clear at all, and it started to annoy Billy. He felt as if his eyes were failing, and everything indicated that he would not be able to learn anything. Only some simple and not very important information. Then Billy couldn't take it anymore and decided to attack his friend to get everything he knew out of him. Meanwhile, the tower boss hoped that Billy was already dead, but the news was not good for him again. But he was pleased that the creature that was created for the test began to kill those who passed to the next floors. Now the owner knew for sure that Billy had exceeded all his expectations, but he wondered how much more strength he could muster. Billy wrestled with the guy for a while, but he didn't hear anything clear. He kept speaking in a very quiet voice. Eventually, the hero found out that it took more than a year, and there was still one more test to go. The staircase was to clear one floor, to demolish completely one layer with different demons. That is, each floor had its own rules, criteria for passing, and the 9th floor was not supposed to be empty for more than a year. For Billy, it was all just terrible, because everyone he knew and who was close to him was on that floor. So he decided to shake some more information out of it and achieve a completely different version. When he returned to his students, he was no longer interested in any filming, as his mind was occupied with something else entirely. He remembered about the Salto clouds, the ones his friend in the tower had told him about, thanks to which it was possible to reach the 12th level in 5 days. Billy was determined to get it any way he could, and then kick the creator's ass. He then decided to call his assistant and get the paperwork for the photo shoot to review. Having resolved some issues, he hoped that his students would help him find some of the artifacts he needed. The girls were so eager to help him that they were ready to find anything he wanted. Suddenly, he received a message about the arrival of new enemies, and it ruined his mood. This was another one who was rising up and dealing with everyone who got in his way. Nothing could upset this demon, and nothing could even surprise him. Resting on a chair, Billy was already waiting for his guest. When he saw him, he was even surprised that he looked quite strange. And the horse was happy because he wanted to see how the young man would whimper from his torture. The boy did not expect this at all and immediately rushed to him. In a few minutes, the two of them were intertwined in a fight. But it was over pretty quickly. The young man did not realize who it was, but decided to consider him a complete loser. Since the demon realized that it would be difficult to win, he decided to use the prediction. And when he saw what the system gave him, he was very surprised. It was only one death. The master immediately emphasized that this time they had to change places and the horse would definitely die. As soon as he returned home, his students ran to him with a gift. It was a very beautiful necklace worn by the king, who was considered by everyone to be a great sage who could move even mountains. When he took it in his hands, he immediately emphasized that he had to go away for a while. He planned to return soon enough. The students were very surprised because they had never seen such abilities in their master before. Billy decided to go over to his Mia and hug her shoulders and say something, but they just looked at each other in silence and could not say a word. But suddenly Gina came into the room and was very surprised to see what could have happened between the two. After what she saw, one could assume that there was some kind of secret connection between the master and the student. But the most shocking thing for her was that these were people she knew, and it felt like they were doing something illegal. Gina was so angry that she threw her phone at the wall without even noticing Sam. Meanwhile, Billy moved to a completely different area where there was nothing and no one else around that forest. It seemed to him that there could be no mistake, and that what he was looking for had to be somewhere nearby. Then he decided to jump up and see what else could be there, but there was nothing but solid mountains. But soon enough he found himself in front of a large old tree with branches spreading out in all directions. And on one of the wide branches was a very strange creature, the great sage. It looked like a nice girl who was just resting on the tree, and when she noticed the young man, she wanted to know who he was. In order not to waste time, Billy immediately said that he had come for Cloud, and then everything became clear to everyone. He waited for the wise man's answer, but he was still going about his business. Soon he got up and was ready to continue the conversation in earnest. The wise man immediately remembered his brother, who had died at the hands of Billy but still tried to climb to the top of the tower. It became immediately clear that in order to use the source of evil, he could not take other artifacts. Then the young man immediately remembered his new friend's brother and wanted to know how he was going to climb the tower on his own. Then the wise man told him about the 7 wise men and how each of them could easily turn the sky into a swamp. But he also added that not one of them had managed to climb the tower, except for the one who looked like a wolf. Billy immediately wanted to know why this wise man refused to climb to the top. The truth was that he realized a simple truth. No matter how high one strives, it is impossible to fully acquire lost achievements. After the wise man said a little something, he immediately wanted to stop the conversation, as there was no point in continuing. But Billy was ready to get what he came for. He even started to get annoyed. The wise man seemed to be misleading the young man with his stories. After all, he had the cloud, but he was not going to give it away. He immediately remembered his brother, who had extraordinary strength and even the abilities of an azure dragon. And then he emphasized that if Billy wanted to get the cloud, he had to repeat his brother's karma. He simply did not believe what he was hearing. He had no idea what to do next. Meanwhile, in the guild, the 2 students were sitting around the map and deciding on their next plan of action. But because the bandits intervened, it was all a waste of time, so the girls decided to just kill them. Mia decided that she would deal with those men on her own and then create the city her teacher wanted her to have. Then they decided to build the city equally. One part would be for each other and the other for the other. In the meantime, in order to get the cloud, Billy had to learn everything about it from start to finish. But it even seemed to Billy that the wise man had to teach him all this and freely give the cloud to him. In fact, he was not familiar with all this himself. He was only interested in physical strength. The wise man remembered his brother, who used to be able to do everything without any help. And now Billy had to do everything that the wolf he had killed had done. While the young man was still thinking on the ground, the wise man decided to rest again. He was well aware that the artifact was somewhere far away in the sky, and he had to try hard to get it. Clenching his hands into a fist, he did not realize that all this was happening. He had spent 3 whole years there, but he did not think that it could be over so quickly. It took him 100 years to master the lightning god technique, and the salto cloud was the first art he encountered. So from the very beginning, he tried to imitate the power of the 5 elements, but so far he hadn't succeeded. Then he started jumping, but even when he reached the sky, he still couldn't ride the clouds. All the time he tried to connect all the clouds with magic or make them denser, but it all ended in failure. That was his first step into the abyss of emptiness. He realized that nothing was working, and he needed either more information or just help. Having tried everything, the young man could not believe that nothing worked at all, but there had to be a way out. Meanwhile, the wise man was sitting there smoking a cigarette when suddenly Billy disturbed his peace again. He watched Billy, whose every attempt ended in complete failure. But from the very beginning, the young man fell to the clouds and then from them. So it seemed that there must have been some progress, but the man had lost all hope from that moment on, so it didn't matter if Billy succeeded. After a while, the guy started to undress, and the man thought he had just gone crazy. When he found himself in just his underwear, he decided that he had to succeed, since all the novels said that you need to lighten your body. Remembering one scene from the novel, Billy used all that advice, and he also decided that this was the clue. If you lightened your body as much as possible with all the basics you had been taught, you could feel the touch of the clouds. Then the sage noticed that the young man used to use magic, but now he began to walk on the clouds without it. As soon as he stood on one of them, all the others began to gradually attract him. Now he realized that this was a real success. As he began to dress, it seemed to him that those things weighed too much, and he was much better off without them. The wise man made fun of him a little, and even hinted that he looked bad, but the young man did not care. Since Billy had coped with his task, the wise man gave him a cloud, but now it was in the form of a ring. But very soon he learned to control it. It became bigger and smaller, exactly as the owner wanted it to be. Having solved all the issues, he immediately returned to his students. But what he saw impressed him greatly. Very soon he met with his friend and showed him that he had managed to get the cloud he had asked for. Billy also told him that he had to repeat all his actions, as there was no other way. And when he heard that it wasn't necessary at all, he just went crazy. The brothers once decided to organize a test for Billy and were prepared for him to fail. The young man believed that everything was not really that important. The main thing was to master the art of clouds, and he could easily learn everything during practice. But the boy believed that the contract was to share the power. It turned out that he could even share his power. Since the boy thought he had done a good job with all of this, he could move on to the next task. But he even wondered how Billy was going to use the cloud in such a narrow space. Meanwhile, the guild was preparing to meet the hero, and the assistant was going to talk to the boss about it. Now the guildmaster knew that all the divine equipment was used exactly as it was needed, even though he was the last among them, and it had been a long time since he had risen to the top. But the assistant had come on a different matter. He needed help. For the first time, the boss saw that his assistant went beyond his commands. First of all, he wanted his boss to go up to the 9th floor and kill everyone there. The man was well aware that if he got to the top, he would have to meet Billy for sure. So without wasting time, he immediately refused. In the meantime, Billy and his friend decided that it would take only a day to get to the 12th floor using a cloud. Billy was well aware that if he failed, he would have to go back and train his students. But at the moment, he saw no need for that. Then the hero even heard that he had some kind of pass, but he did not understand what it meant. This was the Blue Dragon, and this power could only be obtained by becoming a conqueror. It was even a proof. And before he went, Billy wanted to complete the scale of the maze to be calm. He just couldn't wait to see the face of the man who had locked him in the tower for so many years. Since he refused to move to the 9th floor, he wanted to explain it by saying that he didn't see any need to use his power unnecessarily. But he knew well that if he coped with the task, he could get some other achievement. The assistant was very surprised that his master was actually interested in everything and immediately went to the 9th floor. He was the one who had once been recognized as the best in the world and possessed the divine sunset technique. But the tower was the place where many people use their nicknames, and there were beings who originally went beyond human limits. The best man in the world was still looking for a way to gain fame and was ready to meet with Billy to deal with him. When 3 days passed, Billy faced a new challenge, and then the man had to climb to the very top. Turning his head in different directions, he realized that the girls were worried about him, but he did not want to retreat from his goal. Finding himself already facing a new challenge, he realized that he had to climb 12 floors up, but this did not stop him. Meanwhile, Mia continued to work with the documents, and the employee who wanted to help her emphasized that such an offer might not exist anymore. After she had talked and analyzed everything, she said goodbye to the employee and emphasized that she would tell him when she was ready. Billy was also well aware of all the events that were happening, so he decided to concentrate on his task. With the help of his abilities, the cloud helped him to rise up, but unfortunately it took him a long time, so he did not like it. After a while, when they almost arrived, the young man lost his patience because now he had to analyze the opponents. Over time, doors began to open in front of him, and he was eager to see something new. Meanwhile, the girls shared with each other various skills and techniques that could help in battles. The girl constantly emphasized that different techniques could be used in other ways and thus could improve their skills. Having heard so much interesting information, Gina wanted to see how it all looked in practice. Once in another area, one of them began to activate abilities very quickly, namely the secret heaven technique. In the meantime, Billy began to notice that the tower he wanted to get into was slowly turning to dust and simply disappearing from the place. After a while, he managed to find a deserted ship in which he noticed a lot of interesting things. But before he could explore everything, he noticed a man who welcomed Billy to the new area. It turned out to be an old master who wanted to tell the boy a lot of useful information about the balls he had seen in front of him all this time. But at the time, Billy didn't take all those words seriously because he thought that this was the man who had locked him in the tower on the 12th floor in the recent past. In fact, the man did not understand what was going on, so he decided to activate magic to avoid being hit by the guy's blows. The guy in turn continued to attack because he was 100% convinced of his assumptions. But in the end, the young man managed to strike a couple of good blows to the man, but the hero emphasized that he was not going to kill anyone. After the interlocutor began to feel very bad, the young man did not feel sorry for him because he was convinced that the man was right. When it was finally over, the boys decided to have a quiet talk, and Billy wanted to ask the stranger a few questions. First, he wanted to know why the stranger had decided to lock him in the tower for a few days. But in order to answer, the man decided to tell him the whole situation from the very beginning so that the hero could understand everything. A few minutes later, the stranger said that he actually had to do this because the young man was much stronger than the others. Hearing these words, the boy was quite surprised and did not know how to react. Once the interlocutor realized that the boy knew almost nothing about it, he decided to explain the situation better. After the young man began to realize everything, he realized that the man was not to blame for being locked on the 12th floor. After a few minutes, he managed to tell the whole story, and then he realized that Billy began to change his outlook. He also recalled the events that unfolded at the moment when the young man was gaining momentum and killing everyone he saw in his way. The man also remembered these moments very well and knew that in fact he was stronger than 90% of other warriors. In the end, the magician emphasized that Billy had incredible physical strength, with which he could change the tower himself. After listening to this whole story, he decided to find out if this was the reason why he had been left in this particular tower for so long. When the interlocutor decided to explain the situation to Billy even better, he decided to ask him to finish the conversation, because he had already heard so much. After passing many levels on his way, he decided to ask if he could become stronger if he continued to fight. At the end of their conversation, the boy decided to find out why the tower was constantly changing and becoming more difficult to pass. Then the worker explained that in fact all this was happening because it was not properly adjusted, and then everything fell into place for the boy. As it turned out, it was because many engineers working on the same tower began to do their job poorly. After a while, they noticed another soldier who went down to the 9th floor, and meanwhile the character wanted to see what was going on. Ordinary people reacted aggressively to the stranger, but in a second the criminal decided to activate the ice and freeze everyone. The girls who watched all the events through the computer were very impressed by the power of the unfamiliar monster. One of the women decided to ask her partner to try to defeat the new opponent together. They remembered this person very well because they had passed the same tower together, so she decided to accept his offer. With the help of her magic book, the girl immediately began to use magic that could counteract such a force. The opponent was also surprised that there were only 2 people on the 9th floor who had such power. But he did not want to talk for a long time and waste his precious time, so he began to gain energy. The girl was getting annoyed, so she lost control of herself and wanted to attack more. Billy continued to watch and realized that the situation was very critical, so he used his magic to get to the girls quickly. In the meantime, the enemy grabbed one of them and continued to hold the girl for quite a long time and squeeze her neck as hard as he could. The beauty realized that if help did not come to her now, she would simply not be able to withstand such a great tension. But the competitor continued to smile at the girl, who simply could not do anything to him. Noticing a new rival in front of him, the man realized that he had not felt such strong energy for a long time. Seeing what the enemy had done to his students, Billy was very aggressive toward the stranger. A second later, the hero began to use his magic, which was supposed to simply destroy the enemy in a few blows. When the opponent noticed this magic, he realized that his future rival was really good at something in this life. A second later, Billy was wearing completely different clothes on his body, which surprised his opponent. Without wasting time, the guy started attacking him from different sides and thought that in a few minutes, the victory would be in his hands. Punch after punch, the opponent began to doubt his victory as he realized that he was facing an unusual fighter. But when he managed to withstand these attacks, he convinced himself that Billy was a special hero in this world. But as it turned out, the guy's magical abilities did not end there, so he continued to attack his rival. After one attack, the enemy really felt how strong Billy was and realized that there was no place to retreat. In a few blows, he flew far away, but the guy did not stop attacking the enemy. Attack after attack yielded results, but despite all this, the enemy was still alive. After some time, Billy decided to get another arsenal that could still change the course of this battle. Then the competitor decided to quickly step aside and recover some of the energy he had lost because of Billy. Having regained all his strength, the enemy was now convinced that the other opponents had given up because they did not have the power to fight him. Billy realized that this battle would be special, so he continued to stand up and fight his opponent, even though it was difficult. With the help of his abilities, he managed to break some of the ice, but unfortunately, the opponent quickly launched other attacks. At the time of that battle, the young man often recalled the words of the man he was talking to, but the opponent continued to attack. They did not know what skills their opponent had because their assumptions were completely different. Also, the man who talked to Billy for a long time said that this was an enemy of a completely different level. Despite all this, the hero continued to gather his strength in his fist and stand on his feet until he won. And after a while, he noticed that he could really do something with his magic, but unfortunately, it did not help the guy much. After the opponent had studied his enemy well, he realized that he had to finish with him because the warrior did not have much time. The young man did not like it. He immediately began to defend himself against all the attacks that flew in his direction, and it turned out to be very difficult. After a few blows, Billy realized that he would not be able to stay on his feet for long, but his energy was much stronger. Every second he failed to finish this fight, his opponent became more and more annoyed because his plans began to fall apart. After flying a few meters away, he was still alive, so the warrior continued to fight to the very end. Despite the fact that he had suffered quite heavy blows, Billy's smile still remained on his face, and he continued to show his skills. The opponent started laughing at this mood and then decided to use another ability he had in his arsenal. Noticing all this, Billy began to clench his teeth and fight to the last despite the fact that the energy began to act in a negative way. The frightened guy tried not to show that he was incredibly scared to fight against such an opponent who had almost no weaknesses. At one point, Billy managed to catch his weapon, and then the guy realized that it was a good opportunity to seize the initiative. The opponent was scared and found himself in such a position for the first time in his life, so he decided to retreat. In response, Billy used his strongest punch, but then he started to notice that someone started to emerge from the thick fog. From the beginning, the opponent did not think he would use such a skill, but Billy was a special fighter. Even more frightened, the guy decided to ask how his opponent had the ability to change so quickly. The ice crows began to attack the man from all sides, and then the opponent was convinced that it was the end of the battle. But the guy decided to use this in a positive way and began to activate his ability that could deactivate it. Noticing what was happening in front of his eyes, the opponent was very much stunned and did not understand how this was possible. Billy gradually began to activate the magic portal that was supposed to stop the thief and take away a lot of energy from him. With a smile on his face, the guy saw his competitor simply move to another world and could not do anything. After a few minutes, he noticed that the black clouds began to leave the area, and then the sun began to shine brightly again. But as soon as it was over, the guy started to feel a very strong pain that pierced his body because he had used a lot of energy. Looking at his competitor, he realized that such a person could return to this world at any time and again not let him live in peace. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Mia began to recover from a difficult battle in which she wanted to win on her own. When she noticed an unfamiliar creature in her room, she was frightened at first, but then realized who it was. But at first, the woman wanted to be told everything in detail about what had happened in this world during the time she was in intensive care. Having received all the useful facts that interested the girl, she decided to think it over calmly. The beauty began to tell us that as soon as she noticed what had happened to the girl, she immediately began to help her. Gathering herself with new strength, the lady did not want to give up on some strangers who did not obey her. And then she realized that she had a chance to make her strength increase several times. Then the other girl was in a terrible reality, and she couldn't believe that it was really happening to her. In fact, she was very upset because she almost never met the master with whom she wanted to build a future so badly. After that, the heroine really wanted to figure out what had been happening to her all these days. At that time, there was a book in front of her all the time that she really wanted to look through to find something new for herself. As it turned out, this magical thing was able to talk, and then the woman wanted to know what reality she was in now. In real life, the girl was currently in the hospital because her condition was incredibly bad after such a battle. But now she could also do something to quickly move to the modern world and restore her condition. Now the girl realized that she had at least a small chance of becoming the owner of the magic book. Meanwhile, the guy decided to meet with the man again, and then he noticed that Billy had not yet fully recovered his strength. But the boy was convinced that there had to be some solution to this situation, because the man would not have called him just like that. As it turned out, the young man told him that he really just needed to reach the same level of karma as his opponent. But this only confused the young man even more, and he did not fully understand how to act in such a situation. Despite all this, the man decided to help the boy because he realized how important it was for him. He began to explain everything word by word so that his partner could understand him as well as possible and fulfill his purpose. While sorting out all his things, Billy came across a magic stone, and then he wondered how it could have gotten here. The magician, in turn, did not understand the boy's surprise because he was a true ally of Billy's who helped him with this. Then magical things began to happen in front of him, and the young man tried to watch better so as not to miss anything. Now the man had a real ice dragon karma in his arsenal, and Billy liked it incredibly. In a few seconds, the preparation for the new skill was completely over, and the guy was surprised how quickly it happened. The man sincerely did not realize what he had to do to somehow reach the next level. His partner, who was always by his side, decided to emphasize that the man needed to get the recognition of the blue dragon. The blue creature turned out to be a demon of a different level altogether, and then Billy realized that it would be a difficult task. The current dragon had only a few lives left, so the young man had every chance to reach this level, and he always believed in him. Finding himself in a new area, he faced an incredibly large enemy that needed to be killed at the moment. Recalling all his skills, the man realized that this would be one of the hardest battles in the history of his career. But after a few minutes, things started to happen incredibly fast as the real slaughter began. The dragon also had the ability to speak, so he explained to the guy what he had fought with people before. When Billy showed his magic dragon, which he also had with him, the young man learned that in fact his rival and his own dragon had always been at odds. It didn't take long for Billy to get a bad headache, and he couldn't do anything about it. Looking up at the clouds, he didn't like the fact that it was constantly raining, and he just couldn't do anything. But when the demon approached him, he emphasized that he thought that the young man would now fight with him for survival. In fact, before the boy even got to this area, the dragon already knew why the man came here. Looking at his competitor, Billy asked him what he planned to do in the future when he defeated him. The animal reacted aggressively to these words, and then everyone knew that a fight was about to begin. But before the test, the dragon decided to tell the boy all the rules of the game and who was responsible for what. The young man did not want to solve all these issues at the moment, but decided that he would listen to the dragon's opinion. The animal did not see anything difficult in this test, as it realized that the young man could easily fight with it and get his way. Leaning closer to Billy, he wanted to hear at least some answer to his question, but the boy remained silent. Gathering his thoughts, he realized that now he had to activate all his abilities and start defeating the enemy. After talking with the animal a little more, he was convinced that he just had to fight and take the victory for himself. Looking at him, Billy assumed that the dragon had a similar level to that of his opponents, but the dragon forbade him to be much stronger than his previous competitors, so it was the most difficult fight for the young man. When he heard the news, he was stunned and didn't know how to react because he hadn't expected it. A second later, the dragon emphasized that the guy had only 5 minutes and he would start attacking him. Everything was happening too fast, and the guy didn't like the fact that the weather was terrible for fighting that day, but he was not going to retreat from such a fight that could change his future, so he continued to concentrate. After that, the guy began to launch many attacks, and meanwhile the other opponent was chained up and could not get out. When he saw all this with his own eyes, he realized that the dragon's karma was 90%, and from the very beginning, it was supposed to be inferior. Initially, the invention of karma compression could not be put into one's body, even half of it, but things could change and they managed to improve it. It was a complete stroke of luck for him then, if almost all the karma could be there and Billy could gain much more power. He immediately realized that the dust that had been on his enemy from the beginning had completely disappeared. The dragon was only too happy about this, because no one could defeat him and get a confession from him. Billy immediately realized that this battle was not like any other. Last time he felt very normal, even when he was hit several times. The dragon was very surprised that the boy was still holding on, as others who fought him sometimes died from not knowing that they had been struck by lightning. He was very angry. He was just trying to scream all the time and wanted to try to fight that dragon again. And so he decided to just run away at first, and then it would be seen what he should do. The dragon immediately noticed that they were definitely not alone there, and that it was Billy's friend who wanted to pass on his karma for him. He looked at everything that was happening and did not believe that the young man had signed up for this and went even voluntarily. It was the first time the dragon had ever seen such a young man trying to return some stolen karma. The monster was well aware that everything Billy was thinking about would be a complete failure and was just happy about it. When the young man saw what the dragon was doing in the sky, he simply did not understand what to do with him. As soon as you step into the air, you could be struck by lightning. He tried his best to hold out for 5 minutes or just to dodge them. After some moments, he began to notice that the lightning had actually changed a bit, or he was having some hallucinations. All this could only mean that he was getting used to the power of lightning, that's all. Looking at the dragon, it was clear that he began to dodge a little bit, and the lightning was nowhere to be seen. Billy immediately realized that he had managed to see through his enemy's trick, and therefore decided to fight in a completely different way. But everything turned out to be completely different, and the dragon took a new course. The young man was very angry because no one had expected this. The monster didn't really care. It was sure that it was not meant to be defeated and even wanted the boy to leave the place. This was their 132nd fight. Billy still couldn't avoid those lightning bolts. Then he came up with the idea of just running from side to side. But it was not a good plan either, because he could not control his whole body. It was all just turning into a nightmare. With each attempt, he felt everything changing around him. Suddenly, for the umpteenth time, he managed to fight off that lightning, and it was just an unreal feeling. And the monster kept counting the number of dodges and deflections. From the very beginning, the dragon realized that the boy was an unusual person from the moment he met the destroyed monster. While the dragon was busy thinking, Billy was trying to figure out where the main source of his opponent's power could be. Billy's eyes showed that he had no objections or complaints at all, as if he was just focused on one thing. Perhaps at that very moment, it seemed to him that he was in the flow of a brief moment. The dragon simply did not believe that the young man could hold on for 300 seconds. But the test was passed. Then Billy looked at the big monster and asked for exactly what he was there for, such as an artifact or an upgrade to the system eye. As soon as he heard that everything had been received, he could not believe it, because he had not actually felt anything. Then the dragon emphasized that he had only received the power of karma, not the way he used it. If his abilities were not of the appropriate level, then everything was actually useless. The dragon understood well that even if the boy knew the superior power, it could take a long time to master it. That is why the dragon promised that he could help him learn to use the power. Meanwhile, the man in chains was slowly running out of time and had to think about what to do next. He understood why he was there, but he was sure that he would leave that place very soon. But at first he was determined to take the power from his opponent. But there was Billy, as always, in a good mood, but he was sure that his opponent had already disappeared by then. But the man was ready to chase Billy all the way to hell and dreamed of killing him, of course. Looking at his enemy with a very sly look, he thought it would be better for his opponent to think about himself. He didn't know what the guy had been doing all those days while he was away, but he knew he wouldn't let himself be defeated. The Eagle Man hoped that Billy should have realized that he would not be strong enough to win. He didn't really want to show what he could do, but rather save a little for later to surprise him. The hero wanted to warn us right away that he had never participated in tournaments in which he knew he would not win. Having started this fight, the young man decided that he was in a bit of a hurry, and that's why he started to worry. But there was definitely no turning back. Thinking about it, he began to realize that he was probably a little untalented in the art that the Blue Dragon had taught him. So he decided that there would be no more restrictions. But since the nature of the force was the exact opposite of ice, he was still a little worried. A little while later, Billy pulled himself together and found out that the energy could still pass through him. Only a few days ago, he could have been called just a guy from a strong lair who allowed himself to use Blue Dragon karma. And now he felt victorious over his opponent, who was still trying to prove something to someone. Having proved that he was the winner, Billy decided to use a lightning strike. The opponent could not accept that he was losing. Even if he had to use up all his strength, he would still try to kill the young man. That's why he transformed into an even more fearsome warrior. He added black wings to his image and was ready to continue the fight. Billy immediately noticed that this was a rather strange transformation, but it was not necessary for the battle. The eagle emphasized that Billy shouldn't have been so worried because his true strength was not that weak. So no one wasted any time and wanted to win. The fight continued with sparks flying in all directions, so much so that you couldn't even see anything. Not even a couple of minutes passed when the young man noticed that a flock of birds was approaching him, and his time to use the blue dragon karma was almost over. So he decided that it was time to end it. The dragon was pleased that Billy had used his nimble fingers to the fullest, but it was considered only a temporary solution. Therefore, it was necessary to move regardless of the moment. The monster really wanted the boy to use him in that battle. He used his accumulated achievements and also took advantage of his karma. And as soon as Billy can learn to use everything the dragon offered, he will be able to make all the movements simultaneously. It was almost over and he felt really tired. In fact, he managed to deal with the enemy and successfully get the silver sky. It was just incredible for him. It was for this moment that he had been trying for a long time. Finally, Billy was able to meet his friend and hear all the news while he was away. But he was very nervous, as 5 days had passed and he still couldn't get into the system room. Billy's friend hadn't changed anything at all and was just sitting in the console all the time. While Billy was in the hospital bed, his students tried to take care of him and even brought him all the necessary medicines. The master thought that they had also done a good enough job, and so he wanted to let them rest a bit. Billy recovered really quickly and went back to the maze. It was there that he met his friend and decided to show him that some things did not change at all, just like the dragon's karma. So they came to the decision that that karma would not be suitable for Billy at all. On top of that, he needed to be quite good at magic. In addition, Billy emphasized that he had not yet managed to enter the system room. So his friend decided that it was time to tell Billy a little bit of the truth about why things had started to happen. From the very beginning, Billy had been getting all his information from the system room, and it could be a bit confusing. This place was definitely not created by the blonde man. Or in other words, it was a non-existent space. Then Billy found out that he was not the only floor guard. There was another one besides him. Then the man showed him the search skill that you could get when you became a security guard. But Billy didn't have one. Everything indicated that someone could have made the system room after the tower was completed. In any case, the three of them had already taken power into their own hands. Therefore, they began to consider the girl who was playing the console to be missing, along with the adder with which they had made the search box. These were just his thoughts out loud, but Billy had a rather strange reaction to all this and decided to ask her himself. After thinking it over, he decided that he needed to get to the system room, but he didn't know how long it would take. Meanwhile, the boss in the tower was talking to his assistant and was not at all happy with his actions. The assistant on his knees did not understand that he could answer all the questions of his boss. The owner was well aware that from the beginning they both wanted very different things, but each had very good wishes. Therefore, he emphasized that the assistant should do exactly as he wanted and ordered him to kill whomever he deemed necessary. But he gave them only 1 month to do so. If the enemy dies at the hands of the assistant, he will be a mediocrity. But the boss hoped that the young man would survive all the traps and be able to get to his location and then become the best dinner for him. Now it became known that the original purpose of the tower had changed a lot, and it had become a testing place for those who were climbing. And so the young man was convinced that everyone who climbed the mountain did so only to gain karma. And his friend believed that they all had problems with their heads and were ready to do anything for their own benefit. That's why he wanted to offer Billy something. He really wanted Billy to help remove everyone who was on the top of that tower. After pausing those conversations for a while, he found himself in a completely different place next to the fox. Previously, it had always been in the form of a fox, but lately it had become more like a human being. He really didn't want to wait for her to sleep, so he woke her up and scared her. The little creature said that she was only climbing the tower because she had lost her location. She also recalled that a stranger had appeared there, who had first stolen her karma and then the karma of the whole world. Listening carefully, he suspected that a lot of the information she was telling him was being filtered. Billy tried to warn her that she didn't have to go to the top, but she had enough of her karma and a place to live. Before he knew it, she was rushing to the door to show him something. As soon as he noticed that the girl was holding a strange cat can, he decided it was time for him to leave. When he visited his friend, he saw that he was a little out of it because of some viper that was following him. And of course, this viper was the blue dragon with whom they could not come to an agreement. Billy watched their relationship and didn't like it at all. He tried to break them up and even hear something normal, but nothing came out of their faces. After just a couple of minutes, they all calmed down, and the young man still wanted to know why they decided to climb the tower. Their calmness lasted only for a few minutes, and then they started quarreling with each other again. Then they noticed Billy and decided to continue the conversation. The young man then remembered what he and his friend had talked about, and that those two creatures could definitely help in killing everyone who was on top. He knew well that the first thing to do was to take out the one who regulated the balance of the tower and could be on the underground floor at that time. Billy realized that if he could do all this, he would get something strange, but he did not know what the right thing to do was in that situation. And these two still couldn't calm down and were constantly doing something, but they were confident in their abilities and wanted to climb the tower with Billy. But he told them that before they could get up there, they would have to face many things. First of all, there was an underground floor that was not included in the tower and could not be accessed in the same way as the last time. The more he listened, the more he was frantic, because he was sure that his friend had to know absolutely everything. There were also various corpses to watch out for. It was there that all those who did not make it to the tower and died were gathered. They all went to the fictional space, and not primitive corpses were simply destroyed, and physical ones were sent to the underground floors. Billy simply could not understand why such a separation was needed. It was a very strange filtering for him. The dragon was sure that his magic cloud could not handle all the creatures in just 10 days. So he decided to leave those creatures to sort out their relationship further, and he went to consult with someone else. Holding the artifact, he hadn't previously known that the frequent use of its filling could have caused its origin to become a problem. As soon as he turned his head, he immediately noticed his apprentice, who did not want to go on vacation but wanted to be with her master all the time. It was very strange for him to see that she had grown horns so quickly, so he decided to try to see if they were real. She really didn't want him to continue to think of her as his enemy, but Billy still didn't believe what she was saying. Soon they remembered Mia, who was in the inner world at that moment, and this horned one was responsible for her. She added that there was nothing bad in her mind about Mia, but she was interested in her because their waves converged quite well. All the while, she tried to explain that Mia's soul had waves that could become similar to hers. But all this was just her assumption and nothing more. Following her thoughts and stories, it seemed that the girl had something against Mia. She was probably angry that she had lost to Mia in the previous fight. And then it became clear that everyone who was climbing the tower would keep climbing just all the time. She decided to admit that all this happened because of the imbibing of this body, and that is why Mia was in the inner space. In fact, she wanted to help Billy, but for this she asked him to just spend one night with her. Of course, he refused, but now he knew that they had no way to go through everything at once. The only option left was to go up and kill everyone he could get his hands on. Billy really wanted to get to the underground floor from the very beginning, but there might be some devil to deal with there as well. The men continued to discuss the events when Billy got to the other tower and was already there. He still had a lot of questions, so the young man did not stop asking his mentor, who was always there. Unfortunately, he was not 100% sure about all the questions, so he asked the boy to listen to him carefully and take his words seriously. After analyzing all the events, the young man decided to offer his own way to solve this problem with the help of his magical resources. A second later, a magic ball appeared in his hands again, giving him more opportunities than all the other skills of the boy. Analyzing the data that was in front of him, he did not see any major problems that could hinder him. After a while, the man began to notice on the map the real places where the spiritual bodies of other people could be. But then his friend began to tell him that in fact it did not affect anything at all, so he did not need to count on it. Then Billy wanted to know why all this was invented, if it was possible to solve all these problems in another way. But then the magician found out that in fact it was a place where people found much greater opportunities for themselves in the future. Now the man decided that he had to take the risk anyway, because he simply would not have another such chance. The girl, in turn, analyzed everything that was happening in the world and realized that she needed to focus on her book. When the magic book emphasized that she had to study the necessary information, the beauty refused to do it. After she actually found out the truth, the girl's motivation to continue working simply disappeared. At that moment, she always remembered the woman who stood in her way and prevented her from building any relationship with a man. Now the beauty realized that the teacher was left alone with his problems and needed to be helped. But the beauty quickly decided that she had to act as quickly as possible because time was running out. She also realized that she was very busy at the time. Also, the book that remained on the table emphasized that she needed to train more to achieve something more. In the meantime, Billy met the girl and asked why she needed one magical thing, but then the beauty told him more about it. The girl really wanted her friend to get a higher level of karma than she had at that moment. When the guy started to dissuade her from this decision, the beauty adopted a strategy of manipulation to convince the guy. After she calmly talked to the man, she realized that she had indeed done something wrong in this life. When the guy started listening to all these stories, he began to realize that they wanted to manipulate him and use his trust. Because of this, he began to communicate much more with the beautiful girl, and in a few minutes their dialogue was completely over. Turning her head in the other direction, the girl emphasized that she would not have free time to talk to the guy now. The young man often recalled their dialogue with the dragon, which actually helped him a lot in the moment with solving many issues. The animal always talked about karma, which played an important role for the warrior and his team at the moment. Meanwhile, his partner was with the dragon and wanted to discuss with him personally everything that he recommended the guy to do. The guy tried to keep in touch with Billy and tell him about his future plans that he wanted to realize together with him. Gathering his strength, the man activated all his skills that he had at that time, and also applied the skill that his old friend had given him. Watching this spectacle, the guy always tried to give some tips to the young man who risked a lot. After a while, the boy began to see a strange silhouette of a girl in front of him, looking directly at him. Meanwhile, Mai was also trying to fulfill some tasks and kill everyone who stood in her way and did not allow her to go further. Later, she noticed a large hand that was looking directly at her and wanted to kill her with a single blow. But in a few minutes, a monster of a completely different level appeared in front of her, which turned out to be large. And then another friend of theirs appeared in front of her, who was also a well-known high-level fighter in the area. Mia could not realize anything at all and make a concrete decision about her future. The girl tried to calm her down and emphasized that in a real battle, a heroine had to have a cold mind. The girl looked at her interlocutor clearly and wanted to understand what she had in mind if she went to fight against such an enemy. When she heard more stories about the woman, she felt very sorry for her, but she was not going to pity the beauty. Mia wanted to meet her teacher as soon as possible and get advice on what to do next. The girl knew that this was her real teacher who played a very important role in her future, so she decided to stand up for him. At times, she did recognize that the girl was telling her the truth, but unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. The secret weapon was still much more interesting to her, so she decided to take a chance and try something new. But first, the woman who had been talking to her for a long time wanted to ask the girl if she knew how long she had lived. The beauty always tried to emphasize some points that were important to her, but the lady had a different opinion. After such conversations, she really began to think about a completely different attitude towards herself, but in no case to give up. The stories she heard were really interesting, so Mia decided to focus on them and listen to her friend. Despite all these stories, she paid a lot of attention to fate because she knew that not everything in this life depended on her. After an hour of talking, the girl decided to tell her friend a very important secret that was very important to her. At the beginning, she still wanted to cleanse her karma, as well as find the power that could kill all the monsters. The girl calmly watched everything and knew that the beauty was making the right decision that would change her life. Meanwhile, the other warriors were doing their job well and keeping the ground floor tidy. As soon as Billy saw him, he immediately realized that he would fight the guard, but he was very weak. It didn't take long for the guy to find a special key in the guard's pocket, and then he was able to enter the door. The woman calmly continued to spend her time in the library and studying new knowledge that she might need soon. When she realized that everything was not going the way she wanted it to, she immediately began to break everything. The magic book that always tried to help her friend somehow emphasized that she needed to calm down. Now the beauty realized that she needed to focus her attention on something else, and the book, in turn, began to help her. The girl realized that she could actually control the feelings of her master, so she liked it. Also, the book that was nearby always reminded me of Mia, who also played a significant role in this story. She thought carefully about the recommendations of the magic book and was fully aware of what could come of it in the future. The girl was convinced that if she had much more skills, she would be able to control everything around her. As she discovered new knowledge, she began to study everything with even more initiative and analyze all her options. Meanwhile, when Billy was in another area, he immediately saw that there were some very strange creatures. And at that moment, he noticed how wild demons started attacking him from different sides. At that moment, the guy found himself in such a situation for the first time, but he realized that he had to do something, and meanwhile the monsters were getting bigger. Despite all the danger, he continued to move forward and never gave up on his new goals. Looking ahead, Billy saw only one warrior he had to fight, so he decided not to stand still. In fact, the warriors fully understood that they were facing a new opponent whom they had never seen before, but they were not going to be afraid of him. Billy's partner and his dragon watched all this from their screen and tried to help the guy somehow. The man continued to make many attacks because he was convinced that the victory was worth it. After the light warriors, a real opponent appeared in front of him, whom the young man was a little afraid of but did not want to retreat. The dragon noticed everything that was happening and was quite surprised, but decided not to say anything. After Billy stayed in this area for a while, he felt how unpleasant the smell was, and he really didn't like it. A second later, when he turned his head, he again noticed the silhouette of a person he did not know. But in a moment it turned out to be a girl who actually posed as a good woman who intended to help the man. First, they wanted to talk calmly, and the woman wanted to know why the young man had come to such a place. The surprised boy did not know what to say, so he just kept silent and listened to the stranger. The woman emphasized that she was the best in the area and knew how to achieve any success. But the young man did not understand why she was saying all this. After listening to such stories, the man still did not want to trust a stranger whom he saw for the first time. A second later, the stranger emphasized that she did not want to just talk to the man because he did not agree to her terms. After that, the young man had to dodge all her punches that flew in his direction. Realizing that this person turned out to be completely different from what she had initially positioned herself as, the young man realized that he had to fight. In a second, the opponent was already on the ground and could not do anything to the guy who was watching her. The warriors who were also watching closely realized that something had to be wrong because everything could not be going so well. But a moment later, the boy noticed a huge dragon in front of him that was several times bigger than the girl. The young man was not going to panic in such a situation because he knew how it could end for his future. But before he could fend off several attacks, new magical abilities were already flying in his direction. But as soon as the first attacks flew in his direction, only then did the guy feel how strong the girl was. His partner was shocked when he noticed that in a second, the girl turned into a real dragon that could kill them. No one was going to stop there because the girl saw that the guy was still alive. So she turned back into a dragon and started attacking him. Noticing the results after his attacks, the dragon decided to increase his energy and make a new series of attacks. The partner continued to analyze it carefully and concluded that such an enemy was an exception in this world. The girl accepted the power of all her past competitors, but Billy's partners could not understand how this was possible. The hero was convinced that he had every chance to win this battle, but unfortunately everything turned out differently. At the moment, the monster that fought against Billy was much stronger than before, so the guy did not want to attack anyone. When the girl offered the hero to calmly clarify their relationship, he refused because he realized how it would end. The frightened partners could not understand what was happening here, so they decided to calmly think it over. But unfortunately, nothing happened. A second later, Billy noticed with his own eyes for the first time in his life the real poisonous energy that his enemy had. His partners emphasized that he should always look around, but unfortunately, the young man heard it too late. Luckily, he managed to fend off all the attacks that came in his direction, but it was not over yet. The enemy continued to look at him. Even though the boy was already behind the dragon, he wanted to attack himself. Gathering all his abilities in one fist, the man reacted sharply to the fact that the snake began to move in the other direction. With each blow, he became stronger, and as soon as the young man saw that victory was already in sight, he decided to strike the final blow. But as soon as he noticed his enemy again, he immediately saw that his body had completely recovered from the previous attacks. The frightened young man did not know what to do, but he was not going to stand still, so he continued to do something. A second later, a real invisible wall appeared in front of them, preventing the woman from getting to the other side. But this did not stop the thief because she was convinced that there had to be a way out of the situation. The partner continued to watch and realized that at the moment it was very difficult for the guy. But the young man himself believed that the main problem was not the girl, but something else entirely. Holding his head, the boy did not understand why it was so hard for him to go through all this at the moment. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came to him, namely to just keep attacking the girl until she wanted to end it all. Activating his magic, he continued to strike harder and harder, but unfortunately, they did not give any result. With each passing minute, the guy was only gaining momentum and continued to deliver fatal blows to his rival. Step by step, he was heading towards his goal, and in a few minutes he saw the first results of his work. Despite all this, the opponent was still on her feet, but this only motivated the guy to fight more. But then he began to see that the girl's strength began to grow with each of his blows for some reason, but the young man did not understand what it was about. Noticing a completely different enemy in front of him, he did not know what to do because there was no result. Realizing that his magic would be strong in this situation, the man simply began to run away from his main rival. Looking at all this, the partner did not understand what would happen to the hero, but the dragon thought that everything had to stabilize. After the warrior got a better understanding of the battle, he realized that there was one very interesting detail. At that moment, the young man did not want to listen to anyone, because he was just trying to escape from the various attacks as quickly as possible. The dragon understood what his partner was telling him and completely agreed with him. Meanwhile, Billy tried to turn his head in different directions so as not to miss any attacks. When he turned his head to the other side, he realized that the wall in front of him began to weaken a little. The guy wanted to take advantage of that moment, so he immediately began to think of a new plan of action, and a second later there was a big explosion. Billy repelled all the subsequent attacks with great initiative because he realized that he now had considerable power in his hands. The dragon was delighted with these results because he saw the stone for which the young man had gone through this test. Having captured the gem that Billy needed so much, he realized that finally his main plan was fulfilled. The girl in turn continued to fight for what she wanted because she was convinced that she would win all the battles anyway. Meanwhile, the lady who was watching this person realized that she most likely would not be able to compete with her. Despite the fact that the woman managed to fulfill some of her plans, the main goal was still in question. Meanwhile, the partners, who were trying to analyze the guy's every move, realized that the stone turned out to be the main part of the opponent's body. Billy saw that time was running out very quickly, so he immediately decided to run away from that area. With the help of his magic skills, he knew that he just had to get it over with and put the matter to rest. Recalling the words of his past opponent, the guy realized that this could only be the beginning of his test. After everything started to work out, the guy decided to fly higher into the sky to make sure he had beaten his opponent. The frightened opponent began to realize that her plan was completely ruined and she had no idea what to do next. Tilting her head upwards, she realized that her skills had also begun to improve a little, but it didn't make a difference. A second later, an unfamiliar character appeared in front of her, several times taller than the girl. At first, the stranger decided to find out why she never believed in her strength, even though she was actually stronger than others. At that moment, the lady had nothing to add, so she decided to just listen to the person who wanted to help her. At first, the man decided to help the beautiful woman gather her courage so that she could believe in herself again. The lady who continued to support her friend realized that now her life was going to improve. During the fight, the demon was shocked by the strength of his opponent and had no idea what he was expecting. The pain was simply unreal. The young man was amazed at his abilities and how well the Tree of Lightning worked. In previous one-on-one fights, Billy had not used such a wide-ranging, large-scale technique. But the technique turned out to be very useful, even though it did not bring pleasure to the monster at all. Since the battle lasted for a very long time, all the enemy's regeneration quickly ended. Billy was so happy that when he looked at his monster, he wanted to make a barbecue out of it very soon. A few more seconds and that was it. The system immediately sent an alert about the destruction of the opponent. It was all really too hard for him, but for the sake of a good artifact, he could strain a little. But due to the lack of authority, many things were not possible. But in general terms, a secret place was created to conduct experiments. He really hoped that by getting this key, he would be able to get to a place where there would be some useful information for him. First, he wanted to get some rest, and then he would start figuring out everything else. Using his cloud, Billy now wanted to find the exit, which seemed to be to the south. He got a little angry when he realized that his blue dragon did not know where to go. His friend suggested that they stand on a cloud and take a good look around, especially at the walls. Meanwhile, she found herself in a strange world. There were a lot of different demons around her. One of them, who was the same kind as her, was very surprised that the girl had learned so many techniques. Since they had nothing else to do there, he immediately suggested that they go out and go through that portal. But looking at each other, it was clear that something had gone wrong. She realized that her friend had a secret weapon in his hands, which she wanted to hear something about. Everything began to spiral out of control at once, but they tried to stop the girl from telling everything. The woman emphasized that she had lived for many years and had owned many secret weapons. Now the students knew that they had to use secret weapons according to the direction. These were the basics of those weapons, and the choice was up to the girls. Knowing who the girl's teacher was, the woman was not sure that he could have been responsible for two things. The first was to attack a little more persistently, persistence being the key word. The second was a lone shot, which was actually very risky, but actually an effective way. And only after that, the woman really hoped that the girl would choose a really good option. Enjoying the company of his student, Billy was lying on the grass and just getting high from the sun's rays. The two people were just looking at each other calmly, and at some point Billy couldn't resist leaning too close to her face. As soon as Gina saw this, she was just shocked by what Billy and Mia were doing. It was a real shock to her, even though she knew that Billy spent a lot of time with his students and that they might have had a special bond. Usually Gina thought that Mia always had a stony expression on her face. But they had to be distracted and went to the temple to see the magic circle of teleportation. Then the girl immediately offered to show Gina the circle of connection of the 6 elements she had described earlier. Suddenly she turned her head and saw that they were surrounded by soldiers. There was nothing to be afraid of, so as soon as she started smiling, everyone lowered their heads and let her go forward. As soon as a few minutes passed, Gina began to hear some strange sounds that alarmed her a bit. As usual, there were fights on the first floor of the tower, and everyone was trying to prove that they were stronger than the others. That is why the young man was drawn there. The Red Devil could not understand who it was, because the young man did not look like a werewolf at all. After a good look, he decided that it was from the tower, as he had heard that there were a lot of different interesting types there. As always, Billy was a bit cocky and wasted no time in dealing with the one who was bothering him. While Billy was doing his manly business, the student was admiring herself to remove some flaws and make herself more attractive to the teacher. It was at that moment that Gina burst in and interrupted everything. Gina then thought that Mia was going a little overboard, as she was actually behaving like a slutty girl. Meanwhile, the woman decided that she would not kill the girl after all, since she was Billy's student. But she emphasized that everything that she had seen there must not leak out anywhere, and she had to wipe all her thoughts and memories. To do this, she had to be bitten once by her assistant tiger. Gina simply could not believe that this was happening to her, because she definitely did not consider herself a student. She started screaming with all her might and covering her face with her hands. The woman was so stunned that her tears just spread all over her face, and then Mia took pity on her, emphasizing that she would not erase the memory. But instead, she had only one condition. Once in the library, Olivia was ready to get exactly what her teacher asked for. But the books were magical and flew right around her. Grabbing the one she needed, she began to look through it to find the information she needed. Since the book was the one that could talk, she said that she really wanted to check the support of the power when it fell on the girl. Olivia wanted the magic book to understand that she had been using all those abilities before this encounter. She even thought that the first space capture was probably not complete, so she needed to find the next step. And the only thing that made Olivia happy was that she would be able to defeat Mia after all this. At the guild, meanwhile, all the employees were busy with the documents that needed to be reviewed for confirmation. It was thanks to Sam that they were dealing with that pile of paperwork. He even wanted to get it over with and go on a date with her. Suddenly, their entire company burst in and was ready to help. Billy immediately showed them the key he had managed to get, and now they could both figure out what to do next. The animal he fought looked like a pile of karma from those who were ascending at the time, and it was also a little sick in the head. It seemed to him then that this was what led to the problems with the body, even when they used some other methods. As soon as he heard all this, he had more and more questions, and the main one was why everyone in the tower was such a jerk. While they were talking, the key began to show something about the vault, and now he had to go and check it out. The key was the pass to the vault, but he couldn't even imagine what was waiting for him. Meanwhile, at the guild's training area, the girls were finishing up their work. Even though they were receiving help from the system, their progress had been really great lately. In just 2 weeks, her mana had increased many times over. Usually the limits of the characteristics were determined in the tower, so when they left it, everything slowed down. But suddenly she remembered Mia, who had asked her for a favor, but she was very reluctant to do it. All the statues that were in front of Billy in the vault seemed at first glance quite ordinary, and he did not understand how they could help him. The first one he noticed was a celestial demon, and its body looked like one of those who had climbed the tower. Even though it looked like an ordinary statue, it still had karma emanating from it. When he looked ahead, he was very surprised to see many familiar faces. Billy's team realized that these were all the people who had died in the tower before them. And when the young man raised his head, he even saw the face of a blue dragon. All the statues were just on top of each other, not even divided into groups. As soon as he came back from the hiding place, he was ready to share his impressions. But he did not understand what kind of gift he was supposed to receive from that. But it turned out that there was none yet, but some of those in the vault could become Billy's allies. Then the man offered him a green ball that could turn everything he had said into reality. And now that they had figured everything out, Billy's friend emphasized that the young man had to ask those statues to take his side. But Billy didn't know how to do that, because he could only convince someone with his fists. The method itself was not complicated. He had to go to the ascended ones in their space and just talk to them. And then just place their spiritual bodies on those stones, and finally just come with them all to the vault. But in fact, Billy realized that he might not be able to do all this, so he was a little worried. Thinking it over, he wanted to use his blue dragon to revive everyone, and that would be it. As it turned out, it was not that simple. Billy had a contract with his friend, so if he revived him, he would return to his original owner. In other words, this meant that he would not be able to use this power and artifact anymore. So now it was clear that he could not do anything without it, and therefore the blue dragon was useless. He had actually forgotten that it was the dragon who had given all his karma for him, and therefore did not have such power anymore. In fact, the boy thought that if he got rid of the important figure, all his affairs would go up. But now he had an even bigger pile of problems. In order to change the entire tower, he had to meet with the person who built it. Before that, he had to find the system room, which was not going well. But the man did exactly what was important to Billy. It was the device for moving it. Now there was one less problem, and thanks to that, he would be able to find what he was looking for very quickly. For now, he just had to wait. Everything was exactly as he thought it would be. In order to resurrect the blue dragon, he had to lose all of its karma. Therefore, this was his limited access. He kept hoping that he would find a way to somehow resurrect his comrades without harming himself. At some point, he decided that he would act exactly as he had done when he had gotten the cloud, or there was another way. He didn't have time to consider it because the girls immediately came to his room. Gina tried to tell him that everything was going very well and that she had managed to get everything done. But she also wanted to know if he was aware of the fact that her performance scores were rapidly climbing. She even asked Sam, but he didn't know anything. But such a big jump in a short time was definitely not normal. In those moments, it seemed to the young man that a lot had changed just because he had killed the last adjuster. As they continued all their conversations, they realized that many things did not add up at all. And then Gina started talking about completely different topics, and he realized that she was definitely not indifferent to him. But of course, she denied it. Then Billy began to draw in his mind the perfect type of girl to share with him. Since the dragon also had nothing to do, they also decided to talk about girls a little to cheer themselves up. There were even some girls that made the dragon stand on his feet when he thought of them. Billy was thinking so much about the ideal type of woman that he couldn't even think about anything else. He didn't even notice Gina around anymore. Billy's friend was still waiting for the result of his thoughts because he had to decide who he wanted to revive. As soon as he turned to the system, it was clear that the person they were looking for did not want to see Billy. She was happy to tell him that when the time came, she would find Billy herself, but there was no need to say anything to her keeper. While her teacher was away, Mia was a little nervous. If something went wrong, the whole relationship with her teacher could have been ruined. So his other student decided to charm him very quickly, in just 10 hours. Then Gina appeared, and she found out about all of Billy's wishes regarding the choice of girls. A second later, a worker approached the man and said that there had just been some kind of blockage on the 12th floor. It was because of this situation that she wanted to talk to the supervisor to find out what he should do next. Then the man began to recall a certain person, but the young man did not understand why it was necessary to discuss it at that moment. He emphasized several times that he would just wait for this person and activate the magic that could help him. He also did not want to use any other tricks, but he realized that there was no other way out of the situation. When the boss started to use his dark magic, the ordinary guy got scared but could not do anything. In the meantime, Billy continued to spend a lot of time in his house and watch the news that was happening in the world. The dragon also wanted to offer him some way out of the situation, but first he wanted to familiarize himself with what was happening. Realizing that he needed to somehow improve his skills, Billy wanted to hear the opinion of his friends, but they had no advice. But the other partner knew what to do in such a situation, so he started to help actively. When Billy heard what his friend recommended, he was surprised and did not know how to react. During training, it was very difficult for him to concentrate on his energy, and this was unfortunately the whole problem. But the young man was convinced that everything depended on his spiritual strength, so he continued to fight. But his friend thought that otherwise he simply would not achieve the success he wanted so badly and had been striving for all his life. As soon as two competitors appeared in front of him, the young man realized that he needed to capture the karmas of both players who helped him. It surprised the guy, but he decided to obey and do as his partner said. But at times the hero still disagreed with the warriors, but the men continued to convince him of this decision. When he began to realize that the heroes could be discussing the guy behind his back, he didn't like it, so he wanted to hear the whole truth. Having noticed only one screen of the gadget, the hero realized that he needed to find out more about it. At times, the boys wanted to do something better for the hero, who had recently stopped listening to them. Meanwhile, the girls had already begun to establish their contacts and knew that they would fight together at times. The girl tried to talk more with Mia, who was soon to perform on the big stage, but unfortunately the beauty did not succeed. When 3 days passed, Gina continued to sit on her phone and study all the information that her employers threw at her. But the girl also realized that maybe they did it especially for her, because other women often envied her. But the heroine continued to feel good because she knew that she had done everything she could do 100%. Meanwhile, Billy continued to look at the heroine standing next to him and wanted to hear some advice. The beauty liked to have a good drink, but the hero was not a big fan of alcohol because it was bad for his health. The girl was convinced that there was nothing wrong with having a little drink sometimes, and that's where the partners disagreed. Looking at his friend, he did not understand why she was always dressed in such strange clothes, although he also realized that there was nothing wrong with that. After a while, the beauty brought him a glass with some kind of drink, but the boy did not realize what it was. The teacher was very dissatisfied with the result because she thought something must have gone wrong from the beginning. The woman began to emphasize that the girl had done a very wrong thing by not hiding the drink she had given the man. But the beauty was convinced that her plan was going to be 100% realized no matter what. Looking at the size of the hero, she quickly realized that unfortunately one glass would be too little, so she decided to make another cocktail. But in a moment he began to realize that something was wrong with the girl, so Billy didn't like it at first. The guy began to suspect that the girl just wanted to relax with him after such a hard day at work. But as soon as he decided to try what his friend gave him, he immediately realized that the drink was too strong for him. But the heroine realized that now was the moment when she had to give the guy even more alcohol. But everything went wrong again. After a while, the young man emphasized that it was time to make an important decision that could change their future relationship. That's when Mia realized that she actually needed to knock out with her husband, but she hadn't counted on it. The woman who was watching emphasized that the heroine should start using a different plan of action. But the teacher also knew that there was no other girl at the moment, so she had a much better chance. After collecting her thoughts, she fully accepted her teacher's opinion and decided that this was exactly what she should have done. Billy still kept in mind that the girl was doing it for a reason, so he tried to be very careful. Meanwhile, the beautiful girl who always tried to help him decided to ask how he was doing. The guy was doing well at that moment, but he didn't want to show it, so he just kept looking at the girl. But at the beginning, he wanted to tell her a lot of useful information, as well as to hear some useful advice for himself. At that moment, he realized that it was very interesting to talk to her, because the man really had a lot of interesting questions. He tried to listen to his partner as best he could, although at times he disagreed with her on some issues. But the girl was delighted to have someone to discuss things with again. One of the guards was surprised and did not understand what was happening in their area. But as it turned out, new monsters had already made their way to them and wanted to take over this world and rule it. But as it turned out, the monster still wanted to kill Billy himself, and then the guard told him that in fact the boy had not been in this area for a long time. At that moment, the guy continued to communicate with the girl to understand how he needed to proceed. After all this, the girl decided to come to the teacher and apologize for her behavior. But then Billy was no longer there. Having failed to fulfill her very important task, the woman simply broke down and started drinking a lot of alcohol, which greatly affected her body. Looking at this whole situation, the teacher emphasized that the woman should stop drinking so much alcohol anyway. In the meantime, she turned her head to the other side and noticed a stranger with a mask on his head. Then the worker told her that soon she would have to fight monsters, but this only made her feel better. Talking with his partner, Billy wanted to know if she had closed the floor from various dangerous monsters. The girl started to tell him that after Billy got the highest level, she started to fulfill her duties. She was very much convinced that soon the last floors would have to be closed because there were no warriors who could pass them. Therefore, with the help of her magic, she managed to do most of her work, which was extremely important. The boy still wanted to prepare for a hard battle because he also thought that if the last floors were closed, most of the monsters could return to the normal world. It was the first time she had heard such speculation, but she decided that she would listen to the hero's opinion. At that moment, the monsters became more and more aggressive because they still could not find the man they needed to talk to. The lady in turn actively passed all the tests and was even ready to fight against such monsters she saw on her way. And gathering her strength, she began to attack the competitors who came to kill her master. Meanwhile, the girl told me that any of the warriors and any of the monsters could climb to the top of the tower. While analyzing these events, the teacher also paid attention to his student who was fighting against rivals at the last level. When he heard the information that a lot of competitors were about to come to the area, it scared Billy very much. But the girl did not understand why he was so worried because despite all this, the guy had a fairly high level. Once in a new area, he wanted to talk to one person, but the young man was not sure that it would work out. In the meantime, the lady continued to actively fight against the competitors who were attacking her more and more every minute. After the monster managed to dodge her attacks several times, the girl found a new tactic in a weakness of the enemy. When she defeated her rival, she was able to breathe out after such an ordeal. Her teacher was stunned by the good results her student showed. But after a while, she began to notice that the girl sometimes did not listen to her and did everything in her own way. The heroine listened to all these mistakes, but at the same time learned that she probably liked Billy and liked this news very much. Unfortunately, after the girl was overwhelmed with good feelings, she lost all her vigilance towards her rivals. The man continued to lie quietly on his pillow and scroll through his phone with the news. Suddenly, when he found the contact he needed, he realized that he needed to discuss some details with the director. The young man, who worked for an international company, immediately decided to talk to Billy personally. A lot of different events had happened in the guy's life, and he wanted to know if the man knew about it all. The director continued to tell him what had happened in his life, but at the moment he wanted to focus on his performance at work. After discussing all the events with the man, the guy decided to personally talk to one more person. Billy's team was very prepared at that moment because there was more work than usual. Noticing his old rulers in front of him, Billy began to talk about the whole situation. Sam immediately realized that something was wrong, so he wanted to know what the boy had come here for. Turning his head to the girl, the teacher realized that Mia was looking at him with a strange look. As usual, the girl continued to spend time in the library with her magic book, which helped her a lot. Meanwhile, she managed to reach a high level of magic dragon in a fairly short period of time. The girl really liked the results of her hard work, but after a while, she just got tired of pulling it all off. Analyzing everything she had at that moment, the beauty concluded that she had to move on. And the magic book told her that she had to stop and think carefully about everything. She needed to prepare for the next stage, but unfortunately, the girl could not do anything at that moment. But then she remembered that she had one little thing that could help her complete such a difficult task. The girl was also convinced that her team would not disappear during her absence for a month because they were also experienced fighters. Meanwhile, Billy was staying with another warrior who often gave him interesting tips. Recalling that conversation, the magician emphasized that they had to find a magic item with which to activate everything. After they had solved all their problems, the young man decided to act because he did not want to waste his time. Realizing that he could trust this man even more, he began to devote more time to his knowledge. Once in the new area, he had more knowledge, so he realized that he had to use it properly. But it was not as easy as he had initially expected, but he was not going to give up. Activating his magic, he began to transform into another person who had more power. And a second later, he saw a man who really looked like him. Now, Billy had a great skill to have an exact copy of himself that could help him in battles. The dragon was incredibly happy for his partner, who was finally able to master the power he had long dreamed of. With the help of his magic, he began to fully control his inner world. After wishing each other good luck, the man realized that now his life was about to get better.